Day 2 of the group of death, and didn't we see a boil-over in the first match yesterday? The reigning kings were toppled by MSC Frankfurt, the German champions. Cartama Giants, well, they were in and they made their presence known as well. We're going to see some boom-boom today all over the field, I think. Welcome. This is Day 2. This is the BET2BALL European Cricket League, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is the group of death this week, Group D, and it's Day 2. We have 5 T10 matches on the way. We had a highly entertaining Day 1 of this group, which saw a couple of upsets and a couple of surprises, and well, I think we're going to get more close matches today. We're starting with Group D, Match 6 between MSC Frankfurt and the Cartama Giants. Let's go over to the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kevin, who's with the two captains for the coin toss.
Your call. Keep us called. Let us keep us. We will bowl first. You will bowl first. Okay.
So it's the Cartama Giants that have won the toss and elected to field. And look, I think that's not a bad decision for them. They've got a couple of new players coming in, gives them a chance to settle. But having said that, not super easy to field first up in the morning with the dew factor here on the Cartama Cricket Oval. And look, Avinash Pai, unfortunately, he's out with an injury, had a knee issue. He hasn't come up, so they'll be led by Ian Lattin this morning. And look, the Night Series champions, they got pretty close yesterday, and I was really impressed with the batting of 16-year-old Louis Bruce. He was a bit of a gamble at the top of the order, but he really found his power when it mattered and took them within 6 runs of the target in the end. And look, a couple of new players coming in to watch as well, including Luke Cajado, the wicket-keeper. For them, they've got a couple of outs as well. No Money, Nayak, and also no Sami Boda. So it's a couple of that will hurt them, but they've got a big squad. They will rotate and they will kind of try out a few different options, I think, during this week. Let's talk about MSC Frankfurt, though. Of course, we only saw them once yesterday, and what a game it was. They knocked over the reigning kings of European cricket, and it was a big performance by a couple of them, particularly Carter Khan. I think he's a really good player, particularly with the ball. The captain, Sikandar Khan, as well, led them well. And of course, the mini boom boom. We'll get to see him again, Shahid Afridi Jr. for MSC Frankfurt, the German champions. Let's talk about conditions today. Well, we had a few clouds around and even a bit of rain this time yesterday, but today, no clouds at all. I think it's going to be a really nice day. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 22 degrees, currently a bit chilly, 10 degrees, but I'm sure it will warm up. And I know the action out here in the middle will be pretty warm too. This pitch, I think it plays pretty well. Bit of extra bounce at this end. And of course, from here, you do get to hit into the fan zone with your leg side shots if you're a right-hander. So I know that they love that. Let's see if the fans are under attack today. Why don't we go over to the commentary box now? Rico Full is there as we get ready for the first ball. Cartama Giants, they've won the toss. They're fielding first.
Buenos dias, bienvenido. Hello, good morning, and welcome, cricket lovers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there. Vinny Sandy, looking dashing. I'm loving that shirt, Maxi. We'll talk about that more when you get up here in the commentary box. Rico Full here, of course, and getting ready for another action-packed day. When your doctor says you need 5 a day, we give you 5 a day. 5 T10 matches coming your way. And this one, I reckon it's going to be an explosive one. MSC Frankfurt and their dashing kits, I'm loving that. It's got a bit of the disco globe about those kits, I think. And when the sun is shining as it is today, I think they're going to be sensational. They were good yesterday, weren't they? They got that victory over VOC Rotterdam, the reigning champions. The first defeat VOC Rotterdam have tasted in this European Cricket League, the champions of 2019. Well, they're batting first. It's going to be Shahid Afridi on strike and Amin Khan. And they're up against the Cartama Giants. Well, that's what our computer says. The bat versus ball war, 103 to 93 in favour of the German champions. First ball will be a wide. And it's Michael Ketley who's bowling the first one. Good morning to everybody on the chat as well. Active, bright and early. A lot of people on there so far. Morning, Shanto Khan, Shavol Ghosh, and also Keanu Nolan. Of course, Meyer is there as well. In the air, well, this one could be going to hand. First thing fresh in the morning, never going to be easy. And he's taking it. Oh, Shabba, Shabba. Well, what a wonderful start this is. And that's Ian Lutton. He's captaining the side today, and he leads by example. This, trust me, was not easy. It's very, very nippy out there, first thing. You can see they're breathing fire, the Dragons, and they're taking this catch. It's gone a long way up in the air. This ball is coming down frosty. Trust me, this is a really good catch. He pops up, but he takes it on the way down. And, well, that's why you need your sunnies first thing in the morning. That's a big, big wicket, because you know who that is. You know who's going early. Well, Afridi, there's no boom boom today. And he has to go back, but he's got a smile on his face. But sensational start for the Cowboy Giants. Got one already. That is the big wicket. So somebody else is going to have to perform today. Afridi scored 26 of 13 deliveries yesterday. But he's not going to do anything here today. The only run on the board is that wide. What a good catch that is from Latin. Superb. So Kelly does get the breakthrough as the new batter comes in and takes his guard. And it's quite customary on the artificial surfaces to use a bit of chalk. Sikandar Khan, the captain, he comes in to weather the early storm. Not for the first time in this group do we see a wicket go early, but it's the big one, it's the one they wanted. There it is on your screen. Afridi goes for, well, technically it's the first baller, because the first ball he received was a wide. So you can say he's gone for a golden. Kelly, what an introduction for him. Place this into the ground and get a single. Scarpa through for the first runs on the board. A bit of a wild throw. And just Simpson, the super fielder, just getting his bearings maybe. And that's a nice shot of a young man with his red cap on. What a sensation. Louis Bruce was yesterday with his batting. He was talk of the town, wasn't he? Back to the action here. Full toss, and it's been called a no ball, correctly so. And, always going to be a little bit difficult out there first thing, especially when it's a nice clear start to the day. There's always going to be more dew on the ground, and the scientists around us will tell us why that is. But the ball's a little bit wet, and that's probably the reason why that has just slipped out the hand. So free hit. So we've got one for the no ball. They take the single as well. So here's the opportunity to go big. He's got the license to go the full Monty. Will he make the most of it? And he doesn't. So that's well bowled, actually. Kelly bangs this in. Bangs this in, gets it inside the tram lines, if you like. Yeah, that's well bowled. And that really has taken off. You see Luke Collado having to take that sort of coming up to around his shoulder. Sikandar Khan, the captain, just waiting here. Some comms between probably the umpires and the third umpire about something. But it's a lovely start to the day, nice and sunny, nice and clear. And we're expecting highs of around 21, 22 degrees, but those temperatures given to us in the shade. So it's going to be a lot warmer out there in the sunshine. Turn back to the action now. And getting him fishing outside the off. So the captain, Sikandar Khan, wants to go play a few big shots inside this power play. But at the moment, well, they're not really making contact with the ball. Good toss to win, maybe, for the Cowboy Giants. And this one, well, maybe just touching that line there. So he's got away with it, I think. Slow delivery, well bowled, and nicely played. Chase on here now for the fielder. It's got to get down, got to get dirty. And goes with the feet. Does make the stop. That's okay. That's Harry Scott there. Nice to see Harry Scott on the field of play. I remember Harry when he was a wee lad, when he started playing his cricket here in Spain. He's a very good cricketer. Nice to see juniors in action. End up back after taking the 2. Well bowled again, but really well played as well. This is a good bit of cricket. It's actually an extremely good shot to what wasn't really a bad delivery. Nicely played. See the delivery, he's got it right up there. But Sakinda, who's had a few flashes trying to go for the big shot, just angles the bat on this and helps it on the way. Look, that's a good shot. In fact, I think that goes through his legs. How about that? Showing a little bit of trickery as we get to the end of the first over. So that boundary, it's a welcome boundary, isn't it? Takes the score to double figures, 10. They have lost that wicket. It's a big wicket to lose as well. And a good time for us to welcome, for the first time, into the commentary box, it's Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Morning, Rico.
Where's your skis?
No mini boom boom. Just
no mini boom boom.
Just mini. Unfortunately.
Boom boom got flat today.
That's the way he plays. Here's Louis Bruce. What a day he had yesterday with the bat. You'll see him slide the ball into the batter. Khan. Maybe not. This first one gets away from him. Doesn't swing at all. Called a wide. But yeah, it's great to be here. And you just mentioned Harry Scott a minute ago. I know his brother Josh is here at the ground. His dad John as well. And his mum is watching all the way back in the UK, Selena Jack. So good morning to you, and congratulations to Harry on ECL debut. Get it from Bruce. Just one. What a good catch that was by Ian Lattin in the first over, because he's staring down the sun as well. You can see the shadows this time of the morning, and we do have a fair bit of sunshine today, which is good news, I think. And, yeah, it's a very nice day. Big moment, and just know if you drop that, kind of sets the tone for trouble to come. But Giants pounced. Toss driven away. Doesn't find the gap though. And that's Michael Kelly, who delivered it's a decent first over. He's also an ECL debut. We saw quite a few of these players in the night series, and I know that the management have kind of relaxed the criteria because of the short notice of the Giants appearing, so they've been able to borrow a few players from other sides. Now this one is up, it's high, and it's going to fly. Maximal, first one of the day. Khan just goes with the movement, sends this one away for the first 6 of day 2 in Group D.
Yeah, Khan, he's quite little, isn't he? He's a little bloke, but he can give the ball a good thump, and he shows it there. And it's the first. Here we go. Wait for it. Wind it up. It's boom! Shakalaka!
Times that one nicely, doesn't he? Doesn't rush at the ball. Just finds the perfect contact point. Bruce loses this one down the leg side. Does get good in-swing generally. This ball might not be one of those real swinging balls. We have seen a fair few of these Kookaburras swinging around early. I think no real cloud cover today. For some reason, the ball seems to swing more when it's cloudy. No one's ever been able to explain it to me, but it's a good test for Bruce with the ball now.
Yeah, he's going to get, as we were saying yesterday, he's going to get stronger with it better. But already he's got a good bit of pace.
Yeah, this just seems away. He's unpredictable at the moment, Bruce. Normally he rolls his hooping innies, but when the ball's not swinging, sometimes that can create its own problems, because I know if I was batting to Bruce, I'd be playing for that movement. And when you get one that goes the other way like that for Khan, it's tough to deal with. Pushes this away for 1. So despite the 6, hasn't been a disastrous over for the Giants. And a lot of people, Rico, Ramesh Sathisen, watching from Romania, he thinks MSC Frankfurt, they're a good shout to win the week based on their performances so far, but still is very early.
Yeah, I think this is a good test. Because when you lose one of your key batters early, without scoring, it goes to show just what other depth the team have. And at the moment, these two are starting to show that though he's gone, they're able to rebuild, and they're doing it. Both have now found the boundary fence. That's a nice shot. Again, a good one in the power play. That there's only 2 men allowed out. So that ends the over as well. And the score, well, it moves on to 25, so good recovery at the moment here, 2 overs down.
Yeah. So, yeah, losing the boom boom. And look, he's probably the one that always steals the headlines, but they do have a pretty decent batting lineup as well. No Adil Khan, unfortunately, for MSC Frankfurt. It's a play we saw a lot of in the ECS last year. But they do have the captain coming in at number 3 today. Javad Azizi as well has been a good pickup for them. See, after the first day, Exiles, 2 out of 2. But MSC Frankfurt, the other team that is undefeated. The Giants, well, they didn't disgrace themselves at all. Just going down by 6 runs to Albies Almy in the end. Came home with a wet sail. Kelly's going to continue over number 3, last over the power play. Just to whack this and handled down there by Latin, who's leading the side in the absence of Avinash Pai, who I did see him at the toss, but he didn't fail. Didn't pass the fitness test, unfortunately. So he's sitting out with a knee injury. Nice cut shot, finds the gap. There wasn't too much of a gap there. Smart batting for Sikandar Khan. He's normally happy just to play some more traditional cricket strokes. I think there's still value there. He picks up 4 with a cut shot.
Yeah, this is a nice shot. Just a little bit too much width here, and it was short, and he waits for it, and he puts that away nicely. Good positioning from him. Just got himself in a position really early, and then puts it away. And looking pretty comfortable there at the moment. And pretty brave as well. Short sleeve shirt. He hasn't got any thermals underneath that. But he don't feel the cold. He's out there now. He's probably warming up. He's played some nice shots.
Kelly's probably wondering how many more fielders he can put there, because it was pretty stacked, but still found a gap. Oh, another full toss. This one is in the air. Latin's hunting it. Maybe just okay.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see this side on. I think it was there or thereabout.
Let's have a look at that. It does kind of go at it as well. Probably a good call, I think.
Yeah, he's come out the crease, so it doesn't give you the clear picture, but it looks like it was on its way down.
I need another wicket steady here. Calpe Giants. This partnership's growing. Really clean contact from Amin Khan, and he does get it away off the inside half of the bat. There is Harry Scott on debut. I mentioned his mum Selena Jack and his brother Josh watching at the ground. His mum in the UK. So I hope you're enjoying our telecast. As all of you out there in the YouTube chat, thank you to you for your contribution so far. I know Liam Day's watching from New Zealand as well. Another full toss. Yeah, Kelly will be annoyed with this. This one gets away. It was just another one that was over pitched, maybe slipping out in the early morning dew. The result, another boundary for MSC Frankfurt.
Gandhi ball Ziggy. Jokka just helps us along the way. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. You see there, just using his wrist, just guides this casually into the gap. Yeah, he's disappointed with himself, Kelly. Can he finish well though? Ball to go in this, the last of the power play.
Worked away. This is probably going to run away as well. This will be a test for the outfield, and it's going to be 4 more.
Oh, he's up and over.
What adios, amigo. Harry Scott. Well, I thought he almost stayed over. I know how you feel, Harry. That was me a couple of weeks ago. Right, as it is, it will be 4. Well, now you see him, now you don't, Rico.
Yeah, Alfie, this is... Well, it's a good job you're young and fit and agile, because here he goes. Mammy gear, bachao.
And he's
like
gone.
it.
Actually sticks the landing on the other
really
side.
well. He does really well. Maybe there's a gymnast in Harry Scott there.
Enjoyed that. Anyway, end of the over. It's 40 for 1 after the power play. Pretty good power play for MSC Frankfurt, despite the loss of Vinny Boom Boom in the first over. Very first legal ball that he faced. So it's a good test for the Giants, see if they can pick it up. Mark Cowles is going to bowl over number 4 into the power play, so 5 outfielders allowed at this stage.
Gaz bowled very well yesterday. He was the pick of the bowlers for me, for the Calpe Giant. Let's see if he can continue in that form. Good shot, straight down the ground. That's 4 runs. Lovely shot, just over pitching, and realising straight away that both these batters, they're going to take you on if you over pitch it. Amin Khan, he plays a beautiful stroke. This is a classy shot from the little man. 4 runs.
Yeah, really nice shot. Straight, and look at him hold the pose. And that's a perfect follow through. Good batting. Back to live action. Edged and gone. So 4 and out. Just got him playing away from the body. Carls does it again. First ball gets whacked down the ground, but now gets a valuable wicket. Carr next behind. A first ECL catch for Luke Cojano as well. MSC Frankfurt 44 for 2.
Yeah, this is good stuff. Good comeback from Gars. You'll probably find this probably just moves away slightly as well. Let's keep an eye on it. But yeah, no real movement. He just gets the line a bit wider. He doesn't give him the opportunity to drive. And Amin Khan deciding, well, okay, he'll try and go after this and maybe trying to hit over extra cover. Gets the edge. Catch is taken well by Luke Collado. So they send another one back. They needed to, as you said, Vinny, break that partnership, and they have done. 15 off 9 deliveries. Amin Khan, he looked well and looked good while he was there. But he has to come back and give somebody else an opportunity to hopefully, for his side, get a few more runs on the board.
Zabi Ayubi will be the new batter. A lot of people in the chat asking, is Maya in the fan zone? I believe she is. Might get a peek at her shortly. I don't know, she'll be there. There she is. She's probably following on the YouTube chat while she's in there. Good morning, Maya.
Good morning, Maya. We see you.
Camera. Yeah, Maya's there. She's probably on the YouTube chat right now. There she is, I think.
Gowers comes in. First ball for Arubi. He plays that quite nicely. Guys it down to the third man area and well fielded by Charles Harrison.
Yeah, he's in for his first game as well. Well, the spirit of the Giants. I think about in that night series, that was the first organised cricket that had been played there for 5 years. So what a great opportunity for some of these players. Sneaks away. Where does this go? For a second, it was down leg side, but I actually think it goes straight over the stumps. So, wow, he's lucky. That's probably a good call.
It's a very good call, yeah. Not being deceived by, it's good umpiring. He's not just watching the batters, keeping an eye on where the ball is going as well.
Hit into a bit of a gap in the outfield. They want to push for 2. It's a good call. Now we got trouble.
He's going to
be run out here.
What is going on here?
And Ayubi's the man that's going to have to go. The skipper was pushing for 2. It was hesitation that did it. A good pick up and throw. And another wicket, unnecessary one. This time, MSC Frankfurt 46 for 3.
This is crazy. I don't really know what it's thinking. They've decided not to take it. And then Ruby from nowhere thinks, yeah, Skip, I'm coming. Unbelievable decision. And he wants himself out.
Oh, wow.
Totally unnecessary.
You've got to find the source of the miscommunication here. And they went for 1. Skander Khan was looking for 2. I think he fancied getting the strike back. Have a look here.
Yeah, this just makes no sense at all. If you have a look, once again, good fielding here. I think, is it Latin again? No, it's not Latin.
That is Dave Barley. Comes in, 1 bounce. He's gone by some distance. But, I just want to see where it all went wrong.
Yeah, that was not good bit of calling, and that's just a Ruby. Well, it's not a Ruby today. It's a bit of coal. It's black and horrible as he goes back. He's just pitching outside the line of off stump. Just to make sure he gets himself back in the crease. So, good fight back here from the Carpet Giants. They'll be boosted with those 2 wickets in this over. And it comes to an end.
4 overs down, 46 for 3. I hope that you're well, no matter where you're watching from around the world. It's great to have your company. And look, I'm not going to lie to you, a little bit chilly in the morning. So I've got my beanie, I've got my ECN scarf on as well.
Winter Olympics. They're finished.
There you go.
This is skis.
But yeah, good morning, everyone. Isn't it great to see this match, the Giants against, the Giants of German cricket at the moment, MSC Frankfurt. But yeah, 5 matches today, Group D, Group of Death. We keep calling it that for a reason. And the Giants, of course, probably had them a bit below the other teams, but they're certainly fighting and competing. And there's a lot of spirit. And you're right what you said yesterday. They have played cricket, whereas The other teams haven't. And this one just gets over Zach Simpson. It's going to be 4. Oh, another one where I thought for a second he might be able to make a play on this, but it just sneaks over him. And a boundary to start the 5th.
Yeah, he plays this, but I think it's a little bit too close to Simpson, really, look. But you see there, the good thing is he does get plenty of on it. Plenty of oomph, and just over Simpson there. Great effort.
Khan is the new batter. Starts with 4. And this is good fielding by Kelly. Might cost him a run, though. Just in a second, but a few flashbacks, I think. Got 2 brothers out there at the moment for MSC Frankfurt. In Khan and Skanda Khan. Brothers, you'd think they'd have good communication skills, but not always the case.
Necessarily.
Not always the case. Wins on this, get 1. Carson that does the fielding. And a few people coming on my suit today. Yes. Thanks to Stan Ahuja, and also got a new shirt on today. It's got a bit of a jelly bean vibe. Pick it up as the day goes on. But yeah, you're looking very good as well, Rico.
Thank you very much.
Goes after this. It's thick edge. Simpson goes back. Oh, he almost pulls off an unlikely catch. He was going back with the flight. And that would have been a really difficult one because he's actually running straight into the sun. I think he does well in the end just to prevent it from going to the boundary.
Just right to get a hand on it, Vinny. He really does. This one is going past him and going over his shoulder. Just get some fingertips to it. And probably does save some runs.
Bang. Hit straight back. Field is pretty well placed. In the end, they fight for it, but luckily, it's Latin, who is a bit of a sorry to Louis Bruce. Seniority coming in there. He grabs the ball. They do well to keep it to 1.
Yeah, well, stronger together. Fielders came stronger together there, but the ball was not getting past. And, good work also. Quick footwork from Tyrone Peters, the umpire.
Gets full toss, but picks out the fielder. It's Joey Marples, who's into the lineup as well. He was sensational for the Giants in that night series as we get to the end of the 5th over. So halfway through, they're bang on par at the moment. 55 for 3 after 5. And question from Liam Day about Collado. Would he be up there with one of the better keepers seen on the ECN? Well, yes. I mean, we haven't seen that much of him yet. We've had some very good ones, especially lately. When you think about some of the players, Guernsey really liked the work of their keeper, and we had Rory McCann last week for Carlton as well. But I was appreciating the finer things. We'll get him doing some work up to the stumps now. Now, I like this move. They've got Zach Simpson coming in for a bowl. He will really toss it up. So this is a bit of a gamble, but you might as well gamble if you're the Giants, I think.
Yeah, it's a good time to use the spin. I mean, you miscue. I got you, is what they're saying.
Good start. Picks out the fielder. Scott does the fielding. And yeah, Simpson, he's really popular with his teammates just because of his youthful enthusiasm. Gives everything in the field. Doesn't always get a ball or a bat, but does here. This one should just be the one. And Joey Marples, very, very good fielder. Having pulled off an excellent run out. It might have been the first run out of the year on ECN this year. Direct hit from side on. So he can field in the outfield or the infield. Can bowl a bit as well. Joey Marples. Sweeps, and this one is into the gaps. Probably going to run away to the fence, and it does. So, well-executed strokes to Skanda Khan. He's holding this innings together at the moment with some classical cricket strokes, and this was nicely played into a gap for 4.
Yeah, clever shot. He doesn't have to. He knows that the ball's not on for the big hit down the ground. He also knows that there's men waiting in that area. So just cleverly negotiates this away. And doesn't crunch it, but the timing is good enough. It's 4 runs. This one does go through. Good recovery, good reply from Simpson. And I've got to say that Skanda Khan, I mean, he has batted well, but he hasn't dominated. He hasn't dominated any bowler as such. But this time, I think
Good over.
he just followed him here. Skanda Khan wants to give himself some room, and Simpson says, well, here you go. I'm going to follow you.
He just slides on.
Big shot coming there, Vinny.
Yeah, last ball. Wide. Yeah, you've got to feel like if MSC Frankfurt get a boundary off this ball, this over's a draw. Otherwise, it's a win for the Giants, you know. So, last ball coming up of the 6th.
Just gets there. You see him come down the wicket, gets a bit of bat onto it. You get the single. And that's not a bad over at all. Just 7 runs from it. And I'm saying this is the time where you would deploy the spin. And if you've got another spinner in your setup, get them on now because they want to chase after it. They really want to go big. They're getting at about 10 and over at the moment, but they want to increase that. And I think if you get a good spinner in, it's going to create a bit of problems. We just have a quick look, Vinny, there at the bowling figures.
Yeah, good overs from Carl Sims and Zach Simpson, all in single digits. So I like what I'm seeing here, and they're going to go back to Sims, who after he went for a boundary first ball, just went for 5 singles. Next ball, just be another single. And Simpson's one that, I mean, they hadn't played any real cricket for 5 years. He looked like he hadn't bowled for 5 years the first time he bowled. He almost blew his toe off with, with one of the balls. But you're seeing now a bit of cricket behind him. He's obviously trusted in the key situation in the middle overs here. First over, just going for 9. Another accurate delivery. Now this is the danger zone. For 2s, they take that decision out of their hands because Kanda just slipping as he turned for 2.
He's in the danger zone there as well as he goes down.
Yeah.
He goes down and says to his brother, I ain't getting up. Stay where you are. See here, puts his bat down and whoop, there he goes.
Yeah. He's not going to get run out that way. Kanda tries to go across the line.
You can see both the batters are trying to get the acceleration in, but not able to turn the 1s into 2s, and not always trying to, not finding the boundary consistently either.
Yeah. You're right.
Sims. Sekinda waits, wants to try and get hold of a few, wants a magical over here, wants to get the acceleration in. There he goes for it, and he's got this one out of the middle of the bat, and he does get a big hit. He needed it, he wanted it, and he gets it. 6 carreras, boom, shakalaka.
Yeah, nice shot. And they just needed up the ante. You feel they were kind of in a bit of a holding pattern. And this one wasn't held in the ground. That one was out of here. Maximo time. That's a live action. Good comeback from Sims. Gets this up in the block hole. Yado wisely holds onto it. Good comeback from the bowler. I mean, I often rate bowlers on how well they come back because, you know, one boundary doesn't necessarily kill you, but multiple boundaries, runs of boundaries, you know, they are really damaging in this form of the game.
Yeah, get a Khan now. Strike. A good day yesterday with the ball, didn't he? 3 for 8. Oh, this is naughty.
So just after I said how accurate he was.
Well, that was accurate, depending what he's aiming at, I suppose. Oh, well, I think could have been really close, but I don't think Collado gets the ball in his gloves here.
Yeah, it just pops out. Gets a bit slippery for the keepers as well. I think this is a chance if he gloves this. Miles too high. Yeah, but came back in. Just wasn't able to gather it. Free hit. And adios pelota. Eso es 6 carreras. Sekinda Khan, that is, moves to 47. He had the close call on the last ball, but this one, nothing close about it, 6 runs.
Yeah, they're liking it back there. They needed a good over and they got one. 2 Maximos in that one, so Sekinda Khan, he's going well. And Sims goes for 26 off his 2 overs. And that's mainly due to those couple of big hits in that one. So that certainly helped the score. So pumped it up a little bit now. 79. And, well, this is where we are. So this tells you the format. So, of course, up until the end of tomorrow is the round-robin matches where teams will play each other. And then it's all about where they finish in Super Thursday. Remember, the top 3 will go into Finals Friday. The bottom 3, well, they've got those nervy elimination games, haven't they?
Yeah,
And
it's
then
sudden
you've got
death day.
finals day.
Yeah, if you're in bottom 3, it's not a comfortable place to be, although Bresh CC made the most of it. Going back to Simpson here. And this is miscued. Won't quite make it. To Louis Bruce out there. Yeah, it's, I just heard in the stump microphones there, the Giants saying to each other, they're not really getting after the spin. And I think it's a wise move to go back to Simpson. Let's see if it works out for them. Well, may not, because this one has gone a long way. Maximo! And Skander Khan brings up his 50. The skipper, bit of increased responsibility, I think, with no Adel Khan in this squad. And he certainly has led from the front. He brings up his half century off only 26 balls.
Yeah, lovely shot to bring it up with. He just waits for it, you see. Doesn't rush, waits, holds his shape until the last moment, and then he gives a good old pump. Good hit, 6 runs.
Oh, this one gets through everybody, including Kiyado, and this is going to be 4 byes. He's just playing for a bit of spin there, including the keeper. And just slid on, missed the leg stump, missed everyone, and another 4 to the total.
Yeah, unfortunate here, the bowler, but Skander Khan बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग की थी आज, टाइमिंग भी अच्छी सी, प्लेसमेंट भी अच्छी सी, छक्के भी मारे, अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी बना ली आज. Good batting.
Tosses this up, doesn't really come down. And it only comes down in the hands of Latin. So Zach Simpson gets a wicket. And he's thrilled about that. His first wicket in ECL cricket. And Ian Latin takes the catch. It probably wasn't the best ball that Zach Simpson bowled, but he certainly deserves a wicket, and it's a big one. Skander Khan, the captain of MSC Frankfurt, here goes for, probably for a well-made 53, and it's 90 for 4.
Yeah, it was a full toss, but no pace on it. And on this occasion, Skander not able to get the power in the shot. Finds Latin. Latin has been superb out there and takes the catch. So, after bringing up his half century and then surviving one that goes right through him, he holds out to the boundary. So, going to be interesting for me to see just how the other batters going in here now go, because this is a situation they could find themselves in other occasions in this group, and if they need quick runs, have they got people or batters going in there now that can provide those? So it's going to be interesting for me to see the depth here of MSC Frankfurt.
Generally, they are known for batting deep, but we know they're missing a couple of players from the squad that kind of got them here. So will be covered as easy. Bowled very well yesterday. Now we can see what he can do with the bat. At ECL 22, 2 balls to face from Simpson. This one's a bit wide. Blocked by Kiyado.
Yeah, it does well. Vinny, I have to say, I do love the look of Frankfurt here in their kits. I love the kit. And the baggies just completed.
Yeah.
The baggies look sensational.
Bowled by Simpson, who might get a run out here. He's going to throw, and he would have been gone.
Would have had it.
I think it was worth the gamble. I mean, you would have got a wicket, would have removed a dangerous hitter. As easy would have been gone, but Simpson, unfortunately, picks it up through, slightly off balance, gives away an overthrow.
Yeah, it took his time, didn't it? Took his time, he aimed and fired. But wasn't able to hit the target.
Full toss, long chase, successful chase. And yeah, that's Carl's out there, who's able to cut off the boundary, but doesn't cut off the 2. And after 8 overs, the score is 95 for 4. And well bowled by Simpson. Ends up going for 19. Pretty good effort. The first time he's had the ball in an ECC. There's a few people talking about the format and weighing up about whether, you know, should we have the finals each week or not, or should it be the team that has the best round robin? I think generally people really like the finals each week because it gives a real climax to each week. You don't really want dead games at the end of a week, I think, from an entertainment point of view. And also, you know that the teams that progress, they can play under pressure because they have to handle the pressure of a finals day. So I think it's good. Sticking with some spin, Charles Harrison with his left arm spin. Again, he won't put too much pace on the ball. Obviously, clear plan from the Giants, who are without a couple of spin options. No Avinash Pai in the lineup. No Manav Nayak in the lineup either. So they're turning to some other spin options, but at the moment it's been pretty effective. Won't spin because it doesn't bounce, but again, it's easy, just drags it away for a single.
Yeah, what you're seeing here from the batters, they're just not using their feet coming to the ball. They're preferring to go back into their crease or just wait and try and get like a sweep kind of shot being played. And without getting those feet into play, they're not going to really be hitting in that gap between long on and mid-wicket.
Goes after this, but finds the fielder. Yeah, question in the chat about Ian Lattin. There's one spin option they've got that I would have thought of would bowl, but hasn't. Maybe it's to do with first thing in the morning, bowling leg spin. Not particularly easy sometimes. They've generally gone with more finger spinners, although Zach Simpson obviously bowling leggers himself, but yeah, the captain not bowling himself, standing captain. Just a bit too wide. Mesnil man as well. He had a cool idea about what if we had an extra week in the tournament for all the second teams and the winner of the second teams getting through the finals week. That'd be really cool. Just the problem with that, just logistically, people need to know, time off work and things like that, and travel arrangements. So it's probably one thing that maybe in the future we could organise. At the moment, it's probably not possible. You need to know kind of with some certainty.
It's a good idea, though.
Playing, yeah, I love the idea. On the walk, goes straight, mishits it, and doesn't attack it. Just happy to defend and keep it to 1. The sunny's on there, Ian Lattin. It's
yeah, I think if he wants it, probably could have got an effort in there.
You don't want to dive forward and let it get past you, do you? I mean, it's a tough one at this stage. Just a bit too wide. And these two not really hurting you either. So the value of a wicket versus risking extra runs.
Yeah, I mean, I think Harrison's bowled really well here. I mean, all right, he's gone for 7 runs, got a ball to bowl. He's just kept the ball just out of the swing zone of the batters. You see here again, that's really well bowled.
That's really good, and yeah, a lot of buzz about the Giants at the moment, holding SC Frankfurt to a reasonable total. That's the end of 9, and it's 102 for 4.
Yeah, they want to finish big here now. Both teams would. Of course, Frankfurt would love to get a magical over here to try and get as close to that 120 as they can. But Canberra Giants, I think they just don't change what you're doing. Just keep the pressure on. Just keep the ball in the right areas. And these two batters haven't really hit the ball big yet. You can have a look at what they've got. I mean, Kadar, he's been there a while. He's only hit the 1-4. Jawad Azizi hasn't found it easy as Azizi. So, yeah, they are going for backward pace, and maybe that's because they've used all the options for spin.
Could be risky. Gals to bowl a good first over. Got to get it right, I think. Can't bowl length to these guys. They're going to be driving through everything that bounces. Much better. He gets a bit fuller. A good start for the Giants in the 10th.
Yeah. I'll go back to what I said earlier. He was my pick of the bowlers yesterday. He just bowled. He's pitched up a little bit more here today. I think against these two batters he can afford to do so, because at the moment they haven't really hit big. But yesterday he just bowled short of a length outside the off, and the opposition struggled to get back onto the ball.
That's not good delivery. That's where he's got to stay. I think if he gets a metre shorter than that, he's getting driven out of the ground with these two. I mean, I haven't really got their straps yet, but it's certainly a risk. It's good block hole bowling, good death bowling by Carls.
Where you want to be at this point, full and straight.
So he gets funky. It's going absolutely nowhere. Harry Scott will take the catch on debut. And so Azizi kind of knew he was getting that block hole type bowling, so he tries to get funky. He doesn't get the kind of contact that he wanted. And so Carls gets a second wicket, 2 for 7. And Harry Scott gets his first catch in ECL cricket. MSC Frankfurt are 103 for 5.
Yeah, and this is just pressure. It's not, the ball's not there to be driven. He doesn't know what he's going to do, so thought he'd trying to get funky. But he just finds the safe hands of young Harry Scott. So that's another wicket. And Gales, he's pretty happy about it. And so he should be. Got really well. Somebody's rushed out there. Wants to be in the action. He's got his shades on. I know he's been told, go out there, hit the ball and hit it big. Easier said than done. But that's what they need. They need a couple of boundaries here. That will certainly make them feel probably a little bit better about the score on the board here at the moment.
Paramveer Singh, the new batter. Driven and well fielded by Kelly. Knocks it down. They're throwing themselves around at the moment. Don't often see the cap and sunglasses combo, do you? But it is pretty bright out there. I remember Sankaguru Singh, I think, was the first batter from Sri Lanka that actually wore sunnies batting, but he actually wore them at night even, in night games. This is a really good over. If they avoid a boundary off this, down the last ball.
Yeah, last ball, I think, coming up
avoid
here.
a boundary here, then they're going to be feeling pretty good going into the second innings. Giants, especially what they pulled off yesterday, but MSC Frankfurt, the German champions, do have some spicy bowling options, starting with a mini boom boom.
This could be a no ball. Yeah, it's been called. This is disaster, really, because he just needed to finish well, just get one good delivery in, but not. He gets the no ball, so one for the no ball, but it also goes to the boundary. So 5 off that delivery, and that takes him more or less to the 110 mark. Yeah, I mean, that's got to be called.
Yeah, it's a good call by the umpire. And Joe Foster out there with Tyrone Peters. They get that one right. It's costly because one more dot they would have been out of there on 104. As it is, it's 109 plus a bonus ball.
Yeah, get your running shoes on. You want the 110. Gals, I'm sure, will come back with a good in here.
Free hit as well. Yeah, I mean, look, even if you jag a dot here, chasing 110, not a disaster.
Yeah, hold it is what everybody says.
Look, in the end, 110. I mean, Gals, yeah, sure that second last one got away from him, but still bowled really well. 2 for 14 he'll finish with. And, for MSC Frankfurt, lucky for the heroics of their captain with 53, because apart from that, they just kind of struggled to get going. Even the batters that did stick around, they didn't seem to time the ball particularly well. Obviously, losing Freedy first ball wasn't ideal, but 110, I think that's pretty much a par score based on this. And the Giants, they showed yesterday that they can hold the bat, particularly Louis Bruce. It's a good opportunity for him as well. Probably see him at the top of the order. Carls himself probably opens. Ian Lattin at number 3. We didn't really see the best of him yet. Collado, he can bat at 4. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what we're going to get out of the Giants, as it was a Giant start to the morning. They were out there in the field. It's a mixture of experience and youth, but it was the mini boom boom that misfired, and he was the first wicket of day 2 in Group D. Good catch by Lattin.
Yeah, it's a really good catch. It did pop out, but he had the alertness and the vision to take it cleanly in his hands. So that meant that the captain, Saginder Khan, he had to go out there and play an important role, and he certainly did. He found a bit of support early on from Amin Khan. And Khan, he made some good shots. Well, there's Harry Scott going over the boundary markers. But that little partnership came to an end there with, Gals coming into the attack. A good catch taken by Collado. But it was a good performance, I think, from the Calpa Giants. That was a terrible run up there. I mean, I have no idea what Arubi was thinking about there. Simpson got close a couple of times with the catch. But what the Giants did is they managed to contain the hard-hitting MSC Frankfurt. 55 of the first 5. And talking of 50s, well, that was 50s to Saginder Khan. And he got his 50. And then, he didn't stay much longer. He had to make his way back. And it was that man, Gals, again, who was in the wickets once more. But yes, I was saying 55 in the first 5 and 55 in the second. So that's how consistent the bowling and the fielding was from the Giants. And you can see there the main contributor was Saginder Khan. Good partnership there with Amin Khan, especially when that first wicket went down. And then Kadir Khan there is the not-out batter with 20 of 17 though. So somebody just needs to think about getting going a bit. I liked Paramveer Singh came out, played a nice shot, but it was a good bit of fielding again from the Calpa Giants just to keep it to a single. So they did well. The only thing maybe worth looking at was the extras. Not easy in the very first match. You know there's going to be dew in the ground. It's going to be a bit difficult sometimes for the bowlers to get hold of the delivery, but they did win the toss. So obviously they would have been aware of that. So yeah, those 14 could be very crucial. And the bowling thing as well. Kelly bowled well, 1 for 25, 2 for 14 for Mark Gowes. He really does impress. Look, all the bowlers I think did really well. I think the spinners came on and kept it nice and tight. Just the one over from Harrison, just giving 7 runs away as well. A good all-round performance, and you heard the Calpa Giants when they were out there saying, look, they can't get after the spin, keep the spin on, and that's exactly what they did until Gowes came back there for the last over. And that was a good one as well, just 8 runs coming from it. Midway through the first match of Group D on the second day, match number 6. And it's, well, a good start from, I think, the Cowboy Giants. I think they'd be more than happy to restrict the strong MSC Frankfurt to 110. So 111 needed for victory. This is going to be an interesting choice. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu in about 10 minutes' time when we come back for the conclusion of this match. Hasta pronto!
Hello and welcome back to the BET2BALL European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket, the second edition of this prestigious tournament. Unlike any other tournament in the world, it brings together 30 clubs from all across Europe. Over 6 weeks of cricketing action on the Costa del Sol, on the south coast of Spain. We have cricketers from all around Europe, and they are competing in the fastest format of the game, 10 over cricket. It's crash and bash stuff here at the Cartama Cricket Oval, and this is Group D, the group of death. The start of day 2, match 6. We are watching MSC Frankfurt, the German champions, taking on Calpe Giants. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. It's great to have your company no matter where you're watching from around the world, whether you're watching on Fancode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or one of our partner broadcasters. It's just wonderful that you choose to spend some of your day with us. Plenty of cricket coming your way. 144 matches, just past the halfway point now. And in the first half of this game, it was MSC Frankfurt being sent in by Calpe Giants. They've put 110 runs on the board. So we're about to see the reply. And it's going to be Wahid Ahmed to bowl the first over. Yesterday we saw MSC Frankfurt in their only match stick with their openers, Wahid Ahmed and Shahid Afridi Jr. in the first 4 overs. So it'll be a bit of a pace assault to start this one off. Slip in place. Here's the reply. 111 for the Giants to pull off a victory. A bit of an anticlimax, but here's a man that never lets me down. Next to me here in the commentary box, my colleague Rico Full. Rico, what do you think about this chase coming up?
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing Louis Bruce bat again. I think yesterday's not going to give him loads of confidence.
Confidence is the word, I'd say, as he pushes and gets off the mark straight away. What I noticed about him, I wasn't super sure about him opening because just his approach, sometimes a bit conservative, and it looks a bit scared to get out. But when it came to the end, when they needed 6s, he reeled off 5 of them in really quick time.
Yeah, and against good bowling as well. You know, it wasn't that they were just lobbing it up to him. He really batted well, so well that he got another day of school.
He's got another day of school, exactly. Carls goes bang. This is a good start for him. 1 bounce 4. Little bit of length. I think Carls is looking to go leg side most of the time. And he finds it, the first boundary of the reply.
Well, that's it. The most noise that we've had around this ground at the moment. This is a lovely shot. Beautifully executed. And they liked it up there. 4 runs.
Yeah, Carls is a pretty important player, I think, to this team. Saw him with the ball. Delivered a pretty good last over. Now that may change the field. Want that square leg a little bit further behind. I mean, power play is important, isn't it? With this kind of a par total, I think 110. For me, it's the par. There he goes in the air. He's going to be gone here. So it's going to be 4 and out. Goes no further. Sabio Yubi takes the catch. Just trying to drive on the up. Not easy. Just slight bit of missed timing. So unfortunately for Mark Carls, he's the first man to fall. Success for Wahid Ahmed. The score is 5 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, he just played a lovely shot. And sometimes we say this, don't we? That you just got to have a bit of a cool head about you. I mean, this one, as soon as he hits it, he says, oh no, what have I done? Yeah, he just played a nice shot. The next ball, play it for a single. And don't put yourself in that frame of thought that you've got to try and hit every ball for a big one. And yeah, he's a little bit disappointed with himself. It's a new batter, makes his way, and it's going to be, looks like the captain Latin, without his shades, he looks like a different man.
Well, Latin can bat. I mean, somebody was in the chat, I was thinking they were predicting an 80-run partnership between Latin and Bruce. They were going to call it early. It might have been Sam Houghton, who's watching and did play for the Calpe Giants in the night series. He's watching intently. Of course, he represented Zagreb Sokol in this ECL. Here's Ahmed. Punches this away, finds the gap and finds 4. Well, slightly upish stroke, but he did find the gap. That's a confident start for the stand-in skipper.
Yeah, nice shot. They're trying to put pressure on him. See the slips in place. And attacking outside the off, and that's where it was always going to be. But that's nicely played. I mean, they've got men out there. He's bringing another one across now. So it looks like they're going to have two third men. And no, so we've got a man who's gone to point, and they've got protection now on the offside. So got that fielder back.
Nice shot again. This time finds the fielder.
Yeah, good captaincy.
Confident strokes though from Latin first up. Hitting the ball pretty crisply.
Yeah, one or two may be wondering why the umpire, especially the umpire that would be square leg, is standing at point. For the moment, it's because of the sun. But if they go to the other side, the sun will be right in their eye. So for the moment, they'll stay there until that sun makes its way up above them, and then you'll see them in their more regular position.
Pretty full. Just a quick no from Tyrone Peters.
I thought I heard a bit of bat as well. There certainly was a sound, but it'd be interesting to see the line of the delivery as well.
Not with his head, he was kind of motioning towards the leg side. Look at this one on the replay. I think that's moved a long way, and I think that's going down the leg side. I think it's a good decision.
Yeah, very good decision.
End of the over. Decent one for the Giants, but they do lose an opener. 9 for 1 after 1 over.
Yeah, it's rebuild time now. We've seen both these batters, what we saw yesterday. Louis Bruce, he can certainly stay there, stick around, and get going when he has to. I think it's an opportunity for Captain Latin as well to just stay there for a bit, build a partnership, start to maybe just put a little bit of pressure on MSC Frankfurt. They don't want to just throw their wickets away here.
All right, time to bring the mini boom boom. Just a bit late on this. So top ball to start. Yeah, key partnership now. You do have to just try and keep at that rate, 11 and over. So you'd want to be 22 or so after this over. You just don't want to dig yourself into the hole of consecutive single-digit overs, and that's what MSC Frankfurt they're trying to do to you. They're trying to probably bowl 4 overs apace first up and bog you down. This one will help a little bit for the Giants. It's away from Shahid Afridi Jr. for a wide. A lot of German viewers. I know it's always getting in touch with us, and pretty strong competition in Germany now. The Bundesliga has been growing and growing and growing over the past few years. It's been a little bit quick.
Big appeal here. Nothing really from the bowler.
Yeah.
It was more sort of from the slip and the keeper.
Yeah, may have been a small noise. It just didn't feel right, did it?
I think it's the late movement also.
Afridi turns around to appeal and then realises that he's probably given the game away by not appealing first up. That's a bit quicker as well.
Oh, Afridi, really boom boom. He wants to go boom boom, but at the moment, the umpire keeps shaking his head.
It's a good test for Louis Bruce, isn't it? It's the contest that I'm interested in watching. This one just seems to be taken up. It hits him almost above the pad. That's how much it took off. Exploded off the pitch.
Getting plenty of movement.
Yeah.
Putting pressure on the young man.
Got to be brave
Bruce.
now if you're young Louis Bruce. You've got to take him on. Slow ball. Nice looking shot. That's the one though. So yeah, no, cricket in Germany. I know you've spent some time in Kiel. We were in the north last year for a series. Also, great facility at Krefeld now, which has good practice facilities as well. That's just outside Dusseldorf. Spent a couple of weeks there for a series last year. Also, spent a couple of weeks in Dresden with Jerry Marples and one of Nike having a chat. Lattin's after him. Latin probably a bit more experienced at handling what Afridi is dishing up here. I mean, Bruce is a very good young player and good technically, but I mean, he's playing against men now. So, Shahid Afridi trying to outmuscle the youngster. He's got one more ball at him. Good over for MSC Frankfurt, only conceding the 3 so far. Goes upstairs, but they get away with it. And that's just be 1. So Bruce survives the onslaught. Calpe Giants 2 overs down. 13 for 1.
Yeah, very good over there from Afridi. Just the 4 runs from it and creating plenty of problems, especially for Bruce there. Just that line just keeps niggling away. Plenty of people on the chat. I'm loving the convo going on there. A question for you in the chat. Here you go.
Go on then.
We've had Group A, Group B, and Group C. So at the end of those 3 groups, how many runs do you think have been scored so far?
Oh. All right. If I had to guess, in the first 3 weeks,
Yeah. First 3 weeks.
7, 3, 5, 7.
Oh, my word.
Is that close? Pull that out of.
I feel embarrassed to actually tell you how many now after you said that. I'd expect better from you. I'm not going to say just yet. Let's see what people say in the chat. But I'll tell you what they're going to say about this one. The umpires, manos arriba. Manos arriba, 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 porque eso es 6 carreras.
Hold on. I'm adjusting my guess.
No, you're not. No, don't.
14,000.
No. You looked at my notes.
No,
you
no.
can't now.
No,
you can't say. No.
No, that was only. That was half. That was half of what I meant to say.
No. You've said it now. 7,000, whatever.
No,
That's it.
change my mind.
That's better. I like that. You see, lovely shot played. From
You
the man
guess.
who's under pressure.
You guess.
No, you can't.
14,708. Exactly double what I just said.
What is that program?
14,708.
What is that program that it said, I can only take your first answer? What was it?
That's every quiz program ever. I'm going to go with 14,708. Talk to me, Rico. Can't string this out too much longer.
13,526.
13,526.
Yeah.
That wasn't too far off.
You said 7. Everybody heard you. Shot.
I was trying to go about 100 an innings, but accidentally went 100 a match.
Liam Day, look, Liam Day, forget you. Liam Day said 13,700.
Yeah, he probably
Liam,
knows.
well done. Almost just a few out. Yeah, I mean, that's extraordinary. All right.
Come on, viewers.
How many wickets?
Break.
How many wickets?
Oh, okay, now I've got no idea.
Here you go, Liam. How many wickets? You're not looking at my notes. I'm turning my
okay.
page over now. Anyway, look, I'm going to say, wait for this ball.
Quiz hour with Rico. In the air and 4. Well, meanwhile, on the field, Bruce is getting going in the 3rd, and he's getting the better of this little battle with Wahid Ahmed. He's teasing the fielder in the circle, but the youngster gets another 4.
Yeah, he gets another 4. We know about it because of the raw. It's a raw for a 4. Really nice shot. Slower delivery. He picks it and times it perfectly, just getting it over the fielder there. Nice shot, and Ruby just sees that go by to the boundary.
I think 798 wickets.
That's not bad, actually. Not bad. I'll wait to see what a few people in the chat have to say.
Bruce, flat bats, finds a gap, gets 4 more. Well, the youngster had a bit of a battle so far in this power play, but he's still there and he's still scoring. He moves to 18 with that boundary.
He's starting to find his groove, isn't he? This is a beautiful shot. Just look at this. This is the way to do it. It's almost textbook. Well, he almost takes out Latin, though. That was the only bad thing about it. His own captain. He's looking really well. Don't forget, he was 57 not out yesterday. So he's still not been out.
Good for the average.
In this,
doesn't have one yet.
in this
He
group.
actually does get out. Oh, big ball here. Nice ball, the power play. Hits it hard. Trouble. Oh, it would have been gone.
I think
he's hit the
gone.
stumps.
I think he
Oh,
may be gone. He does hit the stumps. What a great bit of fielding this is.
Oh, he's going to be gone here.
This was electric.
Well, if it's not out, it's 4 because it's gone, bounced off the stumps and gone for 4. But he's got to be gone here. I mean, if he hit, he had to be gone. What a good piece of fielding. Pick up and knew immediately what to do.
Fabulous. That was so good. So good. He's gone. He's gone.
Can we go back?
What a great bit of fielding that is. I mean, if you see the whole thing, that ball's hit to him really hard. He takes it. It's the way he takes it in front of his face, and he's got the alertness to get the throw in. Here's the throw. Gone. Adios.
Oh, well, that's a bit of magic in the field. And at this level, the highest level of club cricket you can play in European cricket, I mean, you need to have those moments of magic just when the game is getting away. And Latin, well, that's unlucky for him. He couldn't have done much more. I think he was doing the right thing. He was backing up.
Yeah.
It was just hit so well to the fielder that Latin was just in trouble with a quick pickup and direct hit. And so, wow, that was an incredible bit of cricket. And sometimes, as a batter, you can do everything right and still just have things go against you. This was whacked. See there? He doesn't come down that far.
Yeah. See, when you look at it like that, you think, oh, he's safe. But it just happened so quickly.
Yeah, I just had a feeling it was going to be gone.
And there you go. That's when they got the
Amin
message.
Khan was the man that threw that. Like I say, if it wasn't out, that went to the boundary, so I'm pretty sure it would have been 4 So how quick can things change? Incredible cricket. And at the end of the power play, 29 for 2. Probably puts more pressure now on Bruce. And Latin was looking good out there. He's nipped in the bud by a fantastic piece of fielding.
Yeah, fielding is so important. And talking about fielding, quite a few of you have been on there and come up with some numbers about how many you think, how many wickets. And there have been some close ones. Just having a look. And yeah, some people have been in the 700, some 500, 723.
That was a bit over. Was it in the 700s? It's 10 a match, basically. 72 matches. Interesting. I mean, we've seen matches where 20 wickets have fallen, not very often, but it's happened a couple of times. Yeah. Not in ECL, but on ECN.
Shout out to the stats gun, Ravi, for providing me with that information. Thank you, Ravi.
Cuts away, Marples, going to have to hustle. Gets there, a single. Yeah. Just feel for Latin a little bit because I know how that feels. You're going out there, he's hit everything in the middle of the bat so far. And then he's a victim of just a good piece of timing from Louis Bruce. But really, it was a good throw. I didn't realise straight away it hit the stumps. Just kind of flicked the stumps, didn't it?
It's, see this delivery. Nicely played, and we'll get past the bowler. So going for a bit of a ZZ spin. Yeah, it is. I mean, we're a fair distance away. I mean, the boundaries are 50 metres. I'd say we're probably 70 metres away, maybe more. And sometimes, I have to say that's one thing with these. I mean, I do love the BET2BALL stumps, but with them being green, a little bit camouflaged sometimes, so we don't always see those barrels coming off. It was only, I think, the reaction from the fielders that alerted me to the fact that that must have hit. It just kissed the bails on the way through that throw, but it was enough to get the wicket. Zizi. It's shorter, it's punched out. Issue here is they just still need to keep finding those boundaries. I mean, that rate at the moment, it wouldn't be alarming. It's around 12, approaching 12 and a half. But you get a couple of, you go through 2 overs and don't get the boundaries, then that's going to go up to around 16 to 18. That's when it becomes really difficult.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Nice ball the over. It's easy. It's been really hard to handle for the batters so far in this series. It shapes it in, if anything. It's good running though. They've got to keep things moving. Bruce will retain the strike. Got over from Azizi. And he gives up 4. And that's the end of 4 overs. Score at the end of 4. It's 33 for 2. Yeah, Azizi occasionally will try and turn one, but not that often. More just makes the most of the angle. And there's 4 overs down. Very good morning to you, no matter where you're watching from. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me. Rico Fall, and it's a great, beautiful day here on the Costa del Sol. And you're talking about some of the runs and wickets, the numbers so far.
Beautiful day.
It is a beautiful day out there. We're not in the sun yet, but I promise it'll come off.
It is nippy.
Give me a game off. Look, what a tournament. Biggest tournament in the world, I think. 144 matches over 6 weeks.
Doubt.
30 clubs. Come on.
Without doubt. And not only is it the length of the tournament, it's the teams taking part. Look, we got 30 of national club champions getting together here, and we're seeing the best of European cricket. Oh, he's going to be in trouble here, is he? Oh, that's so smart. Well, it's time for showtime here at the Cartama Oval. This one would have been sensational.
It's Down Mohammed that's come on. He's got this little sideways skip, but I tell you what, this was a real party trick if he pulled this one off. But look at what he does here. I mean, first thing, this could have been out if that had deflected more onto the stumps. Then he goes a little under the legs. He wouldn't have been out second time. Down Mohammed's a different proposition. Just strange angles.
Yeah.
He jumps a bit sideways, slings it into the right-hander.
Yeah, he's got that little slingy action, but it's pretty quick. The wicketkeeper, Waleed Khan, just adjusting himself slightly. He's probably was a little bit too far back. Comes up a bit. Oh, and well, he can't adjust himself or anything on this. This gets a little bit of glove and goes through to the boundary. And desperate lunge from Waleed Khan behind the stumps. Can't do anything about it. Valuable runs these. Doesn't matter how you get them. Marples just gets a little bit on this. Great effort though from Waleed. has to get up, dust themselves down and get ready for the next one. 4 runs.
Down leg side. It's been called a wide. Yeah, Marple's a good cricketer. He's played a good level of cricket. I think he has some national representation. He's a player that'll do whatever you ask of him. He can bowl a couple of overs of pace if you need. Very good fielder. Can bat pretty much anywhere in the order. Coming in the key number 4 position here. Just falling off the pace a little bit. He goes offside, but he hasn't timed this at all. And somehow he's flat out and he's not out. The fielder makes a meal of this. Zabiola Ayubi. I don't know if he's just slipped at the last moment, but this one just bounces off his chest. Marples gets alive.
Yeah, I mean, he said this is a bad drop, isn't it? And I think he should have taken it. He does lose his footing here at the end, and he ends up when he's flat on his back, but chance goes down. Oh, how was that missed, Vinny? How was that missed the stumps?
It's a good ball, isn't it? Again, Bruce is getting an initiation here of just different kind of bowling. Yeah. I don't think he would have faced before. This is almost the batter's perspective. When you look at what he's doing here, and it just moves off the seam straight over the stumps. Bruce is lucky to survive. Sends this in, but yeah, direction an issue for Dawud Mohammed. I tell you what, Ian Lattin sitting in the dugout right now, thinking, how lucky is Joey Marples? He's just lobbed one to the man in the circle, and he's still there, whereas Lattin, all he did was back up 2 or 3 steps. And he was on his way with a direct hit. Last ball of the over. Bruce needs to get lucky, and he does, and this is going to be 4. That one's going to bounce off the inflatable ice cube. Well, hello, Richards. I hope you're having a good day down there along the camera. This one was headed in his direction. And look, Bruce, I like the intent, though. He knows he has to attack. No, he's not comfortable necessarily doing that. But, you know, you need a bit of luck. He gets it. He gets 4.
Yeah, he certainly does. So, once again, we've seen a couple of times that the boundaries, they're still getting them. And there you go, Richards. He thought maybe I'll field this one. Then thought, nah, I'll stick to my camera. But yeah, I mean, Louis Bruce, he's the key at the moment, doing what he did yesterday. But I think the difference between this knock and the one yesterday, he seems to be picking up the boundaries a little bit more frequently early on in the innings, and that's a good sign. And that's why this rate, I mean, okay, it's around 13 required per over, but he's keeping it there or thereabout, isn't it?
Don't want to let it spiral too much. They did come home with a wet sail yesterday, though, didn't they? Yeah, just be 1 though. So over to the Bruce show. Yeah, I did say yesterday he hadn't really developed the power game yet, but then he sure showed me. Must have been spending the last 3 weeks in the gym. Maybe Bruce. He just sent 5 out of the ground at the business end of the innings. He's just keeping his team in it at the moment. Good bowler here, Cutter Khan. Goes for it, but he might have picked out the fielder. No, it's over him. Maximo! Shahid Afridi Jr. down there. Well, he's wrestling the sun. And Bruce, well, he took on the outfielder and wins 6 runs.
Yeah,
brings up the 50 as well for the Calpe Giants.
Good shot, and that's Shahid Afridi that's out there. And he does put a hand out to this. Look, I mean, I don't think he really fancied it, but he gets it. Well, that's Maniv Nair. He's out there as well. He's not on the team sheet, but he's supporting his team.
Yeah, no Boda in the lineup, no Manav Nayak in the lineup today. What 2 here? Clean pick up, they won't allow it. Dawud Mohammed.
Oh, that's a wild throw. And see, this is where I think some of the teams can learn from. As soon as you see that throw coming in, you know there's no way the bowler's going to take it. That's when you go.
Well, yeah. And if he takes it, he looks stupid.
No, he's not going to take it. You can tell it's way over
Didn't want to take it. Yeah, it could be another direct hit. And he survives. Now they're going to get up and they're going to try and overthrow.
He's going to be in trouble here if it's a good throw. It wasn't. And sometimes they say you never run on the misfield. Well, they got lucky this time. The throw was not a good, and he needed this either on the bounce to Waleed Khan or straight to his gloves. It was a bad one. He couldn't manage it, and the batter gets in.
Yeah, this is the first one. where he just slides home. And we may have time to see him get up. Well done to Joey Marples. That's 100% effort.
Yeah, that was the case up. Get up, stand up. And fight for your life. He did. He gets back to the other end. He got lucky. And just look, they're having a few things go their way, but you need to in a run chase like this. So far, see Frankfurt have not found a way to get through the defences of Louis Bruce. So played, that's clever. He's showing that not only can he play a good shot, but he reads the game really well as well, taking that single and getting himself back on strike. So that is the end of 6 overs now, so 57-2. They're about, I mean, where Frankfurt were, they're about five runs behind. So they're there about. And remember, MSC Frankfurt didn't really get any acceleration, and they got whatever they made in the first 5, they made in the second, and that was 55 and 55. So, yeah, I mean, that rate is staying around 13. Just one good over, one magical over, and that changes everything here.
Can you get after Azizi, though? It's been untouchable so far. Down the ground, into the gap, and this is going to be 4. We didn't quite get that, Louis Bruce, but the long on and long off, fairly wide. There's that gap right behind the bowler, and he picks it out. He moves to 37. What a tournament he's having already. I mean, what's that now? That's 94 runs that he's scored without being dismissed. What a dream start for the 16-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, he's being admired out there, I think. Oh, this one.
Here, though. Well, only trouble if you're in the fan zone, because that one's going to be 6 more. Maximo 6 to Bruce as he tries to swing his team back into contention here in match 6.
Oh yeah, that's the way I like it, I do. It's 6 more, boom, shaka-lagia.
Goes for this, and he's dropped. Oh, so he's had a couple of bits of luck, and this wasn't an easy one. You'd say the fielder saves 4 here. And guess who? Zabiola Oyubi in that position as well. Double hatter. But Bruce survives. It's just going to be 1 run out to deep point. So they've got it back to that 2 a ball or so where I feel it's kind of a line ball contest. You see Frankfurt also. This is Azizi, who's bowled really well so far. People just haven't been able to time him up. This is perhaps a broken toe, but it will be 1 run.
Just don't know why bowlers do that. I mean, he's got 2 men straight. I mean, they're going to get a single anyway. You don't need to break your foot.
Yeah, it's true. You don't want to be out for the week. I did see a ball going straight down the ground for 4. This over. Last ball from Azizi. Wants him, and he gets him pretty good. Joey Marples goes large to finish the 7th. Maximo, the Giants, they're storming back into contention. 76 for 2 after 7.
Yeah, big shot, and that's going to send a few concerns to the MSC Frankfurt players, because now Marple hitting it. Now, this is where you got to, I think that you got 3 overs to go, 18 deliveries. I think Waleed Ahmed and Afridi, they've got to come back here now. They've got to try and close the door.
Well, Waleed Ahmed's bowled out, but you've got Afridi up your sleeve. They couldn't really get hold of him before, and he's going to come back now. This is what's coming up next, and I'm really looking forward to this one. Belgians versus the Dutch. Austin Exiles versus VOC Rotterdam. Austin Exiles top of the table 2-0 against VOC Rotterdam, who did drop a match to Frankfurt yesterday morning. News from the toss, VOC winning the toss, and we'll get to see them out there before too long. It's match 7, and it starts in about 35 minutes.
Yeah, looking forward to that. But I tell you what, before then, this one is going to be an exciting finish. In the air, this has to be taken, and it has. And just as I said, you have to go back to your big gun. And it's Mini Boom Boom Afridi that comes on, and they get the wicket they needed. Louis Bruce goes for 45. What a tremendous knock it was from him. Outstanding innings. But you can see he just felt the need to go after this straight away. It probably was there. He wasn't able to get the timing in on the shot. And it goes to the fielder. So finally, the catch gets taken. They get the breakthrough they needed. I mean, he had a little bit of luck. Tiene poquito de suerte, but it doesn't matter. He made the most of it. And I tell you what, the young man is going to get a standing ovation. And I think he's done enough, Mr. Headmaster, to get another day off school. What do you reckon? Surely.
I think so. He's been great, hasn't he? And well, guess what? In that innings, he brings up his 100.
Yeah.
He gets 102 without being dismissed. And he's put his team in a position where they can do it, but they're going to need a bit more help from the middle order if they're going to pull off what you'd have to say is a big upset. When you consider the Giants only had 48 hours to prepare for this. And, yeah, well, a lot of people watching intently to see if they can pull off their first win in ECL cricket.
I mean, the good sign, of course, is his Marples now he's set. Barley is the new batter that comes in. Of course, he'll be on strike. Oh, this is a wild, really wild delivery from Afridi. That's a good take from Waleed Khan. I don't think you're expecting that. So many times we see that, don't we? New batter comes in and you think they've got to attack the stumps. I mean, you can see that's probably is the attempted Yorker, but it goes completely wrong.
It does struggle with something. Sometimes it is his control. He's exciting to watch.
Leave this one in. Decides that he's got more control if he probably just holds the ball across the seam and bangs it into the deck. Barley, he knows got to get back on the ball here because that wicket, key wicket off Bruce, doesn't want that to be the thing that slows things down. Oh, this is a cutter and it's going to go for 4. And well, I think the keeper here, I genuinely believe that Waleed Khan here thinks this is hitting the stumps. And you got to say, it's not good keeping, it's lazy keeping. He's not standing up. If you're standing up, I can understand it. But this is poor. It really is poor. That's a really bad effort.
It just doesn't get behind it. And that's one of the things you have to do. Is just forget the stumps, forget everything else. Yes, he gets the second bounce. It's awkward, but you've got to put your body on the line. It leaks forward. Just when they seem they're going back in the game. Yes, it moves, but you've got plenty of time to see it.
And got him.
Well, this was quicker. And I think Afridi's had enough. And Barley, we didn't know too much about this. This was certainly one where Mini Boom Boom bends his back. And just has a quiet word to the keeper, saying, well, if you're not going to stop them, I'll make sure I hit them. And so the Giants, they lose another wicket, now 81 for 4.
Yeah, good delivery. You can see this one coming. If you got it right, there's a big gap there. And that one thumps into the base of the middle stump. Well bowled. And, well, Afridi, the captain, he was getting a little bit nervous there, I think. Sukhinder Khan, he knew that he wanted to break that partnership. He had to see the back of Bruce if they were going to make this safe. And, well, the big bowler, Boom Boom, does the job. And you see there Dave Barley now joining Bruce as well in this over. So 2 victims in the over. Bowled comprehensively by Shahid Afridi. So Afridi has picked up 2 for 5 here. He's got still a couple of deliveries to go in his spell. And if he can get this one straight, who knows? He certainly will be going for that similar ball again, I'm sure.
Harry Scott's the new batter. Welcome to the big time, Harry. Straight through him. Would have hit a 4th stump. Afridi, this is what your match winners could do. Okay, didn't make any runs, but he's still contributing. And this just moves too much. So now, see, that's this over has pulled things back towards MSC Frankfurt. Big responsibility on Marples now, I think. Last ball coming up. Just late on this. Does well to get some bat on it. That'll be the end of the over. Game defining over from Shahid Afridi Jr. After 8, the Giants, they're 81 for 4. They'll need 30 off the last 2 overs of this one.
Yeah, that's a top over. That's what you need your top players to do when you call upon them to deliver. And Afridi has done just that. And wasn't his day with the bat, but certainly worse with the ball. And those 2 wickets there will probably have maybe killed this game. We'll just get an update on the required rate here now. Will come up on your screens. And you'll probably find it's moved up to around 14.
Yeah, well, 15 and over now because 30 off 2. So Yeah, big over. Now you need a big one. so to me, we're going to have Marples on strike, of course.
Interesting that they've moved the third man up. I mean, there's been quite a few that have gone in this area, and I think if there are boundaries, one or two of them could be little edges. They're happy to have this sort of baseball field. All the boundary men are in front of the batter. So 3 on the offside, just 2 on the leg, which shows that the bowler, Khan, is confident where he's going to bowl. And this is nicely played. Oh, it's nice. It's showtime at the Cartama Oval. A little bit of Cartamania here now. This is a lovely shot, but he showed his intent so early. And the bowler, well, I think he froze. He didn't know what to do, and he just bowled it there. Nicely done.
Yeah, what a good shot this is. I mean, he shows his hand early, doesn't he? So he says, look, yep, go at the stumps. But I think the bowler kind of aims it at the batter, and that kind of plays into that shot. And Marples gets funky. Slower ball, but he skied this one. Well, really, this should be caught. It has to be caught, and it is caught. And it is Cartama that takes the wicket. Oh, well, it was a really clever bit of bowling. This time he takes the pace off, so Marples gets 4, but he's going to have to go. And the score now is 85 for 5.
Yeah, well bowled. I mean, it's always nice when somebody plays that shot to you. That's the reverse Malachi or anything like that. It's always nicer than the next ball to get your man, because, well, that shows good character, and that gives you the opportunity to just, well, get the wicket and have a little smile to the batter and say, yeah, okay, you got me the ball before, but I've got you now. 22 from 15 from Marples, and I like the look of him. He certainly played a big part in that partnership with Bruce earlier, and then he knew it was really down to him to try and get the momentum going, to try and get them back in this match, especially with 15 required from the last 2, 15 and over, that is. But, well, he gets a good round of applause. He plays some nice shots, something really shows us that's something to look forward to. The new batter takes the guard. Amin Khan. Got a couple of balls left, and it's the wicketkeeper, Collado, that comes in.
Collado. So, yeah, top balls across at this stage. Need a boundary. Some contact. It's a start. Just get the 1. So yeah, this over, you pretty much need 2 boundaries minimum, probably 3. Gallardo's had a long career. Some with the gloves today. Probably not his best headovers with the gloves, but probably get better and better. Get some more opportunities. No Andrew James in the lineup today for the Giants. Slow ball, skied. This one's going to be another wicket. This time it's Amin Khan, and he catches it at the second attempt. There's a little bounce out from Harry Scott off the bat, and then it bounced out of the hands of Amin Khan, but he was able to clean up at the second opportunity. So things just getting out of hand now as a 6th wicket goes down. What a good over this is from Cartama. Finishes with a 2nd wicket, and the score is 86 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, gets lucky here, pops up, but fortunately for him, he's able to grab it. I mean, Khan at the 2nd attempt. So catch taken, and Harry Scott has the departure. You can't, nothing against Harry there. I mean, he had to play the big shots, but unfortunately for him, it ended up going to hand and was held as well on the 2nd attempt. So he goes failing to get any runs on the board. It's a 3-ball duck for him. New batter now comes in. I've certainly liked what the Calpe Giants, once again, they bought the fight, didn't they, to MSC Frankfurt, the strong German champions. And it's only really in the last sort of 18 deliveries that they've fallen away. And it's again that that wicket of Bruce. That's what it will go back to. You just feel that if Bruce was still there, like he was yesterday in that epic run chase, anything could be possible.
Now I've got Dal Muhammad to close things out. There goes the reverse wrap. It was an extraordinary shot from Guyano. That takes a lot of skill. So it's the reverse Malachi. Man, almost sitting on the seat of his pants. Well, they need heaps of boundaries. There's one of them, 4 off the first ball.
Gallardo getting funky, and this is really nicely played. And it doesn't give his hand away too early, does he? And then it's all about execution, and he executes this brilliantly. We've seen a lot of teams get it wrong, but not the Calpe Giants. They've nailed it. Get them into the 90s.
Slung in. Should close things out now, you'd imagine. It's Muhammad. Useful death bowler normally. You can see why, right? It's a real slingy action. And that's the perfect kind of length. Very difficult to hit, almost bouncing on the popping crease. That's good contact. We'll probably go for 2 here. Why not? Get your skates on, guys. Good throw, has him in trouble though. And that's why you go for it. They get 2. Lee Sims. Good effort from him to leg it out.
Sims is probably thinking, oh, wait, what about my averages? Let me get a run on my board first. But he does get back. It's a good clean pickup. And the throw wasn't bad. It could have been a little bit kinder for the bowler, I suppose.
I don't think that's hit me back.
Certainly does fire it in. One thing that about Dode Muhammad is he doesn't really get the bounce you think he would. He really does skid it through. So just needs to be consistent with his line though, just to lose his radar now and again. Bold. Yeah, he sort of, you can see what he's trying to do. He goes, runs in, got a speedy little run up, goes pretty wide off his crease and then angles that right across the right-hander. He started actually bowling left arm round, but now he's coming over. He seems to be far more in control.
Last ball, dug out. And I'll go for it anyway for the Hollywood points. And Sims worked very hard for a guy that didn't actually face the ball. In the end, he gets back. And, look, in the end, the Giants are going to finish 93. So they lose by 17 runs. But look, still they fought every inch of the way. I think they had the depth in the batting at this level. Just fell away a little bit at the end. But also you've got to give credit to MSC Frankfurt, who bounced back after getting a bit of stick in the middle of the innings. And I just think it was 2 teams that were contesting very competitively. I think that they gave a good account of themselves, but it's MSC Frankfurt who now are 2 for 2. They join the Belgians on 2 wins out of 2. A good start to their day, the German champions.
Yeah, it's a good performance from them. I think they would have liked to be maybe a little bit more clinical with the batting. That is something that they certainly could work on, but they did show, even though they didn't get that acceleration in where they would have liked to, they did show that they are able to just unite together and get themselves to a good score. They did get the 110, probably 10 short of where they would have liked to have been, but I think that bowling attack, they always, even though they were under a little bit of pressure while Bruce was out there, they always had the big gun there waiting, and that was of course Afridi. And I'm not talking about with the bat this time, I'm talking about with the ball. He did what he needed to do. He picked up those 2 wickets, and in picking up those 2 wickets, one of them being Bruce, that was the game. So well done to them, but this bit of fielding was sensational. That really was good. What a great pickup and throw, and that was Amin Khan showing what he could bring. And again, you look back at those little things, and that's what makes the difference. Sometimes it's those moments of magic which makes the difference of between winning and losing. Frankfurt, well, they did let themselves down a little bit occasionally in the field, a couple of drop catches which were sloppy, but well, when that man has the ball in his hand, anything is possible. And this one was the big wicket. That's the one they needed. They dropped him a couple of times, and that was the wicket of Marple, who then had to take responsibility once Bruce was gone. That goes up in the air a long way. And bowler says to Amin, don't let me down. And Amin says, I won't. And under pressure, he holds on to the second time round. And that was a good bit of bowling that from Dude Mohammed. Once he gets his radar right, he fires his Yorkers in, and they're quite difficult to play. So good, solid performance, and they remain unbeaten to MSC front foot.
Yeah, a lot of people have them as front runners now, especially with BOC Rotterdam a bit slow out of the blocks, but we will get to see them next. And just confirmation, and apologies if there was a bit of an anomaly with the toss, but confirming BOC have won the toss and they will bowl first. So kind of went wrong for them batting first yesterday. So Pierce Fletcher, the captain, winning the toss, electing to bowl. Austin Exiles, though, can they make it 3 in a row? They'll have a really good idea of where they're at. I was particularly impressed with Mohammed Suleiman yesterday for Austin Exiles. Only batted 13 balls in the first game, 15 in the second, but made a huge impact in the day. And also looking forward to seeing some of the spin options of VOC just around the corner. As we have a look at the scorecard, Louis Bruce fell just short of his half century, 45 of 24. Marples, he was pretty inventive while he was there, 22 of 15, but yeah, just weren't able to get the runs that were required by those middle order batters. Not easy for them as well, as the rate when they came in was around that 2 a ball, but still a highly entertaining game. And you consider 110 to 93. That's not a disgrace against a team that a lot of people are tipping to all the way this week in Group D. Let's have a look at the bowling figures, and Shahid Afridi Jr., 2 for 5. Yeah. The boom boom, if he doesn't fire with the bat, you know, he's fired up. And certainly there were a couple of balls there where he really showed the kind of pace he's capable of. Also 2 wickets for Carter Khan and 1 wicket for Wahid Ahmed. So hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage so far. That's only 1 game down, still 4 to go. I'm going to step out of the box in the next one. It'll be Corey Rutgers, former Belgian national coach and former VOC Rotterdam player, who will take you through the next one with Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. We'll see you shortly for more BET2BALL European Cricket League.
How we play cricket.
On the Costa del Sol.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Beautiful sunny day and I'm really enjoying the action so far, and this should be a really interesting battle. It's the Belgians versus the Dutch, Ostend Exiles versus VOC Rotterdam. Well, let's see what Rotterdam comes out this morning on day 2. Let's go over to the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, who's with the 2 captains for the Giant. Coin toss.
Go on it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Keeper. Ball. Your call.
Bet the ball.
BET2BALL. It is BET2BALL.
We will bowl first.
Well, BET2BALL was called, BET2BALL was the fall, and so Piers Fletcher, the VOC Rotterdam skipper, he has won the toss. He's elected to bowl first. Remember yesterday morning he elected to bat first. Didn't really work out for them too well against MSC Frankfurt, the German side, but still I do think that they have learnt a lot for all of the plaudits of VOC Rotterdam, of course, winning back in 2019. A lot of them wouldn't have played too much T10 cricket at all because only just 3 of those team members from 2.5 years ago are here at the second edition of the ECL. I was impressed with a couple of their bowlers, particularly their spinners. Arnav Jain, I think he was really clever with what he did with the ball. And a bit of a mystery spin from Sieb van Wingerden. He was also an interesting one to watch, and I know I'll have my eyes on him this game. Ostend Exiles, though, well, yesterday they were really boosted with the bat by Mohamed Suleiman. Only faced 13 and 15 balls respectively, but scored something like 78 runs across the day, and he looked really powerful. I think Wankasali always a key player for them, and the captain Faisal Mahmood, well, he was a bit patchy yesterday, but I expect more out of him today on day 2. And Ostend Exiles, the Belgians, they finished at the top of the table on day 1, but let's see if they can hold it against a VOC Rotterdam. They'll be out for revenge after what happened yesterday morning to them. Well, one man that knows the Belgians pretty well, and this VOC Rotterdam side, is Corey Ruckers. He's up there in the commentary box. He's going to take you through this one with Rico Full. The news from the toss, VOC Rotterdam, they've won the toss and they're bowling first.
Thank you, Vinny Sandu, and welcome everyone here to the live cricket ground here at Cartama Oval. It's Spain, it's beautiful, it's sunny. Looking forward to this clash, Ostend Exiles and VOC Rotterdam. There's the captain, Piers Fletcher, he's excited. And that young VOC team, well, can they hit the straps early today? I'm going to welcome back nice and early as well, Rico Full. Rico, how are you?
I'm very well. It's lovely to have you here with us again, Corey, and certainly looking forward to this match. I think this is 2 teams. I mean, VOC, as we know, yesterday they did taste defeat in their very first match to the team that we've seen. Well, they've got a 100% record so far in their MSC Frankfurt, but they're up against the Ostend Exiles. Even though they did fight back well against the Malta Super Kings VOC, this one is going to be a tricky one for them, I think. I think the Ostend Exiles, the champions from Belgium, they looked good yesterday. They've won 2 from 2. They started the day pretty at the top of the group. I think this is going to be a scintillating game, Corey.
Yeah, I think so as well. Ostend Exiles are a good team from Belgium, and they won the T20 League a few years ago, and they've held on to their ticket. A lot of pressure on this opening pair. Faisal Mahmood and Wakasali, they're involved in the national setup these days. Yeah. And yeah, they're a good opening pair. They're going to be facing Piers Fletcher. That's going to be a pretty good contest, and you sort of feel if the openers get away and Ostend Exiles get runs on the board, it'll be difficult for that young, inexperienced T10 VOC team a little bit later. So, tough game to call, but looking forward to it. And the weather is fantastic, Rick. It doesn't feel like winter right now. This is the best day we've had.
It's the best day, and what a way to welcome March. 1st of March today, and the sun is shining. It really is a beautiful day, and all of that early dew has now burnt away. Here comes Fletcher for the first delivery, bowling to Mahmood. And Mahmood wants to attack straight away. And that's a good delivery. Good areas from Fletcher straight away.
That's what Piers Fletcher does do. He gets a little bit of a way swing and a way movement usually. That sort of just went in, but for a big man, he bowls a heavy ball. And he's been the spearhead of the VOC attack for a few years now. And a heavily built man, but he has good pace behind him. He gets every bit of that body behind the ball.
Once more, Mahmood missed out on the first. And misses out on this one as well. And Mahmood, well, he tries the cut shot. Ball before, doesn't get it right. And this time he's trying to launch it into that mid-wicket area. He's got to be a little bit careful here. He's got long on back. And the man sort of mid-wicket. Sort of in between mid-wicket and behind square, I would say.
Yeah, this is a I like this field set because he's basically saying if you guys are going to go across the line, I'm going to have people sitting there waiting. And what he does really well, he uses that slower ball. He used it a lot yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see if he uses it early here.
At the moment, but Mahmood does get off the mark, and he does go to that area that we're talking about where the men are. So, loving the kits of BSC Rotterdam. I wonder if maybe a little bit at some point we can get a nice close-up of those shirts, because the pattern and the design on them are absolutely fantastic. And I think that red, those red tops, sort of making that ring, that sort of ring of fire around the bat, especially at the moment on the offside. I mean, count them up. They're all waiting there, and they're letting the batters know that we're here.
Yeah, the kits are magnificent. I love the little touch. You can see on the logo there on the collar. That's
beautiful.
actually the medallion we won after the first tournament. So it's a great little touch, and they've copied what the medallion was and put it on the collar. So that's something that all the players will hold on to. And, well, we don't miss a trick here at the ECN, do we?
No, quality. Oh, a little edge, and this will go through to the boundary. Tienes poquito de suerte. And Ghazali gets off the mark with a feather edge here.
Yeah, a little bit of luck, but you've got to make luck in this game, and it's a good ball, just sort of nipped away off the surface a little bit, and he gets a feather edge, but not many teams operate with a slip in place. Sort of just went fishing a little bit. You can see his hands coming out in front of his body. But yeah, not many teams play a slip or start with a slip, so that'll go away for 4. Wackus, he's off the mark with the boundary. He'll enjoy that.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, Piers Fletcher won't enjoy having to fetch the ball himself.
I think that's Bart Routers out there has thrown the ball from cover and missed him by about 15 metres, so he has to go pick it up. Not nice when you just get an edge for 4 and then your fielders are making you walk after
That's
it
right,
as well.
Yeah. It's, anyway, and he comes back to Ali. Plays this confidently out on the offside, and there are those fielders there. Take the single. Now, you were talking about this yesterday. I'm going to touch on it. I think as a bowler, that would infuriate me. I'm thinking, right, I've got all these bodies on the offside, yet the guy just gently hits the ball out there and they take a single.
Yeah.
I don't want them getting that single.
I think you can probably, with one of those fielders on the ring on the offside, you can flirt with one of them and sort of have them a little bit closer, just in case you can stop the one.
Yeah, I would. Edge, oh, it's another one that flies through. And Piers Fletcher is thinking, is it going to be one of those mornings for me? That's the second edge in the over. That completes the over as well. So that fortuitous boundary, 4 more, means that they finish the first over with 10 on the board. No wickets down.
It's a cruel game to be a bowler sometimes, isn't it? I mean, he gets 2 edges in the over, but both of them go for 4, and no chance for the keeper there, David Mullett. So good start for Eastern Exiles. It doesn't matter how you get your boundary, it always makes you feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's one way to get the runs on the board. I mean, if things aren't going your way. So
this is an interesting call. So it looks like they've gone with Arnav Jain here. So he bowled really well yesterday. The tall right arm off spinner. I think he's going to play a lot for the Dutch national team soon enough as well. He took wickets for fun yesterday, so they're giving him the new ball. And this will be an interesting contest because I know these two love a swipe across the line. So game on.
he goes right back, but plays this really well. I mean, look, it's one of those you've got to be pretty careful of, knowing where your stumps are as well. Rocks all the way back and guides it to the boundary for 4 runs. That's a nice shot from Ali.
Yeah, that's good batting. He uses the crease fully there and he gets back to one that's a little bit too straight. And he pierces the gap. There's 2 men behind the corner there and he got it through that little gap perfectly.
Yeah, nice looking shot. Close to the stumps and close to the keeper as well, wasn't it? Respect on this one. Certainly did impress yesterday, didn't he, Jane?
He's confident. He's 20 years old. I mean, people always think he's a bit old because he's a mature man and he loves his cricket, but he's very, very talented.
Nicely played. Quick question for you. I mean, if you were the batter now, would you want that white sleeve removed?
You can get a little bit fickle with things like that. You could ask, but I mean, he's bowling with his right hand, so you shouldn't be looking there fully.
Places away. Of course, the batters.
I get what you mean.
Within their right to do so, but it's up to the batter.
Yeah,
to say,
some batsmen are quite picky with things like that. If there's a little bit of tape on the bowler's hand or whatnot,
we've seen that.
It can be a fickle thing.
Mahmood in the air. This is a chance. Oh, they're getting each other's way.
No.
Oh, this is not good cricket from VOC. Both the fielders get into each other's way, and I think it totally blinds the man who's trying to take the catch.
Yeah, I think in the end, Berhan Niaz has cut off, it looks like Bart Routers out there, because that went straight to Bart, and unfortunately, a little bit too eager from the young player, and he gets in his way.
Yeah, I think Niaz gets in the way, so that chance goes.
It's a good over, though. It's a really good over. So, 17 for none off 2. Arnab, well, he's doing what he does well. He could have had a wicket, and that's the first chance missed. And VOC, they're a pretty good team in the field. They'll be disappointed with that one.
Yeah, they will be. And it's little things like that. I mean, we were saying yesterday that we're very complimentary to the way they were in the field. You can see there, I mean, that victory, they've got a good comeback in the day. Victory against the Malta Super Kings. Takes them on 2 points. They're just ahead of Al Bazalmi. But of course, this is a great opportunity for them to get themselves, well, level on points at the top if they can overcome the champions of Belgium.
Yeah, champions of Belgium a few years ago, and held on to their ticker. I know Beveren Cricket Club are doing really good work out there at the moment as well, winning a lot of trophies, but Oostende are the team here, and they'll sort of feel if they win this game and go 3-0, they've got their foot on the door for the top 3 spot for Super Thursday. It's like Jelta Schoonheim, the veteran's going to come in now.
Nice looking shot, that's 4 runs. And gets a bit of width and puts this away. Wakazali was impressed the first time I saw him. Yesterday he made 28 valuable runs for his team and he looked the part. Didn't quite turn it on second time round, but he's a good confident stroke player of the ball.
No, that's a good shot, and that's nice to see. Not trying to play a shot across the line, getting width and hitting it through the offside. Some players in this tournament are guilty of thinking leg side too much, but that's good batting.
Yeah, what I like about it as well, he's trying to get on top of the ball, isn't he, Corey? He's making sure he's keeping the ball down. Yep. He knows that they've got that ring of fielders there. If he's going to get it past him, it's going to be along the deck. He doesn't want to put anything up in the air.
Well, it's either one or the other. You either go right down on top of it, or you really try loft it over, not in between.
And this time he goes 1 bounce 4, and it's Mahmood. And he takes a different approach. He's quite happy just to flash really hard at it and hope he gets enough on it. He does, 4 more.
Yeah, well, Mahmood's probably thinking, well, I've had a life early. This is a bit of a free hit now, and he gets more width and he puts that away. So a couple of boundaries in this over, and Oostende Exiles, they've started the better of the 2 sides. Yeah,
nicely played away. Slow delivery, picked it up well. Gets a single.
So a little bit of a background about VOC I've got for you, Rick. I know you were asking me off air before, but VOC was established in 1895, and well, it's a pretty big member base, 1,800 members. It's a football and cricket club, so we've got 1,800 members and about 250 play cricket. So it's a big fraternity out there. It's a big family sort of feel. So why? So I could continue my little story. We've got Martin Van Eerschot and Renee Van Eerschot, the family, and Reinhard Van Eerschot. They look after the whole club. They've looked after all of us when we moved over to play for them. And yeah, the family environment's something that they're really big at the club. I mean, every Friday we have our social league. Everyone comes down, barbecues. It's a beautiful place. I'd love to have you over sometime.
Wonderful. Is that an invite? Yeah, okay. Definitely. Definitely. I won't bring Vinny, I promise.
No, it'll just be you and me. But yeah, no, it's a good club, and it's exciting for them to be here.
That's what it's about, isn't it? I think, I know when I started my cricket, the one thing that really attracted me to the game was the environment, the family environment, the friendship, the sportsmanship, you know, after the match, getting together and enjoying each other's company. It's well bowled, gets through, and I think that's what part of the game which sadly, because of people's lifestyles, has changed. That family environment is not there anymore, you know, with the wives and kids coming to the ground. And I think if you can get that going again, that's going to be a massive plus. And of course, as we all know, if you can get your family and your partners involved in the game, well, then you haven't got this issue about feeling guilty about being away when you're playing the game.
Absolutely. And looking at the end of the power play, it's 29 for none and no wickets lost. So Oostende Exiles will be feeling probably the confident of the 2 sides, but VOC Rotterdam haven't let them get away too much. They're just going at under 10s. So here we go. It looks like we're going to get the mystery spinner. Now, I'm a big fan of this bowler, Rico. Nicknamed Seal. His real name's Seeb, but he only has 1 name, no last name. So young Seal. He's bowls a carom ball, leg spinner, top spinner, the flicker, the zooter, you name it.
I think, and I said this to you yesterday when you were saying, go on, pick it, tell me what he's bowling. I thought, I haven't got a clue, but I know this. I think he's going to pick up loads of wickets. I mean, that was one of my calls. I think he's going to be right up there as one of the leading wicket takers in this group, because I just think he's going to get loads of batters in a pickle. I really do.
It's nice to see a young mystery spinner as well. You don't see it too often. Here he comes.
Worked away. Sort of, I think, quite cautiously.
Well, that's the thing. That's what mystery spin does a little bit as well. If you're not sure what way it's going to turn or what speed it's going to be, in the back of your mind, that does play a bit of a part as you shape up. So, a little bit tricky.
Mahmood now is being the more aggressive of the two. And he tries to take him on. Has he got enough on this? And, well, he does, just for one moment. I thought perhaps this is going to be an opportunity. Only just, Corey, only just, but it does go all the way. Shakalaka!
It's a good shot from Mahmood. He goes really deep in the crease, so he gets the ball a bit back of a length, and he just lofts it. So he's got enough club on it. That's the old 7-iron, just got enough of it, and it lobs Tim de Kock out there. So good shot, 6 runs.
Well, this time I think he hits it even harder, and it goes even bigger. Balle, 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 ginna sona, ginna bada shaka.
Yeah, that's a better shot. I mean, he's hit that right out the middle of the bat. That's gone a long, long way. And, well, the young mystery spinner, I think that's the toppy. He picked it, and boom, he got every piece of that. And that's one thing that this dangerous Eastern Exiles team have. They have a lot of power.
Yeah, I mean, they do. You can see he really winds himself up because he's able to go back deep in that crease. Fires this one in maybe a little bit quicker, but changes the direction. It's outside the off, and the mood not able to latch onto it.
He's still got a smile on his face, the young man. It's good to see.
Takes him on again, and it's going to be 6 more. 6 carreras más. This one just a little bit too short, and had plenty of time, Mahmood, to adjust himself and play the shot. Well, 3 big sixes in this over.
Yeah, they're bowling a little bit too straight and a little bit too short this over, his young Seeb. So he's got to try and get his line back out that off stump and get it a little bit fuller.
And is it going to be 4? It is. The roar from the bench tells you it. Manos arriba, Mitro. Arriba, 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 6 más.
Yeah, I think that last 6 as well, Rico, was the best of the lot. He got every piece of that as well. It was a little bit full and a little bit wide, like we said, but he hit it right out the screws. 6 runs, and what a big over that is for the Eastern Exiles.
Yeah, it certainly is. It brings a 50 up, doesn't it? And 54 without loss. They needed something big, and they got it right on cue.
Yeah, absolutely. And that over, 20-plus over now, with no wickets down, you'd expect them to maybe get around that 120 mark.
Yeah, it certainly will. Hello to everybody. And, Rico and Corey in the box now. Your good time crew. And I hope you're enjoying this match. I just get the feeling that we're going to see the sun is shining. It's a beautiful day here on the Costa del Sol. I just think we're going to see lots of runs. You know what I say? When the sun's shining, sun CN.
No.
Oh, come on. You let me down there. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket.
Oh, my word. You made me say it. You made me say it.
I told you
I
to make
finally
you say
said
it.
it. No,
You said it now.
It's a day for runs, isn't it? Oh, you got me there, Rico. But no, it's always one of those things as well as a batsman. When you rock up to a ground and the sun's out and you can feel the warmth on your skin, you want to bat. It's a gorgeous day to bat. When it's a bit chilly, it's not the nicest feeling.
But going back to that then, yeah, you want to bat. What about the coin toss then? What do you think the strategy there is?
Yeah, they did win the toss and choose to bowl. I think, well, because they had a bad game yesterday batting first and then they bowled first in the second game and they won easily, I just think it's a confidence thing. And some teams like to stay in that sort of rhythm.
Doesn't get this where he wants it and take the single.
So this is Rami Upadhyaya. And he bowled really well yesterday. I know he impressed you, Rico.
Yeah.
He's really good at getting his Yorker in. He gets a little bit of swing as well.
He's bowling a much fuller length, and you can see that just takes that shot certainly that Mahmood fancied going over mid-wicket. Takes that out of the equation. He's having to play on the off. And this is well struck. Really well hit. And he's executed this really well. He's got a plan in mind. He knows what he's got to do. He goes out and meets it and hits it cleanly, and that's a good shot to play over the inner ring, 4 runs.
Yeah, he makes that. He comes down the wicket just to try and get the full toss, and he does exactly that and sort of swats it over wide extra cover. Good batting.
This one's wide, and it's been hit away as well. And I'm just wondering if we're going to see perhaps a little bit of a change in the field here, because I think to this line, you do need to have a bit of protection there on the offside.
Yeah, they're operating with 4 men back on the leg side, and maybe you could pull your fine leg up and then make sure you got the deep cover. But they're off to a flyer now, 66 for none off 5.
Yeah.
And if VOC don't get a wicket soon, this score's going to blow out. And you look back to that dropped catch, I think it was in the 2nd over, Rico, off Arnav Jain, and that's a big moment. I mean, if they take that wicket, this game could have a different shape to it. Got to hold your chances, but both batsmen are set, 37 off 15 for Mahmood and 28 off 15 for Wakasali. And strong batting lineup to come. And it looks like they're going to go to Arnav Jain, who's, out of everyone from VOC so far this tournament, looks like the most likely to take wickets.
Yeah, he certainly does. His first over, his 7 came from it. And then the next 3 have been pretty expensive, 12, 25 and 12. Oh, and well, he sort of stops his shot there, but fortunately, Mahmood gets enough on it to at least get it over Jain. And he knows it as well. See, just having a look around where the field is.
Oh, bowled. He's bowled him, Rico. I think he's just nipped the off bail. And yeah, it looks like he has it. They're going to have a little look around, but the umpires will confer. For me, he does him in flight here, and it just touches the off bail as it goes through. So they might have a look at the 3rd umpire just to confirm it, but I think he's bowled him.
Yeah, I think he has. You see, he's checking the field, getting ready, and I think he's sort of hurried into this shot. I really do, and you can see I think that's come into him as well, you know.
Yeah,
it's really well bowled.
Yeah, it's spun in just a little bit, and it's just touched the off bail on its way through. So that is out bowled, and yeah, good bowling. Well, we said he looks the most likely to take a wicket, and he's done exactly that. And Wakasali is still on the ground at the moment, just waiting for confirmation. Yeah, the dismissal's now been given. So that'll end a really good partnership, though. He batted really well, and he'll be happy with his efforts today so far. I know he's going to bowl later as well, but good innings from Wakas.
Yeah, he's done well. He's got himself a good start, or given his team a good start, good partnership there, 67. And I'm sure he'll get a good, warm reception as he gets back there. Now, this is going to be, we've seen a number of times, especially yesterday, where teams batting first made a good start, and it looked like they're going to go and just post a 120-plus score. But then in the second part of the innings, you saw the opposition really come back and the fielding team be on top. And I just wonder if that's going to be the state of play here. But the first thing is they've got to get this man out. Mohamed Suleiman, he's looked in top form.
Absolutely. Well, VOC will be reminding themselves of this yesterday when they played the Malta Super Kings. Malta Super Kings were 63 off 5, and they dismissed them for 91. So
correct.
That's what. There's something about Arnav's bowling. He's such a tall off spinner. He gets this sort of overspin sometimes as well, and yeah, he's having a really good tournament with the ball. It's good to see. Really surprised he hasn't been called up for the Dutch recently.
This one, he just strays the line, and fielder's going to have to try and catch up with this. Will they get there? No, they can't. And I think this is going to be 5. Yes, it is.
Well, you give someone big raps. That's the old commentator's curse. And he tried the old round arm delivery, trying to fire it in at the legs, missed it, and David Mullett couldn't catch up with the gloves. So 5 winds, that's a boost.
Yeah, he just, I think he's trying to, I don't know, maybe he's trying to bowl him down around the legs there, maybe, it looked like for one moment. That's better. Back on the money.
It's a lot of bounce, Good hands from the keeper that time. But yeah, they'll remind themselves of yesterday. They were under siege versus Malta Super Kings, and they came back really well. Can they do it again?
And this is well played. It's full use of your crease, getting deep inside, and then using the bounce in his favour this time, the batter. That's nicely played from Suleiman.
Do you know how we swap ends each week for the new group and that? Do you think this end has a lot more bounce?
Yeah, for sure.
This week especially, seems like it's bouncing quite a lot. That's good batting.
Yeah, it definitely does. It's an end which, you see this delivery again, well, plays it out, trying to get it in that gap. I think when we saw in the second week with the Group B, it was where I think Brigade And also Griffins, their bowlers, they made good use of the bounce there. And so did, of course, the Royal Tigers of Budapest. Their pace bowlers bowling from this end, the lake end, got good bounce, good carry through as well. We haven't really seen a genuine quick bowler in this group. I think it's been a lot about the seam bowlers, the swing bowlers, and some good spin.
Yep. Well, here's an interesting battle. So Berhan Niaz is coming on for VOC here, and he's from Belgium originally. He plays for the Belgian national team. He's going to be bowling to his Belgian friends and Belgian teammates here, and that's an interesting contest. I know there'll be a lot of people in Belgium watching, and Belgium's a interesting cricket fraternity. I know Hassan Shah, he's done a lot of good work out there for Belgian cricket. A very good man, and a lot of people really like what young Berhan Niaz does, and it'll be an interesting contest to see. I mean, he bowls to these guys in the Belgian leagues. He played youth cricket at VOC, and now he's making the move to the VOC fraternity this year in senior cricket. But this will be a good contest.
Yeah, it certainly will. I mean, you've got one batter set. Mahmood, he's at the non-strike end at the moment, and Mohamed Suleiman, who's certainly excited us with his batting so far. Good start in the bowler, wide up there, pitching it up.
This is an interesting field. So basically they've got 2 backward points, a third man, deep cover, and deep mid off, and only 3 on the leg side. So they're telegraphing Berhan has to bowl wide hole. He has to bowl wide Yorkers here.
Yeah.
If he bowls anything straight, there's no protection in deep mid wicket.
And that's the area that he's gone for, and he's nailed it. That goes all the way over. 6 carreras más. Boom, shakalaka.
Yeah, that's a good shot, and I mean, we just said he needs to have it. If he doesn't have a deep mid wicket, he can just hit that gap, and that's exactly what he does. He gets a good club on it as well, goes for 6. So he's got a small margin where he needs to land the delivery, but Mahmood's raced to 44 off 17 now.
This one a little bit slower, and gets enough onto it to go for the single, and that will take Suleiman back to strike. What a good day Suleiman had yesterday. I mean, he scored 32 of 13 deliveries in the match against Al Bazami, and then he was back in the runs again, 45 of 14 against the Malta Super Kings. So he certainly made an explosive start.
So that's the perfect ball. With this field set, that's exactly what he has to deliver. Not an easy thing to do, but that's perfect that time. Yeah. They'll look back to that drop catch off Mahmood early, won't they? I mean, they should have had him go on. What do you reckon? They're on for about 120, 125 here?
Where they're going at the moment, yeah, I think they'd love 120, but I think at the same time they're eyeing up a big over to try and take them beyond that. Up in the air, and this will go all the way. Balle, and what a way to bring up your 50, Mahmood. And Mahmood is in the mood. He's in the mood for runs, and that takes him to 51. Both अच्छी batting badaiyan अपने Faisal Mahmood nu अपनी half century बना ली.
Yeah, good shot. I mean, he's telegraphing he's going to bowl it there, and if he doesn't hit the Yorkie, you can get your bat under it, and that's a really good shot. Brings up his 50. A lot of 6s, special innings.
Yeah, and, appreciated by everybody. This one gets through the keeper, David Mullet. Be disappointed with that bye.
Yep, that'll bring an end to the 7th, Rico. So 93 for 1. I mean, 9 wickets in hand. You've got 3 overs. You're probably wanting to even go, if you can go at 14s even and get 42 off the last 3, that could get up to around 130.
Yeah, it certainly will. I mean, look, we know what this group is all about. We call it Group D, the group of death. But look, Group E is where we'll be next week. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, Farmers, they'll be interesting.
Yeah, Jersey.
But, I'm looking forward to seeing Pack Ikea.
Yeah, I have a couple of the Spanish boys playing in that, and Mohamed Kamran with his left arm seam, and Mohamed Ishan, good players. Also, Gek from Corfu. I was in Corfu last year and watched the cricket out there. There's some really good talent. Really good talent.
Talking about some exciting players.
There's a young leg spinner, Giannis, and then he's 16 from Greece, born in Greece, bowls unbelievable leg spin.
He played, and of course, in that group as well, a team that I know very well from Portugal, Marlow.
Yep.
They'll be up for it as well. And then, of course, the team from Cyprus.
Yeah, I
didn't actually see them when we were there, but I saw some of their players. They'll be interesting as well. Hit hard, hit long, hit big, hit for 6. That's out of here.
Yeah, what a shot that is. He got every piece of that, did Suleiman. That's a big, big 6. And, well, Houston Exiles, they're off to a flyer, and this flyer keeps continuing. Only 4 for 1. I think that might have actually brought the 100 up. And good batting. They're clearing these ropes, not by 5 metres. They are absolutely smashing them.
Yeah, and they're liking it there. Well, look, he's signalling those for the umpires. Slower delivery, well struck. There is a fielder out there, will be the one.
I know you're good with the numbers, Rico. What's the highest score we've had in Group D so far?
Group D so far, I'll tell you, because I've always have some notes on it. No, I mean, you'd be surprised. It was by the Exiles, 117.
Well, that's on.
That's the only. Yeah, that's the only one that's got close to the 120, really.
Well, you'd imagine they're going to break it this time.
And that will help. And when it's your day, and it has been his day, runs will flow, and Mahmood, and look, take you back to that little mix-up in the field between VOC earlier before he got started. If that catch had been taken, it could have been a different story.
Yep, catches win matches, that's for sure, and it has been his day because every edge that he has found, it's flown away for 4 as well. He tricked our cameraman there. I think the cameraman thought I was going for another 6.
Misses out on this one, Mahmood, and he's not happy about it. Slower delivery, and he was slow.
I think that might be the right option also sometimes when a batsman's swinging so hard, taking that pace off the ball, making them generate all the power.
It's good home, and he comes once more. And this time, again, it's slower, but this time slightly shorter once more. Faisal Mahmood, I think he feels that he's got to try and hit every ball for a boundary now. He's feeling to himself, I've been here, I've got the 50, all of these have to be going. He just tries to hit this too hard.
Yeah, probably overswing there. You see a bit frustrating. Pretty clever bowling that by Yelchescoon. I'm holding that back. He holds the ball deeper in his hand to bowl his slow ball, and big smile on his face. So, VOC under siege here. And Houston Exiles, well, they're looking for a big finish. We think they're going to hit the highest score of Group D so far. And, you see the worm there? Well, it's only going one way, north.
Yeah, it's going one way. I think it's going to be, and yeah, Pierce Fletcher to come back on. I think here, I mean, you mentioned he's got some clever slower balls. That's what he's got to go for here. I think he's got to try and keep the pace off.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he bowls this back in the hand slow ball quite a lot.
That one, he's got to get down, and he does, but he can't stop it. It's 4 runs. That's the start that they want for this over. They would love to be, I mean, I was thinking earlier in the start of the 7th, that really, the way things are going, if they can get around the 120 in the 9th and then use that 10th over to go ballistic and try and get the score about 130 plus. And well, this is exactly what they need in this one. Good effort there from the fielder, from Rami, but couldn't get a hand onto it.
They gave that, I think they gave that leg byes.
Did they?
I was sort of looking at the corner. I think they gave that leg byes because Pierce Fletcher, I thought, had gone for 10 in the first. I'm not too sure there. Did they give that leg byes? I thought he absolutely smashed it for 4.
It certainly came with the bat as far as I could see. I didn't.
Yeah, definitely came off the bat.
But hey.
Anyway, back to it. And Pierce Fletcher started with these two slow balls. No, it definitely wasn't leg by. He absolutely smashed that for 4.
Well, I think that's what the conversation the batter's having at the moment here. Saying, hang on, you didn't give that leg by.
The ball can't fly away that quick from off the pad. But anyway, back to it. Pierce Fletcher, he'll be thankful for the umpire. What's he going to do here? That's that. So that's that back of the hand slow ball into the pitch. And as a batsman, when it's short, you just naturally think it's going to come quick. And if it's slow, it's even harder. So he did this yesterday. He bowled 6 in a row versus the Malta Super Kings. You see how early, that's a great shot there, how early he was through the shot.
It's very difficult to pick as well. And I think you're absolutely right, because it gets a height on it as well. You actually think it is coming to you a lot quicker than it is.
Again. So this is... At this stage, you actually have to set up for the slower ball. You're not thinking pace. I mean, if you're facing someone that's bowling 5 or 6 slower balls in overseas, back in the hand, pitch is slow, set up for it to be slow. Set up that you're facing a spinner almost.
Yeah.
And then if it's quick, you've got to adjust. But you have to set up that he's going to go slower ball first and not be surprised now. You know what he's doing.
Yeah. Yeah, and that one there, I think, because he's come down the wicket, I mean, if he'd stayed in his crease, it probably would have been given a wide down the leg side. Well, this one's in the air. Could he get the wicket? And no, the catch goes down once more. It's been one of those days for VOC in the field. And this one should be taken. This is a straightforward take.
Yeah, that's young Sieb out there. You can see he's disappointed. There's a slow ball again, and he sort of cloths it straight up. Sieb made good ground to his left, but unfortunately couldn't hold the catch. They've been a little bit sloppy this morning, VOC, and they'll be disappointed to have put down 2 catches. This has been a good over, though, from Pierce Fletcher.
Mahmood, he wants to get hold of this one. He's swung and missed at quite a few since getting into his 50s. And he's done it again, swings and misses. He's been done by that similar delivery you're talking about. And they're not prepared to wait for it.
Well, yeah, it's pretty rare you see it, but fast bowlers just come in and bowled 6 slower balls in a row, and they didn't pick one of them. So pretty interesting style of over, but it seems to work. And that's a good over for VOC. That pegs it back just a little bit. And Oyston Exiles, well, when you've got 6 balls left and 9 wickets in hand, I expect some crazy cricket here. They should be trying to run 2 nearly every ball, and see if they can get up to 125.
Yeah, what a good spell that is. Two overs bowled now from Fletcher. Just, no, he wasn't able to pick up a wicket. Just 11 runs. That's incredible when you think that only 1 wicket has been lost. So he's really managed to contain. And we get now to the final 6 balls, and it's going to be Rami.
Yep, Rami loves to try and slip in those Yorkers, but mood set. First ball, there it is again. That's good bowling. Gets that sort of low full toss Yorker length.
So, looks like it's going to be around about the 120, so that the extra acceleration they would have liked hasn't come.
So that's really good bowling. So what he's done there is he's moved outside the leg stump to give himself room, and Rami's actually just kept it outside off stump so he can't reach it and sneaks inside the tram line. It's good bowling.
It's really well bowled, and that's what, I think that's the sort of thing, Corey, that you've seen bowlers practice time and time again.
Well, VOC here, just in the last 9 balls, have pegged this back. Pierce Fletcher's over, and now this over's only gone for 1.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we were thinking maybe 130 a couple overs ago. They'll be happy with this finish at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment, the way it is, you can see that Mahmood is saying to Suleiman, look, just wait. And, well, he's not prepared to what Suleiman said, what Mahmood said to Suleiman there. Look, just get bat on ball, get me on strike. Suleiman wants to have glory himself. This is a fantastic finish. I mean, we're talking 120s definitely on, and they'll be looking for around about 130. It's not going to happen.
Well, not at this rate. I mean, Suleiman, he's come in, he's hit a 6, but he's only 15 off 15 because he's overswing. It's not a very good T10 innings.
Shots to catch it, and it's been taken. So it's another dot, and it also means that Mahmood has to go back to the non-strikers then. And with a ball to go, this is a fantastic over.
Well, yeah, I'll read out the last few balls in this game, including Pierce Fletcher's over. So it was 4 leg byes, then there was a bye, a leg bye, a dot, a 1, a leg bye, 1, dot, dot, dot. Yeah. So they're fighting back. Good catch from Tim de Kock here. And with that catch, that's such an important catch because that keeps Fazal Mahmood at the non-strikers end. They didn't cross. Well, the rule is in this T10 league, even if they do cross, the new batsman will be on strike. So what a great last over this is from Rami. And, well, Suleiman, he never really got going. 15 off 16. But look at that on the left. 9 dot balls. That's not good.
That's not good, no. And that's not the way he normally bats. But what that tells you is, well, keep the pace off to Suleiman. And he doesn't get going. Well, they'll want to go for 2. And in comes the throw. And, well, not...
I think
job done.
Yeah, I think he took it on the half volley, and the weight took him back a little bit, so he couldn't get to the bail. So they'll run through for a 2, and well, good running to finish. And well, Fazal Mahmood can keep his head up high. He's going to finish not out on 57. A good innings from him. And well, I sort of said that they're going to guarantee to hit the highest score of the week. They're going to just fall short of it on 116.
Yeah, I mean it's but you got to say it's been a fantastic fight back from VOC. I think they bowled really well, led of course by their captain. I mean, when he came on to bowl the 9th over, it was already 105 on the board, and you're expecting it to be around about 125, 130 maybe if they got the right acceleration in. But what that does go to show is even though you've got wickets in hand, when you bowl well and you execute the plan that you've talked about, it's very difficult for batters to get a bat onto ball. And you talked about it with Rami's bowling, just getting it full Yorker-led delivery, but sort of about a yard outside the off stump. They couldn't get anything on it.
Yeah, but at the start, it was all Ouston Exiles. They had a little bit of luck with a few edges in the first over that flew away before. This was a bit better batting, though, a bit solid through the offside. And Fazal Mahmood, he really got clicking early with Wakasali.
Yeah, certainly did. I mean, you see here again, this is the example of the slower delivery, just not working. But, I mean, when Fazal Mahmood did pick the length, when it was slightly short, the power that he's putting in these shots. Look, there's not any pace coming onto the ball, and that was sealed. So just slightly short, and Fazal Mahmood was banging them big, rocks back into his crease and hits it hard.
Yep, and absolutely. That was a good catch of the hat by Arnav Jain. But yeah, Fazal Mahmood hit a lot of boundaries through that mid-wicket region, and this is when they were getting a little bit too straight, and he brought up a really good 50. Suleiman came in, he got one away, but for him, he didn't really get going in this innings, and Ouston Exiles were pretty pumped up, weren't they? I think they've won the championship. Rami diving around, almost saved 4 there, and then at the end, it was a procession of sort of dot balls, and this was a good wicket, a reward for some good bowling.
Yeah, it's a good catch taken there, and you can see it was the VOC Rotterdam boys that were pumped up there because it's a glorious finish from them. But I think, I mean, if they win this match and they win it sort of roundabout in the 9th or 10th over, then they're going to look back at that display. The bowling from Piers Fletcher, just 11 runs of his 2 overs, and that final over there from Rami as well. I think they brought themselves back in this game. 116, yeah, you'll take that. It's under 120, game on.
Yeah, it is game on, and well, Fazal Mahmood, 57 of 27, well done to him, and Wakasali, 20 of 16, and look at that, 14 extras. And, well, leg buys are always a bit of a funny one, and 2 buys, but they'll be disappointed. That's 6 wines as well for VOC. They've got to be better than that. And, well, Suleiman didn't really get going, 15 of 16, but we know how dangerous he can be later in this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's just had a bit of an off day there. I mean, that's not what he's used to. Normally, hits the ball quite cleanly, finds the boundary, but the bowling, look, I've talked about Piers Fletcher. He was good. I mean, just conceding 11, but take nothing away from Arnav Jain as well. Picks up a wicket for 18. I think he was good. He's going to take loads of wickets. And Rami there as well, 1 for 15 of each 2. And then Niazi as well. All right, 15 runs. But I think that's a good comeback. None of the bowlers there really went for too many.
No, only Seed got a hold. Well, they got a hold of him. Sorry, but the bowling collective overall wasn't too bad. They had a little bit of bad luck with some edges, but Fazal Mahmood played a really good innings as well. But this is pretty even, I would say, at the halfway stage. With them not getting big runs in those last 2 overs, you sort of feel like it's a 50-50 match.
Yeah, I always say when it's this sort of score, you know that it's going to be a close game. It's probably going to go all the way down to the wire, and all it requires, the same way that Ouston Exiles did, it requires that one of the VOC batters gets a half century, the others work around him, and well, if one of the bowlers, one of the Belgium national champion bowlers has a bad day, they're in with a shout here.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be a really close contest. So join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the magnificent Cartama Oval here in the province of Andalusia, in the host city of Malaga. Muy buenos dias and bienvenido, because you're coming at a time we've got a very exciting run chase on our hands. We've seen the Ostend Exiles, the champions of Belgium. Well, they had a bat first and put 116 on the board, 2 wickets down. At one point it looked like it was going to be a few more than that, but it was a good fight back from the VOC Rotterdam bowlers. And that means they need 117 for victory, which will match the highest score scored in this championship so far. Are they able to do it? Well, one man who may be able to give us an insight to that is my commentary partner, Corey Rutgers. Corey, what are you thinking?
It's tight, it's close, it's going to be a 50-50 battle. The power play is super important, and you can already see a change here from VSC. Arnav Jain's been promoted to open, so Ayaz Durrani's going down the order. I think it's a good move. Arnav's a bit more of a technical player, and he'll be partnered with Tim de Kock, who had an interesting day yesterday. He hit 3 off 11 the first game and then smashed 50 odd off about 13. So he had a good old first day of cricket. But it'll be a good run chase, Rico. Really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a good match. I think its conditions are lovely for batting. So Hill Chowdhury is going to open the bowling. And taking the single straight away. That's good running. That's what they're going to have to do.
Yeah, so what I'd expect to see here, Arnav's a touch player with a few finesse shots, and Tim's power. So he'll be trying to get Tim on strike as much as possible in the power play.
So first run on the board, very first delivery. And, Chowdhury, good day yesterday with the ball. This one's just pitched up. This looks like a good shot. Got to get down, and does. Well fielded.
Yeah, well, that is brilliant fielding. I think that's Fazal Mahmood out there. He's having a good day. Everything's falling his way, and stops maybe 2 runs. Both batsmen off the mark. Comes in again quickly. Oh, it's half a chance. Half a chance. It's just fallen short of him. Sorry, we're still showing the replay of the fielding, but yeah, half a chance. Just fell short of him.
Yeah, I mean, a good opportunity to maybe send the first one back. Just have a look at this. He he gets there, doesn't he? Not able to hold on to it. This one's in the air. How high is this? Well, too high. Goes over him. 6 runs. The Maximo. Manos arriba from Charles Croucher, the umpire. And a positive start here from VOC.
Well, I said he's a touch player. There's nothing touch about this. That's a glorious shot. Clears his front leg, gets it over mid-on, just lobs it over. I think it's Wackus out there.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. So short. And Marde's the shot. Have a go, have a go. Well, they could be looking to go again, but decide not to. Good bit of fielding there. This will be interesting. I think this is closer than it actually looks.
Yeah, I reckon a direct hit had him in trouble. He was the big Superman dive to get in, but they'll scamper through for a single. No square leg or no deep square. I wonder if you can sweep this type of bowler. Now, I know he's bowling a way swing, but he's got deep mid-on and deep cover as the boundary riders. Call me Nostradamus, I just called that. I think that's the right option with no one out there. Yeah. He gets any bat on it, it goes for 4, but that ends a pretty exciting first over, 9 for none.
Yeah, it's a positive start. I'm liking that. I mean, they ran well. Got the one big shot in again as well from Jane. So, looking to see if this pairing can work. A lot of people have mixed reviews views I should say, in the chat. Some people think it's going to be an easy win for VOC. They'll get there in around about the 9th. Others think it's going to be Ostend that are going to be hold on.
I don't think it's going to be that easy. I think Ostend for me are still ahead. I mean, this is a new batting lineup. You don't have Max Riddell, Scott Edwards, Peter Saylor. You don't have your top 3 batsmen at the club. Yeah. They're all on national duties with the Dutch. So it's a new look order. And for me, it's a lot of pressure on a new batting lineup.
Well, he's picked his up, and up he goes. Arriba. Now here's the turn for Azhar Ali to put his arms up in the air. That's 6 more.
Well, you like his bowling. What do you think of his batting? I mean, that's glorious hitting. 2 6s. This is why I have big raps for this kid. He's got to play national cricket.
I tell you what I'm thinking here, Corey. I'm going to think that my fellow commentators, I'm going to stop believing what they tell me. I'll tell you why after this ball. In the air, this is half a chance, and it gets built.
Oh, no way. Has he dropped that?
He's dropped it.
Oh, it's a
He has
sitter.
spilled it. I say half a chance because I thought it was the fielder whose head it was going over was going to take it, but he drops kindly to that man there. It's Sohail Chowdhury, and well, he makes a meal of this. Oh dear.
Geez, he made a real meal of it. He's got about 3 hats on, so that didn't
What
help.
an opportunity.
Oh, he's had 4 bites of the cherry. That is a huge opportunity.
Goes for it, and that's the punishment. It's not from the same batter. And this time it's a cock that goes big. And, well, they've made a fantastic start here. Look, I tell you why I don't trust my commentators. Vinny was telling me that Bruce, he likes to clip it around and doesn't hit big. What does Bruce do? He hits the ball all over the place. You tell me the same about Jane, and he's come in and hit 2 big sixes. Oh, there's another one. Balle. Ginna Sona. Ginna Bada Shaka.
Oh, boom shakalaka, Rico. And it's big hitting here from VOC. Well, if they keep going like this, they'll get to this total easy. That's a good shot, and he's strong. I mean, look at him. He's a strongly built man, Tim. I call him Tiny Tim because he spends so much time in the gym. But that's great hitting.
Big hit. And this is just easy. Gundy ball, Shaka Lagya. Well, this is more like it, and they're liking it out there. Well, they've gone off to a flyer here. The bowling hasn't been great. It's either been overpitched or it's been, well, a full toss like that.
Well, Fazal Mahmood had a good game with the bat, but almost half the runs he made have been hit off this over. He needs to get out of this over quickly.
And, well, the cock will take the single. He won't mind that because it means that he'll go back on strike. Expensive over, you're absolutely right. 26 from it. What a start. This is 35 of 2 overs.
Well, this is really exciting, I think, for the club because for VOC, you're seeing new players get a go. I think if Max Riddell, Scott Edwards and Peter Saylor here, VOC would win this tournament hands down. 3 international batsmen. That's amazing to have at the club. But this gives people a chance in this team to stand up and be a hero that a lot of people haven't seen open the batting before. It's quite exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I know there were 1 or 2, Corey, you were saying after that defeat yesterday, saying, you know, with those players that you mentioned missing, they're not going to be up for it. They're going to struggle. When I saw them play that second match, and I saw when I was up here with you what they had, I thought, no, I think they've got the balance.
Yep.
I think they've got the depth, and I think also they've got the expertise to win this group. So, you know, I'm not saying that the other teams haven't as well, but this is going to be a good test for them. And at the moment, where they're coming out of it, top trumps.
It's good batting. Single and a single. So last over of the power play here, Chowdhury bowling these full Yorkers. For me, there's no square leg, no deep square. There's only 3 on the leg side. I reckon we might see Tim try sweep again here if he's got it in his locker. Or bowl.
Yes, good delivery. And I think, look, you can, when you get a good over, that the batting side had the over before, it was a good one. They took on Mahmood, got 26 off him. If you get a good ball, you can respect it.
Oh, that's a glorious shot. Oh, brilliant fielding.
Sensational.
Fazal Mahmood out there. He's great at mid-off. He saved 3 runs there. That was going through for 4.
Yeah, Mahmood, that's the second time he's done it. So though he's over went for 26, you could probably say, well, okay, let's take 6 of them off because he's probably saved them out there. It's a good comeback.
Actually, very good over here from Chowdhury after the previous over. Going for quite 26, I believe it was. This is a really good comeback over to finish the power play. This last ball's crucial. I have a feeling Tim de Kock wants to get that boundary in the over. They haven't got it, so I think he's going to take it on, especially with only 2 men out.
Yeah, the Exiles under a bit of pressure. Wants to finish with a dot. Oh, well, he almost finishes without a hand. Forget about a dot, and now he's feeling the pain.
Oh, I hope he's okay. That was hit so hard. I can't believe he got a hand on it. It still went for 4. It flew for 4.
Well, this one, like I said, he wants a dot, but he decided the last minute. I don't know whether he's trying to get his hand out of the way of this or not, but if it went onto the stumps, it would have been a really unfortunate way to get out. This was absolutely creamed.
Oh, if that hits me, I have a history of breaking my fingers. That would have broken all of them. That was hit so hard. But yeah, really good power play. He seems like he's... Oh, here comes the medic, Rico. I swear every time I'm on with you, the medic ends up coming on.
That is actually very true. I mean, this is absolutely stinging it. I mean, okay, he's going to... The only thing that can do is put a bit of that freeze spray on it.
It's not the magic spray again, Rico. Here we go. Now, if the magic spray goes on, I guarantee he'll be okay.
Yeah,
there it is.
Go.
I reckon we're 5 from 5 with magic spray and the fielder recovering. Every time I commentate with you, that magic spray finds its way on the field. What's in it?
I tell you what, every time you're standing up here in the box, all the fielders are saying, "Oh no, it's Corey." One of us is done for.
Oh, brilliant! And look, he's okay. The magic spray does its trick, but this was it. It was thumped, and I'll tell you what, Arnav Jain would have been run out by if the ball was another inch to its left.
I mean, does he save the Sheriff here? Because I think that little touch just helps us go past the Sheriff, the umpire. So maybe the Sheriff has Chowdhury to thank.
Brilliant medics. They do a good job, don't they?
They're doing wonderful. Okay, look, 43 on the board. Perfect start, right? No wickets down. I mean, like for like, 29 without loss is where the Exiles were. So they're way ahead. And will they change their approach, or will they just, now that the power play's done?
Just keep batting. Just keep doing what you're doing. This has been a funny game, cricket. The first 8 overs of Eastern Exiles, they destroyed VOC. And then VOC won the last 2 overs, and then they've won the first 4 overs here. So it's funny how this game has flipped on its head, because after 8 overs, while Eastern Exiles were batting, we were thinking 125, 130.
Yeah.
VOC finished really well with their last 2 overs. And I reckon they've taken that momentum straight into their batting innings, because they're motoring at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they were on a high. I mean, if you remember the scenes when those last 2 overs were bowled, all the noise was coming from the VLC dugout. You saw they were pumped, and that was even before the innings was over. So you're right, they did finish on a high, and I think now they've just taken that out there. And I think that's very important, and that would be the captain and the coach, of course, just saying to the players, look, what you did out there was fantastic. They were all on the buzz. Right, you've only got a quick change over time, and they've taken that enthusiasm out there, and they're performing, and this partnership also looks like it's working.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why we try to teach cricketers not to drop your heads, because for the first 8 overs, they were miles behind in this game.
Yeah.
They got the momentum in those last 2, and they've taken it straight in the bang. It's a 20-over game. So, I mean, it's going to go in its ebbs and flows, but you've got to keep that chin up, because you have your moments to get back in it. And we saw this yesterday, MSK Super Kings against them.
Yeah.
They were on 63 after 5 and got bowled out for 91. So the ebbs and flows in T10 cricket is extreme.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's another thing. I mean, even though this is a flying start, you got 43 on the board of 3 overs. I think both batters now also need to be saying to themselves, I think especially someone like Tim DeCock, he knows that he's probably key. He's a good hitter off the ball. He's got to be saying to himself, yeah, I'm going to play my normal game, but I can't do anything silly. I wouldn't want to get out here because, a couple of wickets, and then all of a sudden it lets the Austin Exiles back into this.
Absolutely. Here we go. Back to the action now. Wakas Raja coming in. And that's a nice shot around the corner. Well, he starts with a bit of a short delivery on the hip. Arnav Jain, well, he just taps it around the corner for 4.
Yeah, and not the best of balls. We've seen that a few times today. A little bit short on the leg side, and it just helped along the way. So now, real pressure on the unbeaten team, the champions from Belgium, the Austin Exiles, that need to find a way to get a breakthrough. Hussain goes for 4 off his first. And now it's just, every time the ball goes in the air, there's a cry of catch it, even whether there's a fielder there or not. They just want this wicket. They know how important it is to get this breakthrough.
Well, there's also similarities with that simple dropped catch before. Remember, Fazal Mahmood was dropped early, and Arnav Jain's been dropped early, and both opening partnerships floundered after that. So you got to hold your catches.
Wide delivery. The cock misses out on this. Still gets the wide.
It missed leg stump by a bee's whisker. Oh, that is so close to leg stump. Still a wide in our rules. Anything down leg, irrespective of the batsman moving to wide. But that was so close to the stumps.
They're bold. They're getting a little bit of respect there from the batter.
Yeah, that's good bowling. Good line, good length. I mean, they have to go at 10 and over still. I mean, if you're an Austin Exile supporter, you're thinking 1 wicket brings 2 wickets. They're not out of this game by any means yet.
Wicket time, wicket time. That's what they're saying, whether it comes or not. It's different matter. One man who's trying is Hussein. Oh, well, that's a great bit of action there. Well, this is Jane diving to get in. Now, I mean, he doesn't have a go. Maybe it's because he hasn't really got the ball under control, but it's worth having a go here.
He caught the ball with his belly, sort of got stuck in his shirt a little bit and couldn't get it released in time, but good from Arnav Jain diving back.
Like it. I do like it. Well, this one is going to be liked by the VOC camp because it is big, it is huge.
All the cars.
And watch out, watch out. There's a good one about. Well, have the cars there, courtesy of Cargest, our car hire partner.
Oh, well
taking
done,
the thumping
Rico.
here.
Oh, you snuck that one in, didn't you? That was really good. Do you win the car if you hit the car? Because it's right behind the tents there. There it is. And that's
pretty close. And well, they're having a look. Well,
no boundary is big enough for Tim de Kock when he gets going. He's so strong. That's flow miles, and I don't think that hit anywhere in the middle of the bat. Like, that went miles when you think about it, and I don't think he fully went at that. He's 32 off 13 now.
He's batting well. And this is up in the air. This is a chance, and it's been taken. That's a really good catch. There's only one man that's going to take that catch, and that's the man who's been exceptional in the field. His one over was expensive, but Faisal Mahmood takes a really good catch. What a big wicket that could prove to be.
Yeah, big wicket in the context of this match because it's the dangerous Tim de Kock that has to go. Nice catch from Faisal Mahmood. He's had a good game with the bat and in the field. And that's the first wicket. He sort of hits the toe of the bat, looking to, it's a bit of a nothing shot in the end. I think he wanted to go leg side, and but in the end, it's a really good catch. And you see how he cushioned his landing, just to make sure it didn't spill out. So a big wicket, and that gives this game maybe another little turn. Tim de Kock, that's a really good T10 innings from him. He's going to have a big week if VOC get close. 32 or 14 with 4 big sixes, striking at 228.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good knock from him. And he got 50 yesterday, remember, of 16 deliveries in that player of the match performance against the Malta Super Kings. And he's just once again showing that he does have the ability to go big. And I think you're right, Corey. I think we're going to, before the week is out, we're going to see a big score from him.
Yeah, absolutely. So Yelter Schoonheim's going to come in at 3. He's the other player that has that sort of fierce striking, ball-hitting ability in this VOC lineup. And there's a lot of pressure now on Arnav Jain to bat through a little bit. So that's a big wicket. And new bowler coming in, Zadran Fahad. Bowling to Arnav Jain now.
Jane, he's got that sort of baseball stance, hasn't he? To bat in the air, waiting, flicks this away. Probably does well not to hit this better, really, because the fielder's placed there just for that.
One thing Arnav's done since he's come in, he's timed the ball really well. He just touched that, flew away. This will be an interesting contest. Yelter Schoonheim, he had a good day with the bat yesterday, and he's pretty important in this team. If he hangs around for 3 or 4 overs, they'll win this easily. He really gets going.
Zadran Fahad is the bowler trying to stop it. They're asking the question. The umpire thinks and puts the finger up. The batter is not convinced. Schoonheim thinks it comes off the pad. Well, we'll have to have a look again because we've got the luxury of using the technology. But the umpire, Charles Croucher, thinks hard about it, long and hard, and in the end, he goes with the appeal and the finger goes up. Be interesting to see this one again, Corey.
Well, was it given out court or given out LBW? It's skimmed his pad, so...
Well, I think the appeal, I think, was for the court behind.
I just not hit it. And you can see the square leg umpire was saying it brushed his leg. So, has he given it out LBW or court behind? Because if it's LBW, I think it's too high. Obviously, it skimmed his pad. And if it's court behind, he didn't hit it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what comes up.
Yeah, I didn't see what the signal was on how he gave it out. David Mark Mallet comes to the crease now, so a promotion for him. He's given it caught behind, so that's unfortunate for Yelter Schoonheim. That one's touched his leg. And you could see the square leg umpire signalling that. So we move on. David Mallet comes to the crease now. So they'll scamper through for a leg by.
Yeah, Fahad does get the breakthrough. He gets Schoonheim early.
Well, that's a big wicket. That's a big moment in the match. That really is a big moment. We said if he bats a few overs.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure on Arnav now.
This one was pretty close by the reaction off the fielding side.
Well, they just need to settle themselves a little bit here. This is a good over from Farhad. He's getting it to go away a little bit. This is a loose shot.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that one just misses by a fraction. And a good over, good fight back. And up in the air, this is a catching opportunity, I think. And it's been taken, it's a really good catch. And doesn't quite find the middle of the bat, and they're up and about now, the Oxenden Exiles. They were under pressure, they were under the cog, weren't they? Especially when Giant and Tim de Kock were hitting the ball all over the place. But now they've removed both the big hitters, and they feel that they're back in front in this tight contest.
Yeah, absolutely. They are back in front. A really impressive over from Farhad. Arnav Jain sort of miscuing that pull shot and gets caught right on the rope. He needed a couple more clubs on it to get it over, but he goes. And what a turnaround in this game now. Big over, a couple of wickets. You can see there, the bat sort of twisted in his hands just enough. And the fielder backtracked, and, well, that's a good, safe catch with only a couple of inches left behind him. So, a couple of big wickets. Arnav, he'll be disappointed to go out straight after Yelcher's been out. It's 3 wickets in the space of 8 balls.
Yeah, I think he felt the pressure there, Corey, because before that last delivery was bowled to him, I just saw him take a couple of steps down the wicket. He was ready for the big shot. He knew and thought that he had to deliver. And he did make really good contact. Doesn't find the middle of the bat, but a very good catch taken. Had to judge it really well. And that's a good catch there from Mohammed Suleiman.
So Pierce Fletcher, the captain, he's in at 5 now. So brilliant over. Well, that over's turned the game on its head a little bit. Ooston Exiles, they'll be feeling probably the happier of the two sides. It's 58 for 3. And a lot of pressure on one of these two to go big. They used to live together, David Muller and Pierce Fletcher. So housemates there at the crease now.
There you go. There should be a pretty good understanding between them then. You shouldn't see any run-outs, he says. But yeah, look, this is a big moment. I mean, you've got those wickets there. They also, that rate just creeps up again.
Well, on the scorecard then, it said LBW for Yelcher Schoonheim. So I'm not too sure how he has been dismissed, but he's out either way. Maybe it was given LBW for me then. If it skims the pad like that, it's difficult to imagine that it would have hit the stumps. But anyway, we move on. Pierce Fletcher, the captain, he's on strike.
Yeah, I mean, that's been amended. Well, this has been hit pretty well. It's in the gap. It's 4 runs. Nice shot.
Yeah, nice shot from Pierce Fletcher, and he's a big man, and when he hits it, it stays hit. He pierces the gap there, and that's a valuable boundary. These two sporting the mustaches and the goatees. Can they get them over the line? What's your thoughts on the old facial hair?
Look, I like it. Why not? I mean, if you can look the part and look cool with it, why not? We saw them giving it a good old stroke yesterday. Sensible, allows this to go by.
So the remaining batsmen in this lineup, you've got Burhan Niaz, Ayaz Durain is going to come in, but Pierce Fletcher's probably the key because of his strike rate. When he hits the ball, it stays here. And I know in the 50-over cricket for VSC, he comes in at like number 9 with a few overs left, and he just whacks sixes. Yeah. So he's the key.
Gets this one through. So sticking with the line here, he's saying he wants to get this ball sort of roundabout outside the off stump, just try to keep it in that guideline on the wide for the umpire. And though he's strayed wide of it a couple of times, this is sort of the area to bowl. I think they're sensing that Fletcher is waiting for it to be in the arc so he can dispatch it. So they're making him, keeping him away from it at the moment. It'd be interesting if he changes his guard here.
I think he might have. Good spot from you, Rico. I think he's batting on off stump a little bit more now.
Well struck.
So that brings on David Muller. He came out of retirement for this tournament.
Yeah,
he went into a sleepless retirement for a year and a half, and he got the call back up. So he'll be looking to enjoy his time out there. He said he was pretty excited to be back playing for the week.
He was very good behind the stumps yesterday and again here today. So it looks like he's never taken a step away from it. Just be a single. Doesn't quite get the timing in. And there comes the throw. Well, that's good to see. I don't mind players having a go. It just basically is saying to the batter, if you want the run, you're going to, well, run for it.
Yeah, didn't get much of that, but he's off the mark. Always a nice feeling. This game is still very, very tight. I feel like Houston Exiles are a little bit ahead. Runs on the board. 2 set new batsmen. One of them needs to get set.
And up in the air, keeps his eye on it and does really well. Really, really well. And they'll probably have a look at it again to see where his feet are. But I think he may just stay in before he touches it. Let's have a look at it again. They're confident that he does.
Well, we'll have a look here. It's a very tight call, so he taps it back right near the rope. We'll have a look here. Hits his arm. I think he's fine. Yeah, really good fielding that. So
good work.
Yeah,
really good work.
He picks it up. Yeah, really good. He saved 5 runs. Well, that could be a huge moment in this game. A huge, huge moment.
Yeah, isn't that a good bit of fielding? Sensational work. It's going to be a wide delivery. Just goes a little bit too wide. Trying to stick to those lines. Yeah, I think that out there, the boundary. I think that's Zohaib Hussain.
Yep.
Sensational.
Just outside the line, just outside tram. Good call wide. This game, oh, it's tight. I tell you what, one of these two stick through. VOC will probably get the win, but if Houston Exiles get maybe one more wicket, it really does start to open up an end.
Firmly struck. We'll go to the man at long off. End of the over. So 68. Score moves on. So 10 of that one. Yep. 3 wickets down. So we're at the 6 over point. And just having a look at the required rate. So around 12 here now.
You could flip a coin. I think you can flip a coin. This is 50-50 for me. What's interesting is they haven't used a 5th bowler yet. So someone's going to have to come in and bowl 2. And he needs to have a good day. I mean, if you're going to bowl 12 balls out of the last 24, there's a lot of pressure on that. But yeah, this is 50-50. I'm going to call it early. I've got the golden ball tingle, Rico. I think this is going right down to the wire.
Another swing and a miss. And again, the reaction from the bowler makes you think that it wasn't that far away. You get a chance to have a look at it here, and it wasn't that far away. And one thing that's very interesting to see for me from this end, and I think I said it in week 2 as well, and I'll go back to it after this delivery. This one is played away, then we'll take the single with. When you see the number of bowls like the one the ball before there that goes over the stumps, it makes you wonder and makes you think about what the umpires have to think when the ball does hit the pad and teams going up for the LBW, because so many times you see it going over the stumps.
Yeah, there's a lot of bounce in the wicket from this end, so you'd think the umpires will have that in the back of their mind. Fahad's bowling brilliantly at the moment.
This one is up in the air, and where's it going to end up? It ends up with 1. Oh, that's great. And this is going to be, well, Faisal Mahmood again. This is incredible. Look, he may have had an expensive over, but he's more than made up for that over that he had. What a stop this is. He just never gives up. Keep an eye on it. I mean, for me, I'm thinking this is a boundary, and it's running in vain. Where does he step here?
Well done.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, well, that's
really good work.
From 2 bits of good fielding, they've saved 7 runs.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really good. The 5 runs saved at deep backward square, and now the 2 runs saved there at deep cover. Great fielding.
Sensational. Got him. And it wasn't the best of shots. He's gone right away across the line, expecting this to come up higher than it does. Fahad has done it again. He takes his 3rd wicket. Fate Jagadade.
Yep, exactly right. He gets the big wicket, and Fahad, well, if they go on to win this game, he might be getting man of the match. He has outstanding figures of 3 for 5. And, well, probably tried to hit that one a little bit too square and threw the shot too early. Unfortunately for him, the short, skiddy bowler gets the big wicket. And Houston Exiles, they're in control of this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big wicket you wanted. Like you said, he's the captain. He can go big. I think that one does stay a little bit low on him. It skids through. He goes for 9 off his 7 deliveries. And pretty decent strike rate.
Yeah, that brings in young Burhan Niaz, it looks like. So, young Burhan, as I mentioned before when he was bowling, plays his cricket in Belgium. He would have faced Oostin Exiles plenty of times. So he knows all the bowlers. That's also helpful. He has to play a bit of a majestic sort of innings here.
Bahad. What a spell it's been from him so far. A couple of deliveries left. 3 wickets, only conceded 5 runs. Good start, full, straight.
If they win this game, he's my man of the match. These figures are phenomenal in the context of the match.
Remember when he came on to bowl as well. Shorter, play down to the man at third. Good pick up and throw. Well, it's a wild throw. It should be thinking about coming back, but I just think that once he gets to the other end here, Niaz, he's got a lot to do to try and come back into the picture.
Yep, that brings the end to a magnificent spell. He's going to finish with 3 for 6, and VOC, well, struggling a bit now, 72 for 4. They need 45 off the last 18. And we'll have a look at the lineups for the next one. MSC Frankfurt versus Albie Zalmi. Well, pretty good game this, I reckon, and I'm looking forward to seeing Kader Khan there for MSC Frankfurt. Good player.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good player as well. Surinder Khan has been in good form as well. But, well, what about Al-Bazami? You can't write them off. They've had a one-on-one so far. And are they the ones that, if they can click, are they the ones to get through the German champions in that match? Well, we'll have to wait and see. For the moment, this is going to be an interesting one because from here on in, it's 15 required. Now, it sounds a lot, but we know, and we've seen already that it's not. We almost saw 30 scored off the over yesterday for an incredible victory.
So that game 5, was it? I missed that.
It was a sensational game. But it's all about keeping the pressure on and getting those runs, getting those boundaries. You're looking at 3 boundaries and over, really, to keep you thereabout. This one's up in the air. Well, good luck, whoever's going to get under it. The bowler's going all over the place. And, well, right at the last minute, he takes himself away from it because I think he thinks the fielder's coming in. Oh, well, this is dropped dead bang in the middle. I tell you what, if I'm the bowler and I'm seeing Faisal Mahmood coming, I'm going to leave it because if anybody can catch this, he can. Look, he does everything. Then right here, he's in, okay, I'll leave it.
Oh, no. Yeah, he ran all the way back and then pulled his hand out last minute, but Burhan Niaz gets a little bit of luck there. What can David Mullett do now?
Gone over the top, has he? Well, he's lobbed the fielder beautifully. They come back for 2, and they make it. So just not hitting cleanly. I mean, it was the right shot to play.
I think Wackers might have hurt his hand a little bit there. But, yeah, he just cleared the cover fieldsman off the toe of the bat. It's getting desperate times here for VOC. They really need to find a boundary somewhere. You imagine Wackers is going to bowl 2 overs at the death here.
Yeah, I mean, he's the one you were saying, weren't you, that they're going to have to find another bowler. And it looks like it's Wackers. Oh, that's unlucky. This is a wild swing, really, isn't it, for Mullet? And this, I thought for a moment, it's going to clatter into the off stump. It doesn't. Somehow it misses.
Yeah, they've got to, I don't know how they're going to do it, but they've got to find a boundary very soon. They've got to relieve a little bit of this pressure.
Yep.
42 off 15 now. He's got to stay a little bit more still. Get that full face of the bat coming through.
Got it, middle peg. And that's the one. He said, okay, I missed before, but this time I ain't going to miss. And well bowled. He gets that Yorker length delivery in. Very difficult for, well, any batter, especially when you're trying to score 3 boundaries and over to try and get hold of this. And he's executed his plan perfectly, the bowler there.
Yeah, good bowling. He gets the Yorker in. It sort of tails in just a little bit. And, well, it's pretty impossible to power hit big deliveries like that. And it's good bowling. Another wicket falls. And they're in a bit of strife now. It's VOC. As Ayaz Durrani comes to the crease. And David Mullett couldn't get going in that innings. He'll be disappointed. But yeah, this game, we said on the Comcam, it goes in ebbs and flows. And it's been like that the whole time. And right now, it's all Oostin Exiles.
It is, and I think they held the nerve well. I mean, a lot of teams, when you're under that sort of pressure, I mean, just to rewind a little bit, 9 of the first over, and that 9 turned into 35 of 2, then 43 of 3. They needed a breakthrough, and they got that wicket, didn't they, in the 4th, with the Sohail Hussain picking one up, and then that terrific over from Farhad and his terrific spell. Well, that was the game changer, picking up 3 wickets for 6 runs. So another swing and a miss, and all of a sudden you can see with the taste of victory, even Waqas Ali is finding a little bit of extra pace in his bowling, and they're being boosted, they're uplifted here.
Yeah, they are, and it's going to be a bit of a miracle if VOC are going to get close to this total now. Most in Exiles doing everything well. Can Ayaz Durrani get a boundary and breathe some life into this contest?
Swinging and missing, and that's the end of the over, and it's a very good first over from Ali. Picks up a wicket and only conceding just 3 runs. I mean, it's this is for me typical T10, isn't it? We've seen in both innings, we've seen both teams on top. You know, one moment is the batters.
Yep.
They're having a great time out there. You think, yeah, okay. And then the bowlers hit back, and this same thing has happened in this one. It started good for VOC. They looked on course, but of course, as we said, a wicket, you get a wicket and everything changes, and that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, as soon as that wicket fell of Tim de Kock in the 4th over, that line just hasn't been able to get any momentum, and they've lost a wicket every over. So, unfortunately for them, they just keep losing wickets at the wrong time. Not if you're an Ocean Exiles supporter, though. And Berhan Nihaz do. So, well, we'll look back at the injury earlier.
Yeah, that's why he's not on the pitch. This is hit up in the air, another opportunity. Oh, and he chested it, but he gets the throw in pretty quickly. But wicket goes down, and he can't believe it. He's terribly disappointed with himself, and that's Mohammed Suleiman.
Yeah, he drops the sitter.
Oh.
You can see how disappointed he is. The cap comes off, and he's hitting himself. And Berhan hit it straight to the fielder and gets a life.
Not a happy chappy. Okay, good luck. Wicketkeeper surely got to want this one. Is he going to get there? No, the bowler says, I'll take it. Oh, wow, it's all happening out there. 4 of them end up surrounding this. He's trying to take this mid-air. Well, this would have been a sensational catch. I mean, how about that? If you want action, you want entertainment, do not look away. How about this? I mean, look, he's got it a long way. Do we get him in the shot here? Well, this is the one before that goes down.
Oh, well, the cameraman can't keep up with how many drops we're seeing.
This is the one afterwards. Down the ground. I think the thing is, all of this happening, all this action, the thing is, though, the ball is staying on the field. The player's not going to the boundaries. So it's even though there's a few errors in the field there from Mustend, they're well on top here.
Yeah, absolutely. They haven't been able to find a boundary for quite some time now. So that is miscued to deep mid-wicket. That sort of sums up the last 3 overs. This run chase has fallen flat, a couple of wickets. And unfortunately for VOC, they haven't been able to find a boundary, and they're a long way away.
Yeah. And this is Adil D1 Ali. It's bowled pretty well so far. Avoided being hit for a boundary. I suspect that he's maybe just getting this to move away slightly.
I think a few of the VOC players have been guilty of over-hitting. I think they're trying to hit a 6 that's going 120 metres instead of just timing the ball.
Timing it, yeah. Certainly seems that way. I mean, there's not too much movement here, just all about getting in the right position as well. Full toss. This is hit pretty hard. It's the slower delivery. Can be quite effective. It'll be full and straight. And more applause and more joyful cheers and applause, because that's another good over. It's tidy. And here comes the throw.
Yeah, so just the single, that basically wraps it up, and unless we get 6 sixes and see a golden ball, but I don't think we're going to see that. And Ocean Exiles, well, they've been able to string a good couple of overs together, and that's why they're probably going to go away and get the victory, and they're going to be undefeated in Group D so far.
I mean, it's done extremely well. And we go into the last over. Straight into him. They will scamper through to take the single. Well,
he's chipped the stumps.
He's chipped the stumps, and he's got this in the gut of the keeper. Well, nice take there from Sultan Diwan Ali.
I don't know how he actually was able to get such air on that kick, but he chipped the stumps as he runs up. He goes with the old left juke, and he got the lob on it. It's an unbelievable kick.
Here we go.
It's pretty hard to do that.
That's really hard to do. So, just going through the motions here now. The Exiles, so they're keeping their unbeaten run intact. 3 from 3. Looks like it's pretty wide, but I think he's gone a long way outside.
Yeah, he moved outside the leg stump,
Yep.
so it actually made him feel like it was a wide, but that's good bowling. That was definitely inside the tram line.
Yeah, well bowled indeed. And having a look at the umps, and umps saying, nah, you've got to stand still. Ali, he's bowled well, hasn't he? Edge, gone. Adios, and it's another one. And he's bowled very well, Ali. Picks up his second wicket. Conceded just 3 runs, 2 for 3 now, with still 3 deliveries left in his spell.
Yep, and another wicket falls. He kept moving outside leg stump to try to give himself room, but the room was already there, and he gets a feather edge, and Ayaz Durrani's out, caught behind, just a little touch on it. Nice safe hand from the keeper there, T10 Ali. So this game meandering out now at the back end, and it was that middle overs, wasn't it? Just at the start, it was all VOC and those couple of wickets, and they just haven't been able to recover.
Yeah, they haven't been able to recover. I think you make a good point that maybe some of the batters that have come out there that have played and missed are trying to hit the ball too hard rather than concentrating on just getting the timing in and having a look at where the fielders are. Too many dot balls, and that, of course, puts a lot of pressure on the batters then coming in because they're feeling that they've got to go from the word go.
Can I just say, I love the black baggy hat. That is gorgeous.
They do look the part. I was saying before, I love the detail on the shirts. You can just see that there in the shot, and the baggies make it for me. Yeah, we'll just drop short for the fielder. Great effort, though. And think about taking the cheeky second, but Diwani said no way.
It's good to see that. I mean, the game's over, but you're still throwing your body around as much as you can. It's good to see. Trying to get a catch that was never there.
He lands quite heavily on that shoulder, but he still smiles. And the shades stay on as well. That's important. 2 more deliveries to complete this match. And this one is a swing and a miss. So just to remind you, straight after this, after a short break, we come back with, well, again, it's going to be MSC Frankfurt. And they've made a good, impressive start as well. And they're up against Albazalmi, the champions from Sweden. And that's going to be quite a tasty match as well.
Houston Exiles, they deserve the win here. Overall, they've played the better cricket.
Well, this one will be out of the ground, so they finish with a decent shot. That's a good shot from the Aussie, and he gets a pat on the head from players that know him very well. They won't mind him getting this 6 in to finish the innings. They finish on 88, and like I say, it was a terrific start. We've talked about the story of 2 halves, and this certainly has been for VOC. They started really well, started brightly, but it was that 5th over from Fahad that caused the damage. They ended up 58 for 3, and then really after that, they've just struggled, only scoring another 30 runs in the last 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Those wickets that fell in the middle came at the right time for Houston Exiles, and the new batsmen just couldn't get themselves in, and unfortunately for VOC, they'll be disappointed not to win this one, but sometimes you've got to tap your hat to the opposition, and Houston Exiles, out of the 20 overs in the match, I reckon probably won around about 14 altogether. So usually if you're winning that many, you're going to win. And we'll take a quick look at the highlights to wrap it up. And there was a bit of sensational fielding from Fazal Mahmood.
Mahmood, I mean that was a terrible drop. But Fazal Mahmood, he was on fire. And look, it didn't really matter in this particular contest. But when you think of some of the runs that were stopped, look, there he is again. I mean, yeah, give yourself a clap because he's done sensational work. But this one hurt. This was the one that hits him on his hand, and well, he had to go off. He received some attention to Hel Chowdhury while he was on the field, but then he had to go off, and of course they'll be hoping he's okay because he's quite a key player for them. But look, there he is again, and Mahmood, he was just fantastic. We also saw that stop on the boundary as well from him. We saw a good stop on the boundary the other side. And well, this was the decision. This one's up in the air, and a good catch this was as well. He knew he was close to the boundary. Make sure he doesn't step over, and that's one man who's really, really happy about things. And manager Adnan and Faisal, the coach Faisal Khalik, well, they'll be very pleased with what the Austin Exiles have done here today. But little things like that, like I said, it didn't make a big difference in this match, but if this is a closer match, all of those dynamic bits of fielding make such a big difference in a match like this.
Yeah, absolutely. They did all the little things right. There was a few little funny moments right at the end, but this is when the game was basically dead. And good bowling from Wackus right at the death to get a couple of Yorks in. But you're right, Rico, all the little things, besides these spills right at the end, they were sensational. And they saved, we think, about 7 or 8 runs on the outer field ringing, and that sort of kept VOC at bay, and they couldn't get into this chase in the end, and they fell pretty much short by 28.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good performance, I think, all round. I think you said it, Corey. There was a nice shot there, nice moment there from Niazi, hitting a huge 6. Well, this one, man, he's pumped up, Sohail Chowdhury, but he's also wrapped up. He's got his hand bandaged up quite heavily. One of a few players, actually, that have had some hand injuries. But look, this one is coming up next, and you can see there, MSC Frankfurt, they're looking to make it 3 from 3 as well. But Alami Zalmi, well, they're looking to make their mark. They've 1 from 1 at the moment. And, well, I'm just having a look down there, and Azam Khalil is in the lineup, but he was another player that had his hand well bandaged up yesterday. But they'll be hoping that Rahul Khan can make an imprint on this this group so far. Hasn't really got going out of Sabata. If he can and give support to Azam there, that's going to be an exciting match. But let's have a look at this scorecard.
Yeah, we see this quite a lot in T10 matches where the 2 openers get away in the power play with the field up, and then the middle order struggle in the middle orders because everyone's on the rope and they sky it, they get out, and I just think they were overhitting a little bit. It was a big decision against Yelcha Schoonheim as well. Very interesting decision, which hurts him. He goes for a golden duck, and it sort of changed the game a little bit, but they'll be disappointed. I want to give a little bit of credit to one man, though. For me, Zadra and Fahad. I know Fazal Mahmood's had a great game with the bat and in the field, didn't bowl well, but to bowl in the middle when your team's behind and get 3 for 6, he's my man of the match. That is unbelievable figures.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really tight one. I'll tell you why, because, I mean, Fazal Mahmood, I think his score was important, but I think in the field, and he took that most important
3
catch.
for 6, Rico.
Yeah, I know,
3 for 6.
But that first catch against, I mean, he gets a key batter out.
Yeah, true.
And that broke the momentum. But you're absolutely right. I mean, yeah,
both of them.
I love it. Can we split it?
I think we could.
We
could actually
do that?
give 2 man of the matches.
Can we have men of the match for this one?
You possibly could, but they ended up running away, 28-run victors, and they're undefeated, Austin Exiles. And in this, what we were calling the group of death, well, you sort of see them being the front runners, and basically they've got a good chance of making Super Thursday in that top 3 position.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know who's got it?
Who got it?
Go on.
Yeah,
Smile.
Zadran. Yeah,
Smile, Zadran. Zadran for hard. Yeah,
yeah,
he's got
3
it.
for 6.
And look, it could be any one of those 2, but yeah, well done. It's great. The thing is great performance. Isn't it great when, as a team, you've got somebody who scored some runs, somebody who's thrown himself about in the field, taking a great catch, and also a bowler just done well. That again shows it's what we talk about. The team that's going to end up being the champions here is a team that's going to have the strength, the depth, and the skill in their lineup. And I think Austin Exiles, they're showing they've got that, and that's why at the moment they're sitting pretty at the top, unbeaten.
Yep, they are sitting pretty. Now VOC are in a bit of a fight to try and get that 3rd place, you feel, in this group, but it's a really tight group. Even Malta Super Kings at the bottom there with 2 losses, they're a better side than that. We're going to see some things. I think Albu Zalmi we haven't seen the best of, and Capel Giants have shown they're no easy beat. So it's a pretty hot group, but Austin Exiles, congratulations to them because they're shooting through to the top.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, it gives us an opportunity to take a very short break. I know that Corey is going to enjoy his break now, and well, I'm going to be welcoming back Mr. Maximo into the commentators box here as we get ready and get set for the next match coming up. It's going to be match number 8. It's going to be MSC Frankfurt taking on Al Mizami. So you've got the champions from Germany against the champions of Sweden. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, in just under 15 minutes time for the start of that one.
how we play cricket.
On the Costa del Sol.
welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Having a great time out here. We've got Luna, Enzo and Fergus. They're enjoying a little bit of cricket and a few games as well. We have another game coming up now. It's the middle game of the day, match 8 between MSC Frankfurt and Albi Zalmi. So we're going to see the champions of Germany and Sweden going head-to-head in the next contest. Let's go down to the middle where Sir Rob Kemming is with two captains.
Let's keep it.
We will bet first.
Good. Thank you.
Well, it is keeper that comes up, and the Germans, they've won the toss. They've elected to bat first. Good confident move, I think, for them. We're going to see Mini Boom Boom out there opening up for sure. Well, the kids are going to bring the Boom Boom, I think, very, very shortly. But out there in the middle, Frankfurt, they're 2-0. They're flying really at the moment. Had a bit of a test against the Giants earlier today, but Albi Zalmi 1-1. Bit disappointed with the first day, I think they would be after going down in a tight one to the Exiles. But anyway, well, it's been great to be here with the kids, and now we're going to play some cricket. Let's go over to the commentary box where Rico Full is waiting. Let's get ready for the first ball. All right, Enzo, go and give it a whack. He'll show you how it's done.
Oh, loving that. And good hitting there. Hitting the ball pretty well. A few joggers and maybe a few bullets there as well. Loving the kids involved in the cricket here in this beautiful Cartama Oval cricket ground. Lovely surroundings. It's always a magnificent view, and when the sun is shining, it's even more special. And well, speaking of special, I think this is going to be a special match. MSC Frankfurt, well, they're unbeaten, and they're looking to do what the Ostend Exiles have done, the champions of Belgium, and that's continue in their winning way. They're going to have a bat first, winning the toss, and deciding that while the sun is shining, why not? Let's go out there and put the runs on the board. Albi Zalmi, they've played 1-1 and lost 1. And they'll be looking to see if people like Rahel Khan and also Al-Zohai, I think I've been very pleased with the way that he's taken to this format. Zia Khan has batted well and he's bowled well as well. But this is what the bat versus ball wall says. It reckons that Frankfurt are going to put 96 on the board and restrict Al-Mazami to 92. And you can see the average runs very similar, both these teams, but runs against, though, that's the issue, I think, for Al-Mazami. They've just got to be a little bit tighter, maybe try and control some of the wides. Big question for me is Azim Khalik going to be able to bowl? I know he's in the side. I know he's got a bit of a nasty injury to his hand. One of a few players that have had troubles with that when they're in the field. So it was well bandaged up yesterday. And he did say that when he finished the last game they played yesterday, he was in a fair bit of discomfort when he was bowling, and a couple of deliveries he bowled. He really did feel it. It's going to be, well, Shahid Afridi, the junior, and Baby Boom Boom. He's going to be opening up. He had a good day earlier with the ball and in the field, but it wasn't his best with the bat. He'll be looking to make amends for that. And the non-striker with him is going to be Amin Khan. Loving those kits once more. As I keep saying, I think every team has got such a distinct colour about them. And this blue, I do like the blue on Al-Mazalmi. So just once again, recap that it was the German champions that won the coin toss. And they are going to have a bat. See the bowler getting ready to bowl the first delivery, and it's going to be Momand. Got a good bit of pace about him. Afridi gets ready, and we're off. Left armour gets this into the body, and yeah, I mean, we've seen teams taking those runs. I mean, Khan just maybe a little bit shy to leave his crease. Dot ball first up from Momand. No fielder behind the bat, so they've opted for leg side protection and long on. This one is into the body, and Amin does get to the other end. Our men in black out there, Stefan Gooch, who's currently at the bowler's end, and Tyrone Peters. And that Tyrone would want to say a big hello to Amy, who's watching and well, watching and understanding the game each day, no doubt, Amy. And remember, Amy, you can get involved in the chat. Why don't you subscribe and send us a message? Lot of good people on there at the moment. They'll help you out as well. Any questions you have about the game? It's a good way actually to do it, Amy. Just put a question on the chat, and I'm sure that the likes of Keanu Nolan and one or few others on there will help you out. Right. Defensive start from Amin Khan. Dot ball is a good ball. As you say, dot balls are gold dust. FC Frankfurt unbeaten. Had a good start early this morning. Posted 110. Looked like they could have gone maybe bigger. Only second to Khan on that occasion. Scoring the runs, got 50 odd on the board, but they did restrict the Giants. In the air, just miscue it, and the fielder, well, for a moment I thought he's come in too much and he's going to just drop over his head inside the field of play, but you can see it goes all the way. That's well hit, actually. He's a little man, maybe don't let that deceive you. Gets a fair bit on this, good hand speed, and keep an eye on it. Yeah, I mean, it clears him quite comfortably in the end. Nice shot to the first boundary of the innings. And it's ace. 6 runs to Amin Khan. And I'm in there. Well, maybe he's a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde character. He sort of misguides you, doesn't he, with that defensive shot. And the bowler thinks, okay, this is going to be easy. And next thing you know, he's sending the ball to the boundary. Tricky character. Khan. Momand will want to finish well. This is hit hard and big. Balle, balle, balle. What a nice shot that is. And the little man, well, he does it again. He does the defensive shot and then hits the big one. Oh, look at that. He's getting a little rub on the head from Afridi. Or maybe that's the lucky needs. Afridi just rubs his head and says, there you go. There's a little bit more strength and power coming your way. Nice way to end the over. 13 on the board. Courtesy of 2 big Maximos. Not from Afridi, but from Khan. The little man. Amin. Nicely played. So you can see that it's not just Afridi who's the danger man. He's on strike here now. Mini boom boom. And just adjusting the field slightly here. That's a nice shot there of the field set. Qureshi slices this away. And, good bit of fielding, good throw-in as well. I mean, had to be quick. Qureshi's got quite an interesting action, doesn't he? Taz Qureshi sort of keeps his arm, his bowling arm, quite wide from his body, and he's sort of going for a twisty action off the wrist as he's running up to bowl. Maybe you'll catch it here on your screen. Here we go. Short and well played. That's a good shot. Good shot to play inside the power play. Just a little bit too short and too wide. And Amin Khan, he gets another boundary. Not a 6 this time, 4. So 2 6s and a 4. And of course, that means he wants more. He's looking good, looking powerful. 16 of just 5 deliveries. And just having a little discussion there about the field. The captain, Rahil Khan, just comes up to the bowl and says, look, are you happy with this field? And I think he's saying, yeah, for now, Skip, it's okay. I won't bowl it there again. He doesn't, he pitches it up and it gets sent big. What a lovely shot this is. Looking dangerous, Amin Khan. And there's that rub off the helmet again. Well, he just says that if I keep rubbing it, it'll get better. This is a really nice shot. So Taz, after the one short that was hit over the top on the offside, goes full. And this one gets hit big straight over, long on. This time, hammers it straight and decides no run there as it goes straight to mid-off. The dot ball. But that seems to be the pattern with Amin Khan. He gets a dot or two, and then the next one goes sailing over the boundary. Qureshi, can he do something about it? Pitched up again, but a little bit fuller. Can't get underneath it, so it goes along the deck to the man at long on. Takes a single. Last ball of the second. Can Qureshi send one back? And yes, he can. And it's boom, boom, Afridi that goes. Well, there's no boom, boom off the bat. It's boom, boom from the bowler, hitting the stumps. He plays all around this. He may have actually chopped this on. And have a look at it. But Qureshi gets the wicket that they need. But on this occasion, though, it's not Afridi. That's the danger man. And, yeah, just straight onto the stumps. And you can see delight from Qureshi. Yeah, he's loving that. He's loving his moment. So they get the breakthrough at the end of the second. 25 for 1. So new batter comes in. And it's going to be Manu made a good impression in the earlier match. Second Khan, the captain. Oh, this is delightful. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona. Ginna bada shaka. Well, it's nicely played. And you can see that, I mean, he goes to his captain, Saginda, and said, look, you got to rub me on my head. You got to do what Afridi was doing. Just keep charging me up. And Saginda says, okay, if you want. Nice shot, good pick up. Say, come on, rub me on my head, rub me on my head. He doesn't get the love there from his captain. He's got to work on that. And 4 more. Gundy ball, too short, down the leg side. It just helps it along the way. And racing away here is Amin Khan. Moves on to 33 off 10 deliveries. And you can see Rahel, the captain, just having a word with the bowler and say, come on, let's get this right. All the run, I mean, it's quite amazing. Look at the score, 35 for 1 on the board. And Amin Khan, he's got 33 of them. Comes Afzal once more. Oh, he's put everything into this, but has he got the distance as well? 2 fielders coming towards each other. That is a fantastic catch. And they are stunned. They are stunned. This has been taken. What a good catch this is. Oh, that is awesome. Absolute awesome. And, well, he's a damn good cricketer, isn't he? And I think that's Zia Khan Al-Ozai that takes that. This is a sensational catch. I mean, he had to be aware of the other fielder that's coming his way as well. I thought for a moment they're going to collide. You can see just one of them taken off there. But look at this. This is a super catch. He's literally plucked that from going over the boundary. That is sensational. We've seen some drops today, but we've seen something sensational. Well, it needed something sensational to get rid of Amin. He was on fire, but now that fire has been put out. Al-Ozai takes the catch, and what a good moment. What a good time to bring into the commentary box Mr. Maximo.
World-class catch from Zia Al-Ozai. What a tournament he is having so far for Al-Bizami. Some of his teammates haven't quite delivered the goods yet, but Zia has been on fire. And yeah, you're right, the way that he manoeuvred around the other fielder and manoeuvred within the rope was incredible. As we see Walid Khan coming out at number 4. Well, my coach always used to say, Rico, that a couple of wickets can change a game. And we certainly saw that, didn't we, in the last game between FC Rotterdam and the Belgians, Austin Exiles. And, once again, you see here, off to a flyer, but now 2 new batters at the crease. Let's see if that run rate comes down from 13.5, which is what it is at the moment.
Yeah, just places back to the bowler. It's sort of been the pattern. We saw Amin do this a lot as well. If it's a good ball, they're quite happy to respect it. Keep it a dot, but every time it's a bad one, it gets put away.
Yeah, crucial couple of overs now.
This time, just guys is away to the cover area. Fielder comes in, attacks, but not able to get there.
End of the over, and it is 37 for 2. Yeah, I kind of like this from Sikandar Khan. I mean, he made a bunch of runs in the last game, but he still didn't open. I think he's giving that opportunity. He saw what Amin could do there. It's a matter of time till he goes off. You've got to find that balance between, batting the players that are in form and also exposing other batters to the music. As we see, Austin Exiles, after their 3rd win, what a win it was against the defending champions at top of the table. MSC Frankfurt, the only other undefeated team, but Albies Army, they can join MSC Frankfurt on 4 points if they win this game. Expecting a lot of close contests this week. I'm sure this will be no exception. And here's the main man, Zia Alazai.
It's nicely played. This will be 4 runs. And it's all about timing. And once it gets going on this outfield, it doesn't stop. It's going to take something pretty quick to catch up these kookaburras once they're going and flying across this beautiful, smooth surface.
You could get a better day for cricket, really, could you? And this outfield, a bit of dewing up this morning, but it's quickening up now. This one just kept rolling down the river. 4 runs.
Nice to see you playing a bit of cricket yourself with some of the youngsters.
Yeah, they were great, actually.
They teach you a thing or two? Slow delivery. It's nicely just tickled away.
Well, did you see that? That was Enzo that was whacking the balls off the tee. They had some great games down there. They had Richard Lake and Samir Nayak. They've got a bit of an open week for kids to come down and get involved. So those kids, we had Fergus and Luna there and Enzo. They were between 5 and 8 years old. And we've got a few more that have come in as well that have joined in the fun. So, yeah, if you do have kids in the area, come on down, have a go at cricket.
Short. Sort of punches this down the ground. I think he would have liked to try to get this over that man inside the ring. He's looking perhaps to go over to the extra cover area, but the key thing is it's safe. These two just being a little bit cautious. They don't want to lose a wicket straight away here after those 2 that have gone down already. Slow delivery again, holds his right back, comes out the back of the hand. And, almost miscommunication. I mean, there probably would have been 2 there.
Well, they went on the fumble. I actually saw what happened there. That Molly can't. Some teams, they've got this plan. They run hard the first. If there's any fumble, they go. But there's some fumbles that don't really get away from the fielder. You see that he fumbles this, but then he jumps on it again quickly. So, I mean, it might have been a run out. Good throw. I think still could have been a run out. But it's good to see them looking for those second runs and having that intent.
This one, attempted Yorker, ends up being a bit of a full total, but they will take 2 here. I mean, oh my God, it's actually gone to the boundary. I can't believe this. Well, I never thought that this was going to get to the boundary. This is a humdinger off a clanger from the fielder, and it's from a very good player as well. Moman gets this completely wrong.
He's been such a good fielder. Now, what happened here? I must admit, took my eyes off the play. I was watching the batters. All right, so this is probably not going to make this bound. There's the first fumble, and then what happened next? Well, unfortunately, his teammate couldn't get there. Sami Khalil.
And this will be 4 more, and this is really going to hurt the bowler. First, there's a boundary. That should never have been. And then there's an edge that goes to the boundary again. So just accelerating, getting past the 50 now. So 52 on the board, and that's after 4 overs.
Well, very, very good day to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. It's great to have your company. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. And just spent that last game, we're watching intently from the fan zone. The Belgian and the Dutch going at it. But I have to say, really enjoyed spending a bit of time with the kids. And they're doing a great job. And you saw, but it was really important that I showed some of the kids what a Maximo looked like. So I put a ball, what you didn't say, I put a ball on the tee. And Samir, well, he was just about 5 metres away. and, well, I almost killed him, even though it was a soft ball. But anyway, sorry about that, Samir, but sometimes you just got to show
But you wanted to demonstrate a
what it's all
maximum.
about. Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they found it. And Samir, let's just say, it's not sure if he had to change his underwear.
It's not another man who's got his hand bandaged now, is it? Or his head, for that matter. He sweeps this, but there is a fielder back there.
Yeah, no, isn't it great to see? There's some kids a bit younger. We've seen a lot of the high school kids coming in as part of the cricket school project, but it's a week off school this week in the area. So yeah, we're getting just some more younger kids in and showing them what it's all about. Here's Azam Khalil.
Nicely played, work to be done. Man patrolling the boundary does, and they're taking him on. And this is really good running. Very good running indeed. And Waleed Khan showing that he's quite nippy running in between the wickets.
Yeah, certainly I like this urgency. Mentioned it last over.
So mistrike will be a single. So I was saying that it'd be interesting to see how Azim Khalil bowls, because he had a bit of a nasty injury to his fingers. So far it seems to be okay. Oh, that's well bowled. And he's asking the question, and he really wants this, but I did hear a bit about what's happening here. Where does this ball end up?
It's a very loud appeal for 11 people, but it's only one person that appeals. Azam, we liked it. I think just sliding down, I think.
He does.
Ismail's there. He looked back to say, what do you think to the keeper? He wasn't there. He's chasing the ball.
Be another single. It's a great appeal from Azam. Stefan Gooch, you saw in the picture there, shaking his head, saying, "No, sorry, mate, not on this occasion." I'm pretty sure that did catch a bit of the bat. And he's got a fair chunk of this, and this does go to the boundary, and that's hidden in those bushes. Watch out for the snakes finding those, boys. But good shot. It was just 5. We'll run a ball off the over until the last one, and that's gone big. Just a little bit too short, and he's onto it quickly. 11 come off that over. 6 more. And that score now moves into the 60s. 63. And 5 overs gone. And both these batters look pretty set. But it's Waleed Khan that seems to be leading the charge.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of Waleed Khan so far in this series, but they've got a bunch of good hitters. We know that. Love their approach. A lot of people saying MSC Frankfurt favourites. Well, I mean, the Belgians, they were pretty clinical, weren't they, in that last game? You saw Faisal Mahmood coming good. Obviously, Suleiman's always a dangerous customer. VSC Rotterdam, that'll be interesting to see them return. Played last game of the day against Albi Zalmi. So that'll be another fascinating contest.
My ball gets the line wrong here. Yeah. So we're going for Usman Jabba. He's having his first bowl. Certainly don't recognise the name or the face from yesterday. This is hit pretty straight down the ground. Doesn't quite get it out of the middle of the bat. So again, good running. They're certainly taking on the fielders, and that plays on the back of the mind if you're there on the boundary, because you know that ball's coming your way. The batters aren't going to take you on, so you've got to take it cleanly, get the throw in, and it makes or creates mistakes and opportunities. Slower delivery, holds his bat, rolls fingers over it. And the batter plays the shot far too early. Sikander Khan, a good start to the day, didn't he? Mentioned he's 53 of 28 deliveries, which earned him the player of the match in the first match of the day today against the Calpe Giants. And plays all around this one as well. So a couple of dots here.
Good slow ball by Jabbar. And that is a weapon that he uses, particularly in the back end of the innings. Just getting the better of Sikander a couple of times, but he's a very experienced player, Sikander Khan. This game hanging in the balance, I think, at the moment.
And he tries to come down again. He's got to get back. Oh, well, I think I'd like to see this again. He doesn't get back. If the keeper releases the ball, I think he could have had him here, you know. Let's have a look. He comes out and he sort of holds the pose there for an age. Outside his crease, and if he releases that, I think he could have had him. Little change in the field, gets a few words, the bowler, and you can see, I think this is a big shot. He goes for it. Has he got enough of it? Just fingertips, and the bowler goes down on his hunches. You can't believe it. But there's enough, and I just sensed it was going to come after those dot balls built up. Dot balls create pressure, and Sikandar Khan on this occasion gets lucky just over the fielder. His fingertips here for sure. This time you see he waits for it and just goes through, and I think the fielder thinks maybe he should have had it. This is well hit, but in the direction of the fielder. Got an interesting field set there. That's where they think Sikandar's going to go for these. Just clears the infielder, but he's got some support there at the back end of the over. So just started to claw their way back into this with getting those couple of wickets, and now slowing the run rate down a bit. 73 for 2 at the end of 6.
Yeah, we talked about the group of death ever since we had the fixtures released, or the groups released, Rico. It certainly hasn't let us down so far. Every time we have a game on here in Group D, it's must-watch stuff, and we haven't seen too many games dominated by one team. And certainly when it has, sometimes it's been the team you wouldn't expect, like MSC Frankfurt yesterday in the opener of Week 4. I'm really excited about what's to come. Here's the Al-Azhar coming back to bowl out.
It's a guided, trying to get it through the gap, but this time it's well patrolled, well picked up. Oh, well, communication fail, and this is going to be really close. And they're not going upstairs on this one, or are they? I didn't see the signal. Well, I thought this was probably, was one batter just holding up the crease to allow the other through, or was it?
I'm not sure he has the ball.
Total miscommunication.
Sure. We'll get a look at it here. And it was all about whether Ismail Zia gathers the ball. Have a look here. It's pretty close.
He does have the ball. I mean,
it's pretty close. Again, we'll see this now. We'll try and get the exact moment. Yeah, he's still out. Oh, I think he's gone.
He's gone. He's out. Yeah,
gone.
He's out. He seems very confident that he's made it in, you know. But I think he's going to get the message here in a minute. Keep an eye on the umpires are going to come together now. Yeah, he is gone. So the two umpires will wait for the third umpire. Third umpire here is Asad Ali. So Asad Ali will give, there we go. And yeah, fingers up in the air from Tyrone Peters. So that's a strange one. I mean, there's total miscommunication. I mean, it was a throw from Afzal. And really, again, we've seen some strange running.
Sometimes nobody knows it's out on the field. I'm talking about the umpires, the players, but there was an appeal. Yeah. So, you know, for sure, had to be looked at. And the first, I saw the ball get away from Ismail Zia, so I thought, well, maybe the reason there's not much chat is because maybe the ball got away, but you could clearly see he was holding the ball. He breaks the stumps. That's disappointment for Sikandar Khan. He's had a good day, but he gets run out on this occasion. And well, he's run out for 19 in the end. The score is 74 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, he will be disappointed because there was really no need for this. It really wasn't. These two came together. You see they're just prodding the ball around. I mean, he's got some runs on the board. Waleed Khan as well, getting the partnership together. They haven't really taken any risk, and they have run well. And then all of a sudden, well, that was a crazy one. It really was. I mean, he was running to the danger end, so he knew what it was all about. It's well hit. There's a fielder out there. Just take the single. And, it's Singh that's come out. Now, Singh came out towards the end of their last match, and he hit the ball pretty well. I mean, he only got a chance to strike a couple, but when he did, he he did look like a pretty good stroke player. Slow delivery, and oh, fingertips just over the keeper here. And Ismail Zia, he can't do any more about this. He's jumping as high as he can, but he can't stop it. And Al-Ozai, he makes things happen. He's taken a brilliant catch already. He's got a wicket. And this one, well, just goes over the wicketkeeper, and he does the double teapot. Does the bowler. The wicketkeeper, I don't know what you can call that. The ballerina bit? That's the ballerina? I don't know.
Well.
Slow ball, clever, and dot.
It's a big swing from Walid Khan. Well, he hits this. I think it might be landing in Germany. Huge swing.
So you can feel the tension in this match, can't you, between the two teams? It's a big one. It's a biggie. Well, this is slow, but it was short, and the grunt did not help. He did not disguise it, and this has been smashed by Khan. It goes for a big 6, nice hit, and wasn't the best of deliveries. The slower one, the fake grunt of the batter. He says, "Thank you very much." Boom, shakalaka.
Well, we knew if he connected, that one was going to go the journey. We weren't disappointed. Al-Ozai has gone for 27 this game.
It's firmly hit. Shouts to catch it. Well, catch it with what? It's a good fielding though. Slides across. This was really hit hard, and I felt he looked back at the batter, but he didn't hit it. Have a look at the other guy.
See, Al-Ozai's had a pretty good week, but he almost doesn't make it to Wednesday because this one would have been lights out.
I'm so glad he doesn't get a hand here, because this one you could see if that hit his hand, that would have taken his fingers. Good fielding there. It's all about keeping your legs up in the air, not touching the rope. But this match certainly got something feisty about it. Look at those handsome chaps
There we
there.
go, 7 overs
Who's
down,
the one on the
86
left?
for 3. Well, I just want to say, you've got to follow us on social media at European Cricket, because there's so much happening. The stories have been going crazy on Instagram and Facebook and on Twitter as well. A lot of action. So follow us at European Cricket. You follow me at Mr. Maximo or Rico. I know your Instagram journey is just beginning, but I got a nice message from Ravi Teja Mittu Pai, who was the first person to follow you, because I was the second. As this is edged away, it'll probably go to the boundary. It does. That's unlucky. But Azam Khalil, and he gives the batter a little pat on the back, saying, well, that's all fair. Certainly Khalil had a fair bit of luck yesterday, but the 8th over starts with a boundary. I'm not going to drop this. He messaged me saying thank you for the shout out.
Yeah.
Because he was the first person to follow you. So he got in touch with me saying, I'm following Rico. I'm the first one. Don't know how
he got in
must
touch
have been
with
searching
you
every day just to see if you created
You see,
an Instagram.
you got that bit. We're going to have to talk about this Instagram thing afterwards, because that bit, I don't know where I'm looking for all of these. So every time I press something, it takes me somewhere else where I don't want to be.
No, you're not.
But look, I like in the blue background of that picture of us. It sort of matches the Al-Bazami kits, doesn't it? This will probably be a wide, I'm thinking, unless it does catch a bit of the pad.
So everyone get behind Rico, at Rico Full on Instagram. I saw Maya, she's down the fan zone. She was taking a few selfies before.
Yeah?
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Did you get one in there with her?
I got one. Only the one. She's pretty busy.
Oh, it's another good throw. He's in trouble. And, okay. Well, who gets there? Well, he doesn't. Does he hit the stumps at all? Well, the ball goes away and they take 2. Well, this is the craziest 2 that you'll take. I tell you what, this is all about. Azam, now you're going to see it. His hand is pumping already. It's hurt. This throw, he probably doesn't want it coming his way. And I think when it comes, he's trying to par it onto the stumps. Not able to. This is firmly struck along the ground. They'll take the single. Azam. Of course, the other thing about Azam here, you don't want him to. This is well bowled, just flights that onto the middle stick. You don't want him to injure that hand anymore, because we're relying on him to bat. He's one of your key batters.
Yeah, exactly right. You just shake it off. It's better if you get those in the palm, because when you get them up in the fingers, there's little bones in there that can be in trouble.
Hits this well, and the fielder can't do anything about it. He stands and waits in hope that it might just dip down, but it doesn't. Manos arriba from the arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras más.
Yeah, just played on length, and Khalil can do a bit each way with that one. Yes, doesn't really break, goes the journey.
This one may be an opportunity, and it is. Takes it, makes it look easy. So they do get a wicket, and it's looks like it's going to be Khan that goes in the 40s. Waleed Khan. And they've got to a good 41 of just 14 deliveries. You see there, he's trying to play this off the back foot, not getting any power into the shot. And a good catch taken there by, well, who else?
Yeah.
Al-Ozai.
Al-Ozai probably saying, I don't mind catching them when I'm this far away. At least I could see this one. But still, yeah, kind of like the intent of the Frankfurt batters. And Waleed Khan, nice entry for him. Ended up with 41 off 15. Striking it over 270. 3 big sixes, 4 fours in there. Leaves his team in reasonable shape. 8 overs down, 101 for 4.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting finish, isn't it? Because 12 deliveries to go. You've got relatively 2 new batters out there. Paramveer Singh, he's just got 3 from 3. So can they finish well? Can they try and get close to this 120 mark? That's what they'll be looking for with the 100 on the board. 101 for 4. So looking at least minimum of 10 and over from here. When they run hard, they turn and go. They decide not to. And not the best or strongest of arms from the fielder there.
Harsh.
Might take note of that from Tas Qureshi.
He got it back. On the 4, I was going to say the opposite. I thought it was a pretty good throw.
No, you take him on. I think next time it goes out there, you take Qureshi on.
This is a bullet. Slow-ish bullet. Look at that. Rico, not enough for Rico. Very harsh.
I'll take him on. I'll take him on. Come on, we'll have a race. Qureshi versus Rico. Anyway, it's the left-hander, Daud Mohammed. I liked his bowling.
Yeah.
I think he could be the firecracker in the bowling attack.
He can whack it as well. He doesn't often get a hit in this lineup, but I've seen him in Krefeld last year. Left-hander. Doesn't often bat very long, though. So maybe I just haven't seen him very long. Does come out late in the innings.
Here we go. It's straight in the air and catch taken. So he doesn't do much here. Vinny, I don't know, maybe he's a different player than what you remember.
Hey, what's the last thing I said? He can hit it, but he often doesn't bat very long. You can't get much shorter than one ball because Dowd tries to slice this and doesn't get enough on it to get it over the man in the circle. And yeah, it's a nice catch taken down there by Fazir Sahibi, who's into the lineup. So I hope he's able to pick up another wicket at the back end of this innings. It's 102 for 5.
Yeah, good time to get a wicket. Like I say, is that interesting? I mean, if I'm the batting side here, I'm saying to myself, if I'm the coach, I'm saying to him, look, when you go out there, so it's probably something that Zafar Khan is probably screaming at him, look, when you go out there, just what you want to do is no dot balls. If you get a single, even if you get a single every ball, okay, you're still going to be close to that 120. You're going to be around about, what, 112, 113?
Yeah.
That'll do you. But I'm saying
right.
Even. But swinging and missing or swinging and getting out, that's criminal.
Yeah, I mean,
no one
swings knowing they're going to miss, though. I mean, I take your point, but I think the way they're still going to attack and hope that a couple come off. That one didn't. Might have gone over the field and gone for 4. Instead, we get a look at Ayubi.
That's better. You see, he's listening to me. That's a better approach. Gets a single, no dot ball, and well,
approach.
I think now Singh here.
I think it's all about also identifying pretty quickly the ball that you get. If you get one that you think's beating you, then take the one. But if you get one in your zone, you've still got to be able to swing. And
Singh, I only saw him
5 down, not 8 down. You know?
I only saw him play one ball yesterday, and he looked good. So let's see. Oh, he's gone for it. It's up in the air. It's up and away. Arriba, arriba, arriba. And Singh, well, he's saying, yes, Rico, I've had some of those aloo paranthas this morning, and he sends this one out of the ground. I told you, just from the one shot yesterday, which was brilliantly stopped in cover. Otherwise, it would have been 4.
Yeah.
I thought, this guy can bat.
Yeah, he can. I mean, often we'll see him batting a 4 or 5. And, yeah, he's certainly got enough on that. handy runs, and that single is looking good now because it did bring Paramveer back on strike. And Jabbar, this will be a slower ball. Watch this.
Well, nothing slow about this, and it comes out of the middle of the bat. It's 2-2. Balle, Ginna Zona, Ginna Bada Shaka.
Yeah, nice shot. I don't know if it was the pace off. I would have thought it would have been smart for Jabbar to maybe just try and get outside off and take a bit off it. But yeah, it's a nice strike by Paramveer. So handy runs coming in the ninth. It all happens in the ninth, as you always say, Rico.
Yeah, don't pitch it up. And he does pitch it up, and this is hit. Well, fortunately, he goes to hand, and that's nicely taken. That's travelled pretty quickly, but Taj Hussain makes no mistake.
Yeah, it was a bit of fortune, I think, for Jabbar. Doesn't quite get it right, but often say you're better off being too full and too short and giving the batter something that they can get under. Nice catch taken by Hussain. It's one. Unlucky. Picks out the only guy within Kui, as we'd say. And that becomes another wicket. So all happening in the ninth. Let me read you that over because there's a lot going on there, wasn't there? That over from the bowler Jabbar. 1 wicket, 6 wicket. So just a typical ninth. 115 for 6. Last over coming up.
That's a typical European Cricket Network over that.
Off
Bit of everything.
Yeah, 2 for 14. You take that?
Yeah, you take that any day.
14 is a bit expensive for a ninth. Earlier in the innings, maybe. Jabbar, his first one went for 10, so well, not the worst outing.
It's your man on strike, Arubi. Now, you said that you've seen him hit the ball pretty well. Didn't quite work for him yesterday.
Technically, I said that with Dowd Muhammad. One ball before he got out.
Well,
But,
I tell you what, I fancy a good Ruby. Fancy a good Ruby?
Ruby.
Yeah, a nice Ruby. A nice Ruby tonight. That's curry. Come on, come on.
Could go for something.
This one is a race on between the fielder and the ball. Oh, and well, I can't see what's happened here with the flags, but I think he's trying to show off his footballing skills, and it's gone wrong. Well, maybe I'm being unkind. You'll probably see it on the replay, but he's disappointed with his effort, and that boundary brings him even forever closer to that 120. Let's have a look here.
Yeah, he got off quickly, but it's just the last couple of steps he lets himself down. I think he overruns, if anything, and then offers the toenail at it. Doesn't work out, so boundary to start the last over.
Momand, left armour. Paste this into the ground. No run there.
It's a win. Follow 4 with a dot. I mean, Albizan, we're going to have to bat really well to get these. I mean, they certainly have a fair bit of ammunition, don't they? The Swedes. Rahel Khan hasn't quite fired yet. And Azam Khalil, of course, we know about him. Yeah, Alzai.
It's nicely played. They'll get one for sure. Will they chance the second? Here comes the throw, and it's a pretty decent one. So it's going to be a 1.
See, that's a throw where I probably would have gone because the cost of being out isn't so much, and I think it pulls the keeper away from the stump so much that probably would have made it. But it was a good early pickup from the fielder out there. That's why they're a bit too frightened to run. So you can understand why. So halfway through this last over.
And chase on, but it's going to be 4 runs. That's nicely played. So they go beyond the 120 here now with a couple of deliveries to go. These are all bonus runs. So the highest score of the week already on the board here.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see too many 130s hunted down, but you do see it occasionally. This could be high 120s or low 130s at the moment.
Remember who will be doing the chasing? The team from?
Oh, Sweden.
Uh-huh.
Also known as the Impossible Chasers from the ECC. I guess they could chase 150, they could chase 130. 2 to come.
Thumped. Straight down the ground. This time he stopped. I would say, I mean, okay, it's been a good display, I think, from Missy Frankfurt. But I do believe that because of the fielding and some, well, misfields, they probably have given between 10 to 16 runs away as well. So that's something that they can improve on. They've been very good with the extras, though, in terms of the bowlers. Only 3 extras. This one, well, they're taking him on. And, well, they're going to go upstairs with this. And the bowler, I think he thinks he's got his man.
And he's gone here. We'll have a look at it. I think it was last ball, so might as well go. Nothing to lose. And so back the gathers clean. And yeah, fix the stumps. I think we're just checking that the
Which hand does he hit the stumps with? The right? Does he flick it with the ball in the left hand, or is it his right hand?
I think he gets it with the ball first. See, that,
Yeah, the ball's
it's
already
gone
up there, yeah.
Now, go one forward there.
He just clips it, doesn't he?
And then he just finishes the job with the other hand. But the main job was done. And so they're going to finish.
He's just trying to stop himself from falling
10
over.
overs at 125 for 6. So little win at the end, but still, I'll be chasing a fair few in this. They've had a funny day, a funny tournament so far. 1-1. Lost a tight one yesterday to the Belgians. But, I mean, if they met well enough, they can do it. Again, they'll have that confidence of that chase. That's those that were here as part of the Swedish national team back in September and October. Back in the first group, where they really did pull out a big chase a couple of times. So anything's possible in this form of the game. And we'll be returning shortly with that chase. But first, it was Albie Zalmi fielding first against who else then? MSC Frankfurt and the Mini Boom Boom. But he was kind of overshadowed a little bit by his opening partner, Amin Khan.
Yeah, well, the Mini Boom Boom, it didn't go any boom boom. But what he did do, he kept stroking the head of the little man, Amin. And Amin kept hitting the ball big. And that was until this catch. That was a really good catch. Alozai, once again, showing his virtue in the field. But look, these were the misfields that we saw. Well, that one, that had me lost for words. One or two couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. And that's where I think there was at least 16 runs maybe that were given away. But the batters, give them credit. I mean, that's one thing that MSC Frankfurt have done all the way through. One batter has gone and made a good contribution, but others have worked around them, and somebody always comes in and provides. But this one was close, but it was given out in the end. Nobody really knew there was hardly an appeal. The umpires went upstairs because of the one man that appealed from somewhere. Could have been a spectator, who knows? But it was given out. And keeper. Well, then it was this one here. That was unlucky. He tries to go for the stumps, misses them, and they take a cheeky second. And this was a good catch, comfortable catch out of Zai. He's really good, and he's pumped up. And I'm pretty sure that we're going to see him certainly give it his all when he's out there with the bat. And that man there doing the bowling, Zam Khalil, picked up a couple of wickets as well. But every time a wicket went, somebody was able to provide some runs. So this was all finished. And do get the run out there. He does just clip the stump with ball in hand first before we see the rest of the stumps cluttered with the right hand. Lovely shot that. And that's off the almond trees now coming in blossom. As we have a look at the scorecard, yeah, quite a healthy one. And see, look, even though, again, Shahid Afridi, boom boom, he doesn't go boom boom, but Amin Khan, he certainly went boom boom. 33 of 11, he was supported well by his captain. That was a crazy run out, wasn't it, when he got out of 19 of 15. But Waleed Khan, there was a man who was involved out there with him. He went on to score healthy 41 of 15 before he went out. And then, well, that man there, Pranveer Singh, hit the ball pretty well, 16 of 7. And there was always that flurry, wasn't there, of runs. I mean, even a Ruby there, though he got a bit lucky with an edge that went to the boundary, it just kept the score moving along. And the bowlers there, well, there was 2 wickets for Jabba, 2 for 24, and well, just an over for Taz Qureshi and Afzal, and they both picked up a wicket. I'm quite surprised one of them didn't come back to bowl a second. Alozai, he was unlucky. 28 came off him, but he found the edge a number of times, and there were, well, some culprits in the field that didn't help their cause. Momand, he was one of the culprits, but he did bowl quite tidily, and his 2 overs came for 23, but wasn't able to break those stumps, wasn't able to get a wicket. So midway through, thanks to a good knock from Waleed Khan and also Amin Khan, 125 put on the board, so 126 will be required from Al-Bizalmi. It's going to be an interesting chase, but they do have the firepower to do it. But for me, this match is all about the form of Rahil Khan. Can the captain find his touch? Can he find his form? If he can, and he gets the support from somebody like Azam and Alozai, I think they have what it takes. Remember, we are talking about the Swedish champions, and we know that Sweden, they do like their run chases. So to follow how that goes, join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, as we come back. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back as we're getting set to take our seats for what promises to be an interesting conclusion to this match number 8. And we see Frankfurt, the unbeaten side, posted a good score on the board. You have to say they've gone past the 120, 125, losing 7 wickets. So that means that Almi, the champions from Sweden, they need 126 if they are to register a win here. They're 1-1 at the moment. And certainly would love to make it another victory for them. It just starts to open up a bit of a gap for them against the teams that haven't registered points on the board yet. And I'm talking, of course, about the Malta Super Kings and Calpe Giants. But they're up next. One of those two teams will also register 2 points on the board. So Al-Mazami, they're on 2 at the moment. They want to have a bit of a distance between them. So that's why this is an important run chase for them. And as I said before, I think their captain, Rahil Khan, he's got to get some runs on the board. He's up there with Azam Khalil. Khalil's been good. He's been one of the shining lights in their batting so far. Scored 53 against the Ostend Exiles. And he's looking to do the same again to be in good form. Of course, injury to his hand will be a talking point. See how he bats. Vinny Sandhu is with me, Rico Full, as we get ready for the first ball.
Big chase. Big team, though. 126 to win.
Good pace there from Ahmed. Certainly gets this one to carry through. And that's the one for the over, though. So he's shown that early. So the batter will now know that this one can't be bowled again.
Good call from the umpire. So, Wahid Ahmed will normally bowl 2 in the power play. Yeah, his use is upstairs one. First up, Rahul Khan out there opening up with Azam Khalil.
Oh, this would be a no ball, surely. This will have to be called no ball. Yeah, there you go. And yeah, I think the bowler's doing the double teapot. Maybe he hasn't got the message. You can't bowl 2.
You're rolling the dice, though.
The shoulder.
Certainly is over the shoulder.
Yeah, that's a good call for me.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a free hit.
So those of you that avid watchers of ECN will remember the Shebekel incident, which was MSC Frankfurt in Krefeld last year, where Kutub Shebekel is the only player all year to get barred from the attack from bowling too many bounces. He bowled 4 in his first over. Hopefully we're not having another Shebekel incident right here. Hello to Kutub, if you're watching. Oh, this is going to be 4. This will be 4 buys. It'll be 4 buys because it's a free hit. And so this will be 4 runs, and they're probably the most unusual 4 runs that you'll ever see.
Yeah, I mean, look, how often do you see this? And, well, that's all I say to this. Well, if you can bowl that, we'll pitch the ball up. Young man, pitch it up.
So you're actually better missing the stumps if you're the bowler there. And so everyone's going to turn around and just work out what's going on.
It's 4 buys, yeah.
It is.
I think it has been signalled by Stefan Gooch, but I think he's just checking that he's got it right. He's got it spot on.
I don't think I've seen that before.
Got it spot on.
ECN. Yeah.
And, well, this is just, everybody start talking to each other. What's that then? What's that? I can tell you, 4 buys. Get back to your positions. And, well, it was a no ball. Yeah, 4 buys. Saying, is it 4 buys? Yeah, it's 4 buys. You give me a piece of paper and a pen. I'll write it and hold it up.
Yeah. I think everyone's going, just to make sure they went to, well, definitely went to the boundary. It's just a question of his hitting bat. Maybe Rahul Khan, it's a good time to say, yeah, just got a little bit of a little bit of a nick on that. And well, you live long enough, you see everything. That was perfectly. Even the way it hit the stumps was just worst case scenario for MSC Frankfurt because it takes it over the keeper.
And what sometimes happens here, I mean, you reckon this next ball is going to do the same? And the 2 men in black getting.
I mean, imagine winning by a couple of runs.
I mean, of course, it is important that they get it right. So they're just, I suppose, the third umpire, Saad Ali, is in communications with them along with the tournament referee, Rob Kemin. And, yeah, they'll go back to their positions and say, yeah.
All right, I'm going to signal this. So this is for the scorers. This buys, and then what is that? And then 4 runs. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't forget the buys first. Then you have to do it to you.
Buys.
I never applaud buys. I'm a wicket keeper. I would have been absolutely dirty, actually, if that ever happened to me.
Tell you what,
It
they're
would have been toys out of the cot. 4 buys. What did I do wrong?
difficult ones because you got the bail coming at you as well.
Yeah, true. You can't. Like there's no stumps cartwheeling. Anyway, 5 at the moment, all extras.
Does well. Great pick up and throw. Oh, wow. This would have been out. This is another bat that plugs, and I think.
Oh no!
I think Khalid, has he been hit by the ball? Or has he pulled something here?
He's impaled himself on his bat. Just looking at that bat, that's a plug-in.
Ooh.
I reckon Azam. Well, he'll shake it off, but have a look at this. Bang! There goes the bat, and then push. Where was the ball? Hit him with the
It's
bat.
the ball. I think it's the ball. But look, this is important for us to point out here. All the teams have been told, and I know the officials have told them, when you're running, you are allowed to run on the edge of the pitch and start your batting. Looking for the gap. But what about that bit of fielding? Great pick up and throw.
Off balance. I mean, that would have been one of the run-outs of the week because of where he was, how he got rid of the ball so quick. At least he gave himself a chance.
Yeah.
Interesting start to this one. They need that kind of 25 every 2 overs. That's the pace they need to be. They don't want to fall too far behind, even though, let's not forget the Swedes and their impossible chase back in September.
Bowl just trying to guide this in that gap. He's trying to get a little touch to it, but you've got to be careful. There is a slip in place. We haven't seen too many catches taken at slip, but that's Bottomveer Singh. That's waiting in that area. And then you've got that man who just done some marvellous bit of fielding there. Afridi as well.
Big delivery now. 7 off the first with the ball to come.
Goes for it big, and I think he's going to nail it as well. So this one has just gone over the giant cricket ball. What a nice shot that is. And that's what they need from the captain. The captain must perform, and he hits this one out of the ground. 6 runs.
I said it was a big ball, and the ball ended up by the big ball. The big inflatable ball, that is. And the teammates there on the bench, they're really happy because their captain, Rahul Khan, hasn't really gotten going yet this week. I remember the ECS last year. Took a little while to get going. When he did, he was unstoppable. Had a great final. And that's the end of the first over. 13 for no loss. So they are at pace after 1 over.
Yeah, I mean, that will make you feel so much better when you haven't been in good nick and you're scratching around. And when you get a shot like that out the middle of the bat, all of a sudden you think, yeah, I'm back. They're loving to be back. Khalil is out there with him.
Make for mini boom boom. Ball.
It's really well bowled.
That in.
Sneaks that in.
We've got Amy watching this one, and you're following Tyrone actually. But
Hello, Amy.
New to cricket, so if you got any questions, she already was asking what a boundary is when we talk about what's a boundary. There are no silly questions, so please, if you want some questions about the rules, we try not to go too hard into the jargon here on ECN.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Amy.
Let us know.
Oh, ugly. Bad. Well, Gandhi. Amy, that's another one for you. Gandhi ball, it's a bad one.
Yeah, we also have our own jargon, which we've created on ECN. I must admit, I like Gandhi ball. I don't think bowlers do. This one, he just walks at him sometimes. Azam does this. Shows his hand early and takes a couple of steps, but Shahid Afridi Jr. versus Azam Khalil. Another top quality battle here at the ECL.
4 runs. Nobody's catching this. Shouts and catch, but this is a delightful shot. And this is Khalil at his best.
Yeah, he hits this hard. I actually think that Mini Boom Boom gets a finger on this. I think he gets a fingernail on it. If it was a fingernail, might not be attached to his hand anymore. But, yeah, I mean, again, just lucky that one doesn't find the cranium. The result, 4 runs.
Yeah. Struck really well.
This will be quicker, judging by what we saw before.
Short, bangs it into the ground. Yeah, doesn't give him the same length again. It's good from Afridi. He's always performing in some part of the match, isn't he? I mean, once again, he wasn't able to do it with the bat. Now he's been asked to do it by his captain with the ball.
Yeah, Afridi bowling his first one here. Let's see if they bring back for 4, or maybe they keep him back a little bit.
Good running, really good running. And, well, they're going to have to maybe keep running. They will try. Well, they do. Oh, dear. It is good running. Well, the wide's been given, so that's 3. That's how you get 3. It's not the conventional way. And good applause. They took him on, didn't they?
Well, it's good running in retrospect because there's not a run out. And there could have been 2 run outs, I think. There's one. That would have been out by a mile. And that one, well, maybe he was home, maybe he wasn't. But have a look at them looking at each other. That's the difference. Azam Khalil, little glance down. And now the next one is going to be more than a couple. This will be 4. Azam Khalil just picks this one up from Afridi. And they're just finding a way to stay with the rate at the moment. They move up to 25.
Yeah, this is turning out to be a good over. I mean, Afridi is the danger man. He's the one that you watch. But at the moment, this is a nice looking shot. He picks it well. Nice shot to play in the power play. You know, there's nobody out there. So Afridi, I think he's going for trying to bowl it quicker rather than being a little bit smarter about it. I think the pace on, well, Azam seems to be liking it here at the moment. And that's a good delivery. What a reply that is. And I was saying he's trying to bowl it quicker. Well, he doesn't slow it down. He just gets it right. He gets this on right in the slot and gets his man. Well bowled.
Yeah, it's part of cricket. Sometimes you just get done by a good ball. And this one is speared in at Azam Khalil. He just couldn't get the bat down quick enough. And a right smile from the Swedish superstar. And he says to the bowler, yep, you've got me there. Nice little moment. And so, well, the boom boom got boomed, but he has the final boom as he sends Khalil packing for just 9. And the score is 25 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, the big man, he knew he's going to come back. And I think Azam, he's disappointed there because I think he knows that this is, though it's a good length, it's actually on leg stick. I think he just decides to play the wrong shot. He goes out to it rather than waits for it. If he waited for it, I think he's looking to clip this away.
Yeah, I mean, it's just when you've got your pads out the way, you've got to make contact. That's the thing. I don't think, just wasn't quite able to get his bat down in time. Got yorked. Still, Azam Khalil, love the way he plays his cricket. He's certainly a player we like to see more of.
Qureshi comes out.
Qureshi's coming out at number 3, so throwing him up a bit higher. I admire these guys, the way they come out and they start just driving at the ball straight away. Certainly not the cricket of a couple of decades ago. It's the end of the second over. The score is 26 for 1. I think Rahul Khan, just keep an eye on him. If he can bat for a decent length of time, they'll be in this match. Don't worry about that. And 6 teams here in Group T, the Group of Death, as we have been calling it. At the moment, the Exiles, they're on 6 points. If Frankfurt can win this one, then they will join them on 6 points. Remember, top 3, bottom 3, that's what is crucial. And really, at the moment, VOC Rotterdam, they're a real risk, unless they pick up their game, of finishing in that bottom 3. They just have 2 more matches. We'll see them last game of the day against Albi Zalmi.
Yeah.
And the other team, it's it's kind of hovering around the middle. We'll see the Giants. I mean, I find it hard to believe the Giants will go winless this week. They've been round the mark, haven't they?
Well, they'll be up for it, won't they, in this next match? They're taking on the Malta Super Kings. And there's not been too much super about them at the moment. They'll be looking to hit back with a bang, show the world what they can do, what they're really made of. As we go to spin, well, this one could have quite easily just knocked this back onto his stumps. He knocks it back onto his pad, but fortunately it doesn't go backwards. Azizi in the action, in the power play.
Yeah, that's a big. Azizi's 2 overs.
Gets down, good stop, good fielding.
That's how to do it. That's a really good stop. Wahid Ahmed coming round, and he kind of anticipated the fact it would probably spin back towards him. Javad Azizi did spend some time with Frankfurt. We saw him most recently for the Bond Blue Stars. He's a handy pickup with his left arm spin and his hitting ability with the bat as well.
Oh, opportunity. Has a captain holdout. And yes, he has a safe hands of Afridi. And it's more disappointment for the skipper, Rahul Khan. Well, he just couldn't get going, and yet still to register a good score in this week.
Beaten in flight. That's what it was from Azizi. He just took a little bit of pace off this, but Rahul Khan couldn't help himself. He wanted to go down the ground. You see this? how it's just a little bit too short. Play that shot, and Rahul Khan, he knew it straight away. Nice catch by Shahid Afridi Jr. And yeah, Rahul Khan, he knew as soon as he hit that, little knock on the head to try and teach himself a lesson. But I mean, that's his game. And in the end, you've got to give it to the bowler there. I think he got that in the right place, and he just fooled the batter. That's what it was all about. Interestingly here, sunglasses came off. Looking pretty much into the sun from Shahid Afridi.
That was an interesting shot though, wasn't it? Because he's actually, if you look at it again, he's going backwards while the bat's going forward instead of he's taking his momentum forward.
It's because he didn't get to the pitch of the ball. He wanted to get close to the ball to bang it down the ground, and then when he wasn't quite there, he lost his balance basically.
Yeah.
Tried to turn it into more of a mid-wicket shot, and then just a skewed edge up in the air. It's about taking your chances, which let's see Frankfurt do on that occasion. 27 for 2. Here's Zia Alizai. Interesting battle on our hands here. 3 to come in this over. This ball from Azizi, it doesn't actually turn right to left the way you'd imagine a spinner like him would do it. In fact, if anything, it just slides in with the angle left to right. So he's a very crafty bowler.
Good pick up and throw. He's going to be in trouble. Well, so was the bowler if this hits his leg. I think as a bowler, one thing you're taught is get behind the stumps. And he just stood there, and he could have been wearing this one.
Yeah, it could have been. Alizai tries to be careful here with the shot. It's the kind of shot that he normally tries to hit for 6. The bowler's nowhere.
Why would you stand in front of the stumps, you know, where the ball is going?
Come back to that in a second. Ooh. So that'll be the end of the over. Power play is done, 28 for 2. It's a good comeback from MSC Frankfurt in that over. Azizi has been a very important bowler for them. And so in the end, only 2 runs off that over, just 2 singles. Some of the fans enjoying it out there. You know, so Zia Alizai, that was the kind of ball that 2 balls ago that he could probably try and hit for 6, but first ball, he's a bit more careful. He pushes, but then he almost gets run out. Yeah. So he was careful with the shot, but not careful with the running. Have a look at that first innings, Rico. Every single over, now we're getting something, weren't they? In fact, not often you see this. Every single over was in double figures in that first innings, and they ranged between 10 and 15. So that's why all of those little buildings were pretty even. Good consistent scoring. So you get runs on the board, and they got boundaries in every single over. So there's an example of an over where they didn't get a boundary, the batting team. It's just going to put them behind in the game.
To see plenty of people in the fan zone today, enjoying the cricket and enjoying the sunshine as well.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day on the Costa del Sol. Here's Daud Mohammed.
Good work from the keeper. Gets down, gets his glove on this. Take the single. Yeah, Daud Mohammed, I think the more we see of him, I think the better he'll get. Sometimes has a few issues with getting his line right. He's a skiddy character, and he's got a bit of pace about him, but he doesn't get the bounce that you think he's gonna. He really does skid it through. Oh dear, that's what he does. And this time, ball just keeps moving away. Otherwise, this is going to make a mess of the stumps. Good delivery, this.
Yeah, this does not miss by much. I think Daud Mohammed can believe it.
He's really puts plenty here. I mean, he's in danger of pulling his neck, isn't he? Forget about his shoulder.
We saw Zia Alizai, who's at the other end, throw his shoulder out swinging yesterday, and then popping it back in, continuing to bat.
This is good, aerial, and he goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras. Well, I'm liking those shades. I think I saw Martin there in the reflection.
Yeah, I do like the reflection. This is more than a deflection. Oh, he swung hard and missed at the one before. This time, Qureshi goes bang. They sent him out at number 3, and I think they've done it as a bit of a wild card option to go out there, try and hit boundaries. Certainly got hold of that one.
This one's drifting towards the leg and gets put away. 4 more. So 6 and a 4, and he's after more. Well, he's taking him on, and he's taking a couple of these balls right off the stumps. But if he's got a good eye, he's got every opportunity to get these runs.
Yeah, they've got a bunch of people that can bat. It's just a matter of who's hitting it well and who's in form, I suppose. You can juggle your order a little bit. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Taz Qureshi here. And Mohammed says, okay, fine leg back. I don't mind that. You don't see that enough. A lot of balls fly down that region.
He's setting the field to a bad ball, which I don't particularly agree with.
Hit hard, and Roy almost causes a run out. He almost goalkeeper style pats it over the bar.
How many times have we seen this today? And well, now he's going to shake his fingers about, and maybe we're going to see the magic spray coming back on again. This was thumped. Absolutely, yeah, there you go. That's got to hurt.
Show no pain, show no pain, show no pain.
Hurt.
Get the medic. I think that's the situation.
Yeah, that's got to hurt. And it's, once again, I think we're going to see the magic spray come out there. This was absolutely blasted. I don't know if we get a replay of this, but it was travelling. Here we go. And, some more magic spray action coming your way.
Watch the magic spray.
How is that helping? I've just been thumped on my hand like this, bang, and somebody says, give it here, I'll give it a massage.
They're just making
But
sure
can
he's
you
not
imagine if that rolled onto the stumps?
I know. I think they're just making sure he's not faking it by grabbing all of his fingers and just bending them all. But that is his bowling hand, Dawud Mohammed. So, yeah, don't worry. The magic spray, that'll take care of that. He'll probably be bowling 10 Ks quicker in a second.
He says, I'm not getting up. I'm just sitting here. What you do, what you have to do.
Did they have the magic spray back in your playing days, Rico? How would you have dealt with that situation?
Spray. Didn't have any of that stuff.
Yeah, well, we used to do some pretty good. I did play with the magic spray once, and it was always a good practical joke. You'd find, let's just say, the protector, which the male players would use, and you'd just get in the bag and you'd spit a magic spray in the protector.
Yeah, we're talking about the heat spray, aren't we?
Yeah,
the heat version, not the chilled version.
You know, they both work pretty well. But it's no good when you see the smoke or the steam coming out of the kit bag. There's a suspicious one. You know you've been done. But, well, very well. Welcome to everyone. Dawud Mohammed, he's a pretty tough customer.
Yeah. I mean, they normally say if you've injured your hand, you don't put anything on it, don't they? Well, the freeze spray is fine, but I certainly wouldn't recommend using the spray you're talking about, the heat one, or a bit of cream, because sometimes you forget and you go to the bathroom.
That's true as well.
And then you're hopping around,
slippery for catching.
Hopping around all afternoon.
Never mind.
Okay, back to the action.
They should have sprayed some super glue on his hand. All right, last ball of the over.
Oh, it's up in the air, but it does get stopped, and they're still taking on. Oh, well. It's not the wisest thing to do for the keeper. Luckily, he hits the stumps. Otherwise, they would have run again.
I'm going to have a quick look at this. I think he's all right, though. Certainly doesn't seem too bothered. It's a quick bit of work from the keeper. Yeah, he's well home, isn't he? But still, I mean, it's worth checking that, for example, making sure the bat is grounded because he's still running. But that is the end of 4 overs. The score is 41 for 2. So that fielder saving a couple of runs down there. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Rico Full. And we called it the group of death for a reason. I think we've got 6 teams, all capable of performing. And at the moment, I said last night when we did our after the final ball for social media that I was no closer to knowing who's going to win this group. I've got to say, even after today, I still have no idea. Some teams have played well, but it's very early and a bit of a jostle for position at the moment.
Yeah, look, Austin Exiles, unbeaten at the moment, playing some good cricket. And I think good thing about them is we're seeing different people, different players, I should say, step up to the mark. And of course, MSC Frankfurt. I mean, if they're going to win this one, they'll be 3-3 as well. And again, they're very much the same. They're not just dependent on just one person. And I think we saw that here today with Secunda not scoring runs. Somebody else was able to up their game.
Well, look at the consistency of that first innings from MSC Frankfurt where they scored between 10 and 15 every over. That was despite losing wickets along the way.
Yeah.
So I think that's a really good sign for them. At the moment, they're still in the box seat in this game, but I feel like Nobizami are one decent over away from getting it back to a coin toss. See, Alizai is the man who can do the damage. It's facing Carter Khan.
Big swing. And, certainly trying his best, isn't he?
Missing leg. See, Alizai was just really good at driving up a length yesterday. This one's probably a bit too short for the shot he was looking for. Stefan Gooch, pretty good call from him. Always missing leg.
Liking that. There's the baggies. Lovely shot, the baggie there.
Aren't they? Well bowled by Carter Khan. He's a very talented cricketer. He's the brother of Secunda Khan. Had a very good series back in Krefeld when we were there last year for the domestic series at the ECS. I like that length. I think it's a smart length. I'd stick that way to Zia Alizai. The other option I would think is slower ball, taking the pace off. And you see Zia Alizai, it was just way too quick through that swing.
Yeah. I think from this end also, Vinny, the slower ball, because of the bounce on it, it's even more deceiving. Because you think it's going to be short, you think it's coming up to you, you're playing early, and then you just see it sort of loop past you. The slower, or the shorter slow ball is very effective. Once again. Aramse, easy, get it in easy, don't throw it away. Yeah, getting the message, not throwing away the ball now, giving away these extra runs.
He hasn't given away too many. Good couple of overs out of Cartama. Almost iced the game here. It's already over 15.
It's that slower one again. They've got protection out there. They would love to go to, but fielders seem to be in the right place at the moment. They're not having to move around too much to get to the ball, so the opportunity to try and sneak the two is not there.
The variation this over from Cartama. He's got a good off-cutting slow ball. Got a decent Yorker. He's not finding the boundaries they need, but Zia Alizai, he's 2 off 6. He could explode at any moment.
Oh, this is everything, including the kitchen sink. He wants to send this on to orbit, but it goes nowhere, safely into the gloves of the keeper. Dot ball.
It's not just the kitchen sink, that's the microwave, the dishwasher, and everything else. A 360 swing from Zia. We saw it yesterday. He's a better player when he goes a little bit straighter than that, maybe over mid-on. As
Good over that was. Only
the over.
3 runs from it.
Yeah, 45 for 2. So well, they are the kings of the impossible chase, the Swedes, is rapidly heading towards that point of no return. I call that 3 a ball. 18 and over required. At the moment, 16.2. So, you know, falling behind, but still in it, I would say. And they've got to attack Azizi, which won't be easy. Very clever left-arm spinner.
Shouts of 2. Do they come back, or is it a bluff? It's a bluff, just trying to put the fielder off. Just a single again. Rozai, he's getting a little bit frustrated, I think, just not able to find the middle of the bat. And he's on strike here now.
Well, it's going to be something happening now. Trying, but I mean, it's easy. He's not an easy guy to get hold of. I think it's natural that you'll expect that he's going to turn it away, and you kind of play that way a bit, so you get a lot of balls off the inside half of the bat. They've got to go now.
Once again, we see the ball. I mean, though it's been struck well on occasions, but it's always to a fielder. So it's only singles at the moment.
How's this? Just saw the robots in the chat asking Maya, would you like to come up in the commentary box and say hi? Like him following the chat.
And this one, there was a man there earlier. He's not there now, and that means that that's going to go to the boundary. 4 runs, and just helps us along. I'm not sure if that was awareness on part of Alozai or just an error in the field. They've always had somebody patrolling there, and all of a sudden he disappears, and the ball goes right in that area.
The faster bowler, you normally have a fine leg. To the slower, you probably don't. Just plays this on angle, helps it around the corner, gets 4. Nice shot.
Chance, and goes down. And well, it could still be a chance, but it was a pretty feeble throw as well. Well, this one, yeah, I was going to say, it's gone to, he's normally got pretty safe hands.
Oh, I mean, that was belted though. That was hit really hard. No lack of intent from the batters here, but Azizi's just a hard guy to time up. End of a very good couple of overs from him. Goes less than run a ball pace. 1 for 11, 6 overs down, and it's 54 for 2.
Yeah, 54 for 2, and you've just seen a couple of good overs there, and you were talking about the impossible chase. Well, this is where it more or less was, because we've got to that mark now. It's over the 18 required per over.
Exactly 18 and over. So we are at the point of no return now. That's the point which I normally say once the run rate required goes over, it's not coming back. And we now know, because of the Swedish side last year, it only works 99.9% of the time because they pulled off, I think they pulled it back from 19.75 at this mark. So fine at the moment. But they need someone to go big. Zia got a life last over. Let's see if he can make it count.
It's a good shot, but it doesn't quite get the distance required. Picks it up pretty well. Just needing to, or wanted to go a little bit straighter.
Cartama. He's bowled well so far. See if they can get hold of him. Zia's the man if he can connect.
Again, he can't. And,
frustrating.
the other thing here from MSC Frankfurt is they haven't made, all right, we've seen the catch go down, but they haven't made any mistakes in the field that have cost runs. They've been pretty tight. They've been pretty good with the line as well.
Yeah. Bowled well yesterday. He's bowling well today, Cartama.
Yeah. And it's this frustration, isn't there? A lot of frustration from the batters. They've just been outdone at the moment.
Yeah.
Bowling again, just getting the ball in the right areas and just not allowing any free hits. There hasn't been anything short, hasn't been a Gundy ball, and both these batters, they're having to work really hard for the runs that they're getting, but they're not boundaries. They need boundaries. That rate now, it's gone past the 20 mark.
Yeah, 20's plenty. Alizai just cannot get going. He's so frustrated at the moment.
There's another swing and a miss. And the bowler's ended up on the ground here. Well, it's all happening out there. Well, he's getting up with a smile on his face. So he's okay. Here he goes. Gets a good ball. Whoopsie, down he goes. And he thought, I'll just lie here and have a bit of a nap while the ball comes back to me.
All right, he's going to swing even harder at this one.
Oh, that will be a wide. He sees the batter coming and thinks he'll just get a slower, fuller delivery in. Doesn't quite work for him this time.
Cartama's overs have gone like this. Leg by 1-0, 1-1-0. Then it's over 1-1-0-1-0. So it's just giving nothing away. It's a binary. We program a computer with that.
And well, it's a lot of swinging and missing there at the moment. Well, they're swingers, but they're not hitters. And once again, another good over. And Kenna Khan, well, how about the spell? I mean, that's really well bowled. And he's just basically almost toyed with the batters, haven't they?
Well, I said
these last 2 overs.
I said it'll ice the game if he bowls 2 good overs. And so he's only conceded 7 and a leg by. This is what's coming up next. And it's Malta Super Kings versus the Calpate Giants. And both these teams without a win so far in this ECL. And so it's going to be a big one, isn't it? MSK won the toss and elected to bat first. And so we'll get to see 2 highly entertaining teams that'll be desperate for a win. That is coming up in around about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. And if Rico's gone quiet, there's a reason. And giving him the sack for 1 over. We've got special guest commentator. It is none other than Maya, the #1 German supporter. There you go, Maya. Go and say hello. Everyone's asking for you.
Hi,
so
everyone.
Maya.
Hello, hello.
It's great to have you here.
Oh my God. I'm having a heart attack.
Yeah, well, that's what we try to do up
halfway.
here. Because it is.
Oh my God.
It's an exciting.
Help.
It's an exciting.
It's very
place
exciting
to be.
up here and watch them work. How they're doing it. Wonderful.
This is a nice shot.
And I'm watching the game from up here. It's a different experience.
Yeah, this game just seems to be slipping away from Albi's Army. You must be really happy with how the German team are performing so far, MSC Frankfurt.
I saw, I think his name is Daud Mohammed.
Mohammed, yeah.
I saw him getting hurt. That really hurt me too. It was really sad.
That's a proper supporter,
right?
Isn't it?
That was
Make
terrible.
sure your
but
fingers
he's a
are
great
okay.
bowler,
They're pretty
really.
useful. Yeah, this is a big wide for Shahid Afridi Jr. You must love the mini boom boom Shahid Afridi Jr. He's bowling at the moment.
Yeah.
He's a big player. He's a big man.
Yep. Right. He's amazing. Yeah, I took a selfie with him earlier before. I mean, earlier.
Slower ball, doesn't bowl too many of those. Tell us about your trip here. It's the second time you've come to Cartama. How do you love the atmosphere? It's a beautiful day, isn't it?
It's wonderful to be right next to the DJ and the music, and the energy up here is wonderful, especially right here in the commentary box. And I'm really nervous. I'm sorry about that. And to see everything from up here is really different than when I'm over there. A lot of balls coming my way too.
Yeah, you have to watch out.
I haven't caught one yet.
You have to watch out, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
So I want to know, how are you going supporting MSC Frankfurt? I know you're a big KSV supporter, and they were just knocked out in the semi-finals.
I am, right. That's why I'm wearing this uniform. That's the KSV uniform. It's my favorite team. But this one is actually amazing. I've met the captain. They gave me a bat today. I didn't bring it. I was going to bring it, but I missed out on that.
Yeah.
I just met some of the players, and they're just very kind, and they're a good team. They're supporting each other. They've been playing together since like 3 to 5 years, and they're just a wonderful team.
Well, it's great to have you here. We've got last ball of the over coming up, and this is going to be a one-hopper, and they will just settle on a single. So, well, Maya, it's been great to have you here. I know you're a big supporter of European cricket, and you've been following us for a while now.
I'm a big supporter of Vinny Sandhu as well.
Yeah, well,
and Rico.
You've done a really good job, and actually,
amazing.
We've got Charlotte in from the office.
You guys are amazing. Yeah.
Got Charlotte in from the office as well. So Maya will send you an invoice for the one over, and make sure that comes off Rico. Okay,
right.
So thanks, Maya, and give a big wave
Thanks a lot.
to everybody
Namaste
out there.
To everyone, and thank you very much for having me in the box.
Yeah, it's been awesome to have you, Maya. And so 2 overs to go. I actually think Maya's done a very good job there, Rico. You'll be lucky to get your spot back. Let's go to over number 9. That was a pretty good last over from Shahid Afridi. You can see 8, even though there was one boundary in it. So now, I seem a bridge too far for Albi Zalmi, the Swedish champions. So it all happens in the 9th, as we like to say. And here's Daud Mohammed, who we're talking about that finger injury. Let's see if it impacts him at all. Not really. Pretty good. Yorker pitched up, and just be one. Yeah, it's great to have fans like Maya, and not just Maya, but everyone in the chat who has been contributing and making it very interesting for us as our day goes along. I mean, last year I spent over 2,000 hours on the air for ECN, so yeah, I feel really connected to those of you that interact in the live chat. Oh, this is in the air. I think it's going to be the end of Zia. He's going to have to wrestle the sun first, and he will. And I thought there was no chance of this because this went straight into the sun. Well, you might have permanent retina damage, but don't worry, you've got that catch forever. As a welcome back, Rico Fall.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic to have Maya up here. And she is really a fantastic supporter of European cricket. And, she loves getting involved. I know that most of you have seen Maya on the chat, but now you've seen her up here in the commentary box as well. It's always a pleasure.
She was just coming to say hello, and we got her speaking to the audience.
Yeah.
Ninja's saying to give her a job. Yeah, why not? Well, maybe if you're in the chat one day, if you come to Cartama or you come to one of our European Cricket Network events, we'd love to have you up. Zia, well, he was frustrated. He could only hit 1-4 in his 16 balls. So Zia was more of a Monday man this week, but I'm sure we'll see him later on. A tough clash against VOC Rotterdam coming up. Score now 67 for 3. Just lost their way, and it's just the way that they've been choked by certain bowlers. Azizi, Qadir Khan, and the last over from Shahid Afridi was pretty good as well. I think I mentioned in the first innings, every single over was 10 or more. In this innings, we've had 5 out of the 8 complete that have been less than 10. So just can't get anything going. Here's Daud.
This one sort of onto the pad. Well, what's this row? It's all happening out there.
When you're winning by this much at this stage, then why not?
I suppose.
Go for the highlight.
This one on the pad rolls up to the helmet.
I like it. You're not going to make Sports Centre holding onto the ball. That's what I'd be saying. Everyone is saying, hold it, hold it, hold it.
Nah.
They're a bit disappointed. They haven't been able to put anything together in this chase, but it's been a good defensive effort from the Germans.
And, well, the bowler here.
Can't score if you don't let go of it.
Yes, it's all wrong. I'll just hold on to it.
What do you think about Maya wearing a KSV top? Big rivals with Frankfurt, but still supporting them. I like that.
Yeah, she is.
She's a supporter of cricket in Germany when it comes down to it. And yeah, it's great to have her here.
I think it's a nice touch as well from the MSC boys as well. They give her that bat. It's all signed by them as well. So they know and they appreciate that she's here and she's supporting, of course, them at the moment. So maybe they're trying to win her over.
Oh, give it a few days. A few more wins. That's a wide down leg side. And Corey's in the chat. Well, nice to see you spending your game off constructively, saying that Maya might be able to have his job as commentator. Well, that means that Corey, you have to be in the fan zone the whole time. We're not necessarily safe having you there the whole time.
This one will go to the boundary, 4 runs. And not too much joy, though, coming from the Abazami bench, even though this ball goes to the boundary. I think they're just, I think they're reflecting already on another defeat. And I think, well, they've got to really prepare themselves mentally for a very tough match coming up at the end of the day.
Yeah, certainly. Ball to go on the 9th.
Plays this nicely along the deck. Be just a single.
Always a hard time to bat. You know the game's gone. You're trying to get something out of it.
Yeah.
There's a bit of sting got out of the game. And the fielding side now, they know the hard work is done. 9 overs down. Albizami 75 for 3.
Yeah, it's not been a memorable display. And the thing is, it's not like the big collapse. You know, normally you're talking at a team here and you're saying, right, 75 for 8 or whatever. They haven't lost wickets, but I think it's just been really clever bowling from MSC. And I think other teams watching will be thinking, well, look, even if this side don't score big runs on the board, well, you can't count them out because they have such a good, intelligent bowling attack.
Balanced attack as well.
Yeah.
You've got the variation of Azizi. You just feel like the Germans are the central bank here and they're controlling the supply of runs. and Sweden have not had a chance to really get going at all. So Skada Khan thinks there's a good chance to give him an over.
Oh, why not? You're the captain. And we'll start with 5 probably.
That's not fast
catch
enough
it up, catch it up, catch it up. Can he get to it? No, he can't. Well, there you go. Well, we could have interviewed him as he ran up to the microphone there. But look,
that was Gundy to the power of Gundy, and it's just the keeper going for the big boot, and then it was another boot attempt. Neither were particularly successful. 5 wides. Maybe this game is alive.
There's a bit of bit of ping pong there as well.
Bit of captain hot tin roof about this.
I was going to say this. The captain's on the bowl. I think what a brave move it was in that 3rd over. We'll talk about that after this delivery. Short, and they do take him on. We'll get there comfortably. Well, I say comfortably. He's gone. This is out. This is unbelievable. I'll say get there comfortably. I had no idea that the fielder had the vision to throw it down to the bowler's end. And he does. And not only does he throw it, he knocks it over. This is sensational.
This is what I was saying. You don't get on Sports Centre by holding onto the ball. The game's in the bag, so why not cue the highlight reel? And Shahid Afridi Jr., well, the boom boom makes the stumps go boom.
Well,
look at this. He's a long way from the target. And he knew he was gone by not even needing the technology. And that's 3 steps out. What a run out that was by Mini Boom Boom.
Well, if he doesn't do it with the bat, like I said, he always plays a part in the match. And there you go. He's doing it again. More disappointment for the batter. That's a long walk back, isn't it? And he's Hussain gets run out. He can't believe that.
Yeah.
He just can't believe it. But what I was going to say, that 3rd over, look, at that point, at the end of 2 overs, 26 for 1, right? In terms of like for like, well, we know that Frankfurt, they were 25 for 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so game was on. And what does he do? Goes for the spin of Azizi. That was a brave move, but it worked.
Clever captaincy from Zakanda.
Yeah, because of that over, only got 2 runs, and also Azizi picked up a wicket.
Yeah, certainly was an important moment. And you've got to try things. I think trying things is important. The game's not running your way. Just disrupt the rhythm. So Sahabi gets a bat at number 6. Albi's Army, remember we will see them last game of the day against VOC Rotterdam for MSC Frankfurt, the German champions. We'll see them again tomorrow twice against the Super Kings, then the Exiles from Belgium. So a few interesting clashes coming up. He landed a couple. He went for the leggy first ball, didn't work out. He's kind of pushed a few through, but he's got brave and he's followed another leggy.
He wants a wicket, does the captain.
He's more of a back spinner. Just kind of pushes out the front of the hand rather than the traditional leg spinner. And still, I think it's a good opportunity. The captain does bowl occasionally. Often say your 10th overs, if you have to bowl one over, get in the 10th and rack up the stats.
Especially when
in a game that's dead.
50 needed for victory. Yeah, why not? This one goes through. And
stumping chance. Yeah, I think it's going to be kind of ending with a whimper, this one. See this on the replay. Tough one between the batter and the stumps, but anyway, it does take us to the end of this match. And well, I know he looks a bit upset there, but Skander Khan, I think now he's all smiles because it is MSC Frankfurt that win match number 8 in Group D, fairly comfortably in the end. The final score, 125, MSC Frankfurt defeating Albi's Army, 83.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see those tables now because they're 3 out of 3 as well, as are the Exiles. But net run rate, they would have done themselves a little favour there. You can see, happy team, MSC Exiles. MSC Exiles, MSC Frankfurt, the Exiles, of course.
That'd be a super team.
Yeah, that
if you're trying to combine
Can you imagine combine them
MSC
together?
Exiles.
Oh, think about that. But no, I mean, look, Frankfurt have done the job. They've been professional. I think they batted well. They, as a fielding unit, they were good as well. And certainly, they seem to be a good all-round team at the moment. But like I said, you've also got the Ostend Exiles there as well, the champions from Belgium. So at the moment, the champions of Belgium and the champions of Germany, they're right up there at the top of the table. And Albi's Army, well, they've got a tough one, haven't they? They play VOC Rotterdam. Both of those teams are joint on 2. Who's going to be on 4 points? Who's going to stay on 2? And we saw there the wicket of Khalil. And once Khalil goes, you know it's going to be an uphill struggle. And then talk about up. Well, the captain, he can only hit this up in the air, Rahil Khan, and no mistakes. And this one, there was some good fielding as well. This one, fortunately, doesn't hit the stumps because before he hit the stumps, he would have taken the kneecaps off the bowler, Azizi. They need Azizi. We'll talk about Azizi. Well, there's nothing easy because this one was hit like a rocket and it hits his fingers. And then he was being brave. And then that pain was felt. And there came the magic spray.
Now, once they reattached that finger, Dad Mohammed was okay to continue. And he continued with some success. And yeah, that's another one. Any of you eye surgeons out there, you'll be in business this week. And not going for the sunglasses. But yeah, Sweden, it's just the middle of the innings where they lost their way, wasn't it? And they were still in the game, even after 4 overs, despite the third of Azizi being pretty good. He just never found a double-digit over again. In fact, from the start of the 5th over, there were only 3 boundaries, no 6s. Yeah, it's just pretty comprehensive by MSC Frankfurt. They've done everything asked of them so far. And they're looking very, very good at this stage. This is what's coming up next. 2 teams that haven't been able to register a win yet. We'll see them in match 9. I know you'll be here for that one. Starting in about 10 minutes. We're about 8 minutes away from rejoining you in the coverage. And we'll get to see Malta Super Kings batting first after their captain Bikram Arora won the toss in match 9. But looking back to the second half of match 8, it's Qureshi that stuck around at number 3, but yeah, certainly had intent, not really able to put too much together. Apart from that, Alizai wasn't able to reproduce his heroics of yesterday. He kind of staggered to 10. He was frustrated while he was out there. Rahil Khan and Khalil, again, they got a little bit of a start, but couldn't go on with it. Hassan Hussain was run out brilliantly late in the innings by Shahid Afridi Jr., 83 for 4. I think there were a few extras in there. A couple came at the end, so I don't know how much to make of that, but really it was a good holding job from the MSC Frankfurt. I mean, some of their extras, there were the 4 byes that came off the top of the stumps. There was a 5 wides at the end, so 21 extras certainly doesn't look good and maybe pads the stats a little bit as with the bowling. The wickets went to Shahid Afridi Jr. That was easy. And down Muhammad. Now have a look at Carter Khan. Special mention to him. 2 overs for only 7 runs. They couldn't get him away at all, could they, Rico?
No, they couldn't. Carter Khan and Azizi, well, they're the pick of the bowlers for me there. I think they're really well. And also, I think Nur Mohammed, I mean, he does take a wicket. He also almost loses a hand in the process. Credit to him. And he continued and he came back to bowl his second over as well. That's commitment for you. He could have quite easily said, no, Skip, you know, we got this game in the bag. I'm going to sit it out. But no, he wanted to be out there, and that's good. And I think that's what you need. You need a bit of team dynamics as well. And, well, the champions from Germany, MSC Frankfurt, are certainly showing that at the moment. As you see there, a comfortable victory for them.
Well, it certainly was, and they've done everything right so far. It's just a matter of whether they can sustain this level over the week. I think some teams will be coming for them. I think Sweden's one of them. Remember this when they meet again, because I'm sure Sweden, they'll click at some point. Also think of VOC Rotterdam. They'll have some revenge on their mind if they get another crack at the Germans later in the week. And of course, Belgium, they haven't done anything wrong yet at all. Ostend exiles. So plenty of cricket action coming your way. We'll be back in just a few minutes to start their 4th match of the day. It'll be match number 9, Super Kings from Malta. They will be batting first against the Calpe Giants. One of them will register their first ECL win, and you can find out exactly who very, very shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. See you shortly on ECN for more action in the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
This is how we play cricket.
On a Crossfit song.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN with you today as we head into the last couple of matches on day 2 of Group D. And we're going to have 2 teams that haven't got any points on the board yet in match 9, Malta Super Kings versus the Calpe Giants. Let's go over to the Giant coin toss. Well, the Giants are playing. Let's see if they win it. Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains.
Keeper called. BET2BALL.
You're going to bat first.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Malta will bet.
Well, no luck for the Giants with the Giant coin. It was Ian Latin that calls keeper Inu, but BET2BALL is the way that the coin did fall. And so the Malta Super Kings, they've won the toss and elected to bat first. So, look, a good opportunity for them to get a score on the board without any chasing pressure. I think Gopal Chaturvedi batted very well yesterday. Bikram Arora kind of misfired, as did Varun Prasath. They're the 2 players we normally associate with big runs for the Malta Super Kings. But I'm also interested to see how their bowling attack goes. And Ashok Bishnoi, he's got the second best figures in ECN history, 6 for 3 he took in the 2020 ECS, so we'll get another chance to look at him. Let's talk about the Calpe Giants though. Well, let's see if the Giants can be giant killers, I suppose. They've got a great opportunity here to register some points against the Super Kings side, which may be a little bit down on confidence after 2 losses on day 1. They've been led well by Ian Latin, their standing captain today, because Avinash Pai out with a bit of a knee injury. But Ian Latin, was very unlucky to be run out the way that he was off a direct hit. He was hitting the ball pretty well. Louis Bruce, of course, he had another good morning with the bat, and I think we'll see a few more of their options used. They're just rotating their squad and giving a lot of the guys the experience. That's what they did back in the night series, and that's what they're probably going to do this week as well. So let's go up to the commentary box where Rico Full is waiting. The news from the toss in match 9 is that the Malta Super Kings, they've won the toss. They'll be batting first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo there in the sunshine. And, well, out there in the middle, that's where the heat is, of course. And the heat is certainly on both of these 2 teams here. The Malta Super Kings, they're up against the Calpe Giants. Both teams yet to register a victory. And, well, by getting a victory here, they certainly will start to put a bit more pressure on the team we've just seen being defeated, Al-Mazalmi. And who's it going to be? Well, I'm liking the positiveness, I guess, of the Super Kings. Their captain, Bikram Arora, you'll see here on the fantasy dashboard, he's decided that they are going to have a bat first. And he'll be hoping that probably he and Gopal Chaturvedi can get going. But look, the likes of Fayam Mughal and Varun Prasath particularly have to get going. Aftad Khan, he'll be hoping that he doesn't have to come in so early. Well, bat versus ball wall is saying that it's going to be the Giants that are going to register a win here. That'll be interesting to see. They're expecting, or they're predicting, that the Malta Super Kings will get to 100 and the Calpe Giants will be able to knock them off. You can see the average runs for, well, the Giants, they're faring better off there, and that's why we have that prediction. It is going to be Gopal Chaturvedi. Going to be the #1 batter. He's one who has, at least for his team, performed in the first match. He did get some runs on the board, scored 45 of 22, but then we had that collapse, an amazing collapse. There were like 68 runs of 5, and then the next 5 overs only managed 20 odd runs. So here we go. It's first delivery, and that's well bowled, but nicely played. Good bit of timing, and oh, unlucky Simpson. He slides in there with one hand trying to stop it, but all he's able to do is palm it. And it's 4 runs off the bat. And it's Michael Kelly, the bowler. It's nicely played. It does pop up at him. You see Simpson is trying to flick this back, but unfortunately, I think the ball just gets a little bubble before he gets onto it. This one may be called wide. It has been. The umpires out there are men in black. Joe Foster and Charles Croucher. Joe Foster is the man at the bowler's end. The Sheriff at square leg at the moment. Kelly once more to Chaturvedi. Well bowled. Both these teams will be quite nervous, I would imagine. Be quite a bit of tension in this match. from Aurora. He'll be so keen to do well here. And struck firmly down the ground for a single. Yeah, I mean, one thing, if I was Bikram Aurora, I would be saying to myself, okay, what do I do well? And what he does well, and I've seen him do this plenty of times back at the Marseille International Cricket Ground in Malta, is he occupies the crease. And he doesn't go at a snail's pace either. He gets his singles quickly. He plays nice shots. I think he needs to be saying to himself, I'm going to bat minimum 6 overs. In the air and gets this one away. Nice shot to play inside the power play, hitting it up and over. He gets a friendly nudge from Gopal there saying, good shot, skipper. And both these batters have boundaries now to their name. But of course, one of the things they'll be thinking about is going the distance. They made a good start, didn't they, in that match against VOC. This one's pretty full. Doesn't try to smash it away, just tries to guide it. And, well, Maya now, we've all seen Maya. Maya's now a bigger fan of Malta. Go Super King, she says. Well, I don't know what's going on there, Maya. Maya keeps changing allegiance here. Nice to have Maya, and nice to have Amy out there as well. Hello, Amy. Yes. It's not quite thrown on the field. Or is it? Maybe I've got it wrong. Maybe she's telling me, hang on, Rico, you got it wrong. Oh, I tell you what, Amy, I can tell you it's not thrown out on the field. And maybe I shouldn't say this too loud. Come on, don't you know your man? And, this is bold, but good running as well. This is what you're going to expect to see from Bikram. And that is the end of the over. So, good start, positive start. 12 without loss. And a good time to welcome back the cheeky. And of course, the very talented. Is he? Of course he is. Mr. Maximo.
Cheeky bit charming. There's Louis Bruce. And serves up full toss, which is going to cost him a boundary, I think. It's a bit of a teaser for the fielder. It's going to get there. And so, Louis Bruce. Saw him kind of nipping it a bit both ways in the earlier match. When he gets the ball that swings, then he does get a lot of in-swing, but he hasn't really been swinging around today. Chatavidi gets 4. Back to the drawing board. Reasonable start from the Malta Super Kings. Chance to bat first here. Let's see if they can get their first win, but the Giants stand in their way, and the Giants will have their own ambitions of points on the board. Full toss, and this is going to be 4 more. We just cannot quite find the handle at the moment, Louis Bruce.
Yeah, too over-pitched and just trying to get the Yorker length delivery in, but ends up being a full toss and got plenty of width on it. So Chatavidi puts this away nicely.
That's fine. Well, not fine for Bruce, but not a no ball at least. Just needs to pull that length back a little bit. Chatavidi, good start from him. He's had a good start to the week, hasn't he? Looked good yesterday. Next one does swing a bit down the leg side. It's Kuyado behind the stumps. A couple of team changes that I noticed. With Harrison Lee Sims out of the lineup. They've got Manav Nayak coming in. He's a really handy pickup. And Sammy Boda as well. So a couple of young players in for the afternoon game for the Giants. Goes after this. And this is going to be more runs. Falls into a pocket and will run all the way for 4. So a third boundary in the over. This is confident stuff from Chatavidi. So Giants feel like just need a wicket to pull this one back at the moment. The Kings off to a flyer.
Yeah, nice shot. Again, it's another up and over. It's a good one to play in the power play. Chatavidi is really up and running here now.
Just gave a bit of a shout out to some of our Australian viewers. Probably don't pay enough attention to them because I don't want to sound biased. But Amy said she was watching from Sydney, so Keanu's also watching from New South Wales. And I know we've got a few others in there. Minch might be there as well. Let us know if you are watching from Australia. Drop us in the chat where you're watching from, or even if you're anywhere else. Goes after this, but skies it, and he's not going to be able to find this one. And Kelly was looking for it. He just lost it in the sun. He ended up not being able to get back, so that's frustrating. And yeah, sun reflects off some big surfaces. One of them is the moon. Another one, Michael Kelly's head at the moment. He's gone hatless, and he couldn't find it. Anyway.
Difficult one because he starts coming in and then loses it in the sun, and then there's no coming back from that.
Better ball. Better ball to beat it. A battle like Bikram Aurora. Bruce is capable of a wicket-taking delivery. Just have a look at this one. Pretty much the batter's view, the keeper's view. He's maybe just hitting the seam slightly and going away. Good feed. He's got to get out of the over. Now Bruce, last ball. Finds the accuracy by the end of the over, but still, that over is going to cost 15. And MSK, after 2 overs, they're 27 for no loss. And Rico gives us a great chance to look at the standings. So a bit going on. Remember, at the end of tomorrow night, we'll know exactly who's in the top 3, who's in the bottom 3. And at the moment, top 3 places, MSC Frankfurt, Austin Exiles, and PSC Rotterdam just sneaking in because Albies Army's net run rate took a bit of a hit last game.
Yep.
These two in the bottom, but they do have a game in hand. So they're still able to qualify top 3 with some good results, I think.
Super Kings, that's Fire Mughal. Showing this dashing logo on their lids, the old helmet. So it's okay. Kelly comes back. He'd love to pick up a wicket, wouldn't he, after mishap in the field when he lost the ball in the air. Sun in his eye. Nice to see Manav Nayak there, the youngster as well, back in the squad. And this probably will be 4 more. Once it gets past the fielder, it's you think you're catching up with it, and that's what the fielder there, Harry Scott, is thinking, yeah, I've got it. But you just never get there. It's 4 more runs. And this time it's Bikram Aurora that paddles this away before.
Kelly tries round the wicket. Not so sure that's the tactic to these two. Kelly's a genuine wicket taker, does his best work when he shapes the ball away a little bit over the wicket, but maybe trying to replicate that angle across, but batter's going to use the angle here, and Zach Simpson's not going to be able to get near this. So another 4 runs. And from Malta Super Kings, remember, they weren't able to pick up a win yesterday in 2 attempts, but it was certainly made a very good start in the 3rd match.
Yeah, good shot. This is more like it, isn't it? This is what we're used to seeing from these teams. Just rocks back and hits it over the top. And now this time it's going to be 4 more, and they're not running for these either. Nicely played. Bikram Aurora, the captain.
Come on, lads, we get behind him now, boys, come on.
Finally on the move. And, as I was saying, what he needs to be saying, thinking to himself, is that he's got to go and at least bat 6 overs. And that's what he's doing. 4 more runs on the board for him.
Kelly, just love to pick up a wicket here and make it all worthwhile, I think, if he could pick up one of these 2. He's got a couple of balls left. It's in the air. Well, Simpson's coming around to his right, and he's not able to hold it. Does keep it within the field of play. And well, Simpson, a bit of a behind the wicket specialist. He doesn't have the biggest chest. This one bounces off it. Still good attempt. Not able to hunt down the catch.
Yeah, Bikram Aurora once again gained the up and over and the offside, but Simpson almost gets there. You're right, he does take this on the chest.
Just lets it get too close to him in the end. Last ball of the power play. This is going nowhere fast, and this one will be held. So Kelly does come up with a wicket in the end, and it's Samath Boda that takes the catch. He's into the lineup and into the action. So Kelly, a little bit expensive in his 2 overs, but he does finish with a big wicket of Gopal Chaturvedi. He has to depart for 18. And at the end of the power play, 3 overs down, MSK 40 for 1.
Yeah, Gopal Chaturvedi, he does go and just loses his shape, doesn't he? It looks like he wants to be hitting straight, but he ends up reaching for it. And he gets a little friendly nudge from his captain saying, that's okay, you've done your job. You've got us to 40 in the power play, so it's a good start. But this is the important point here now. This is where the other batter's coming in, and it may, I wonder who they go for, whether they're going to go for Varun, whether it's going to be Fayan. Looks like it probably is Fayan Mugala, who was padded up. We saw a picture of him earlier. It's a good time for him to come in as well here. He's an aggressive player. You see Bikram there, chatting to him, talking to him. He's telling him, look, what's happening, telling him what the bowlers are bowling. He's like, come on, me and you, let's make it count.
Yeah, key man, Fayan Mugala. It's a good pickup for the Super Kings. Yeah, but Kelly wasn't a disaster for him in the end. He goes for 24. And that's not far off kind of par for the course, I think, low 20s. But I think the spin's going to be important here. And Ian Latton, he's got plenty of options at his disposal. He's got himself with his leg spin. He's got Manav Nayak, who we're about to see for the first time. He's got Zach Simpson as well with his leg spin. He bowled pretty well earlier today. So I think, yeah, certainly making the option to turn to spin straight out of the power play. See if they can just have a few quiet overs through the middle. It'll be Aurora on strike. Manav Nayak, clever spinner. He bowls a leg spin, off spin. He can do the lot, really.
Talented player.
It's carved out nicely. A lot of work for Boda. He overruns it in the end. Well, he's annoyed with himself. Giddy up, Horsey. That'll be 4 runs.
Yeah, Boda's not going to be happy with this, and nor is the young Nayak. He knows that this needs to be stopped. And sometimes you just got to get down. And you made a very good point the other day when you said, well, look, a lot of fielders don't like sliding behind the ball because where they normally play. And I get that because you get a lot of teams that are playing on quite rough outfields where you dive, then be it at your peril. But look, on this surface, yeah, it's like a mattress. Dive.
Tough call. Either way. Called wide again. Manav Nayak, what he's trying to do here is the Sheriff. I'm pretty happy about that wide. But, yeah, he's just trying to sneak the ball inside. And that one, yeah, not even close. Better. I mean, I think what he's saying is, I'm prepared to miss, but I want to miss left, and I'm prepared to give away maybe 1 or 2 wides and over. But I don't want to get too close to the batter, in which case, you know, he might get hit for 4 or 6. So he's always thinking, Manav Nayak. Way too full, but luckily for Magal, well, luckily for the bowler, Magal, it's his first ball, so he's happy just to pat it down for a single. That's the other one, I think, and it's going to be held. Statue of Liberty play. Harry Scott, he comes up with the big catch, the big man, and so the youngsters combine. And Harry Scott, well, he'll tell you that was the plan. He went very early with the one hand, or you might call it the hand of hope, but it finishes the hand of success. Harry Scott with another catch, and Super Kings, they lose their captain, 48 for 2.
Yeah, once again, he's opting to have this shot, playing it outside the off. But Harry Scott, well, he used to be a little man when he was a junior, from I remember him. But he shot up a little bit since then, and it's a good job that he has because he stands tall, sticks the hand out in the air, and the ball buries itself in the palm of his hand. And, well, that's a highlight for the youngster, isn't it? That's one that he'll play over and over again to his friends. And that's what I love about this European Cricket Network. I mean, once it's out there, it's there forever. He'll be showing that. There he is there. He'll be sharing that with his friends at the moment. And when he grows older, maybe with his wife. And when he gets older, with his children. And when he gets older, with his grandchildren. That's what these moments are all about. That's a special moment for the youngster. Harry Scott, well done, young man.
He never really jumps, does he? He never really jumps. He just kind of like hurdles backwards, running, and then puts the hand up. So, yeah, fantastic bit of fielding. It's all well that ends well. If he drops it, I'm probably quite critical of that.
He was never dropping that.
It's right in the middle. And well, his mum, Selena Jack, she's watching from the UK. She'll be really happy with that. I'm sure that his dad, John, and his brother Josh at the ground here, they would have enjoyed that one too. What a good moment. Nayak, last ball. Patted down. This is Varun Prasad now, left-hander at number 4. And that's the end of over number 4. Score on Super Kings, 49 for 2. Once again, we see the Calpe Giants, a side not afraid to change the pace of the game, turning to spin, and that certainly worked. It was clever bowling by Manav Nayak.
Yeah, he's a good, I said before when he came on the bowl, he's a very talented player. We've seen him bowl well, we've seen him field well, we've seen him catch well, and he's going to be a star of the future. But why? Of course he is, because he's got his father, Samir Naik, who works with the juniors here for Costa del Sol.
Assistant coach of the national team now, Samir Naik, also former representative of the United Arab Emirates. So he's got a lot of cricket pedigree, Manav Nayak. And look, we've got a few questions at the moment, or a few comments about the increased viewership on our YouTube. That is true. But you've got to remember that the YouTube is just one of the platforms that ECN goes out on. So our numbers, of course, in the subcontinent in particular, are quite staggering that we have every day. So it's great that no matter where you're watching from, no matter what platform you're watching on, it's great that you can join us. As we see a no ball that gets whacked away. It's a worst case scenario. Joey Marples into the attack for the first time in the series. That's the batter that was on the attack. That one's gone for 7.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very, very, very important shot for Varun Prasad. He needs something good to happen for him. And he gets a full toss. He smashes it away for 6. That's 7 runs. But he also going to get a chance to do it again because it's a free hit. The pressure on Marples, the bowler. But for somebody like Varun Prasad, who has really struggled since he's been here at the Cartama Oval, this is an opportunity which you can take. Well, I'll tell you what, get out of there if I were you. Leave it alone.
This is
There's
the
snakes
ECL.
in there.
This is the ECL. You don't have to find your own balls anymore. Those days are gone. Come back and join us. We had a couple of... It's like, you know, when people get lost in the woods and you find them after about 3 days and they might need a good meal.
Yeah, leave it to the men in
the
yellow.
youngsters.
They've got the harpoons.
Simpson and Boda. Tripping over the snakes. This will be a free hit coming up. Marples doesn't get that first one right. This is better. And it just swings inside, so gets away with the free hit. See how Marples can come back from that first ball, which wasn't a good delivery. Prasad is the master of hitting those high balls for 6. He even hit one accidentally last year. Oh no, this is going to be another no ball, and this could be trouble for Marples, because that's the second one of the over. It's going to go for 4, and I'm a bit worried that Marples, that might be all she wrote, because that's 2 high no balls. The umpires come together. It's always hard coming in new series. That's 2 that he's directed at the body of Prasad. He hadn't had too many problems sending him away, but yeah, in this form of the game, I think that Marples might not get to complete his over.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on whether the umpires feel that they were both dangerous and...
Yeah, he's got the message now.
Yeah.
That's disappointing for Marples. I've got a lot of time for him as a cricketer. He just gets a couple wrong. Got to admit, that is the rule, and I think it's a correct decision from the umpires, but you know, I think maybe at this level you should be allowed 2 and then maybe the 3rd. What do you think? They're not particularly... there's nothing deliberate about that.
It's not deliberate, but they are dangerous.
They're both...
if they're dangerous...
Dangerous for your bowling figures.
And if they're dangerous, and you've been given the warning. So the warning would have been given after the first one, and therefore, yeah, there's really no option. You've got to follow the laws of the game, and yeah, he has to come off, which is unfortunate.
That's for Harry Scott, though. He's running hot. Starts with a wide. That's right off the end of the fingers of Kayado. That's going to be annoying for him. It's always hard as well. Harry Scott's coming in, hasn't really warmed up.
Well, not only that, when he does bowl the legal delivery, it's going to be a free hit. So
yeah,
this was a free hit. It's a wide, so it will still be a free hit.
Let's try and hang in the game here, Giants. He goes straight, and he goes large. Maximo! Well, Prasad, he's one man. If he does get going, there'll be no stopping him. And he gets a free hit and he dispatches it. Now the score running away from the Giants. Kings past 60 and climbing.
Yeah, I mean, they've been here before, though, the Super Kings. And it was right about this point when things started going backwards. So these two have to see it beyond this.
Better. You just got to shake it off. It's the hardest thing. But Harry Scott gets deposited for 6. He has to run in, bowl the next ball. He's got a lot of work to do. Just try and get out of this over. I think you're exactly right. They have been here before. They'll never stop giving up at all. Harry Scott picked up a couple of key wickets playing for the Calpe Giants in that night series recently.
Mughal, he'll attack the leg side. That's for sure. That's where he likes to hit. There he's got to Mughal. Be another wide and difficult, isn't it, this for bowler, the young man coming on the bowl. Came on to the left-hander and on a free hit. Now they've crossed. He's got to adjust his line to the right-hander. That would have been a good ball to Varun Prasad, but not so good to the right-hander, Mughal. Interesting field changing. Keep moving this field around.
Small bowled. I think Scott probably going to be used possibly again now that Marples, I think they were going to him as one of the bowling options. Maybe, may or may not get another over. I mean, they've still got a lot of spin options they could use. Haven't seen Cows either with the ball. Bye-bye. It's a full toss. And Prasad goes Maximo. Well, this one's no doubter. Straight off the bat of Prasad. If you get it slightly wrong at this level, you're going to pay. And that one flew a long way.
Oh, this is a Bizaway Super 6, this. This has been thumped out of here. Boom. Shaka Lagya. Gone a long way, and they're liking that. They need something to be happy about. They need something to smile about. They need something to lift their spirits. And can it be Varun Prasad? He's raced along to 24 of 8. We know he's dangerous. He just needed to click, and he is starting to click here. I mean, he's normally, and we've seen this at the Master Cricket Ground as well, is that Yorker length delivery into his pads that he sometimes struggles with.
He's got a blind spot.
Anything short, he'll put away.
So he's gone 28 at the moment, combined from Marples and Scott. So last ball of the over. Will it go 30 supersonic? Well, quite possibly. In fact, positively, definitely. And it's not a good delivery. And this one's going to be another no ball for height. +4 buys. So rack 'em, stack 'em. Another free hit coming up as this over. Now it's worth 33. And they could actually tie the highest over ever with a 6. And this over hasn't even been bowled by one bowler.
No, did we not have this last in one of the earlier groups? Was it last week or the week before?
I'm worried that this record is going to be equalled here, or worse. Well, there's your 39, looking fine. Prasad goes Maximo, the equal highest over that we've ever seen on ECN. And, well, no single bowler is responsible. Well, it all went wrong, that over for the Giants. Varun Prasad, well, he sends that one out of the ground. That is going to be the end of the over. It's 88 for 2.
Yeah, that is big, a big hit. And Varun Prasad, we were saying, gets going. It's going to be hard work for the Calpe Giants. And when he was fed the full toss to get off the mark, he thought, thank you very much. And then it was the free hit. Well, he got away with the free hit, but it's certainly now in the groove. You see that scorecard. Prasad, 30 of just 10 deliveries. He's on his way. Mughal, he's only faced 2 balls. And he came in before Prasad. Well, Mughal will probably want to start opening his count here, but that's the wide ball here. Extras. It's going to hurt them here. And that doesn't tell the story, really. Just 14 runs in extras, because what you don't realise is the extra balls that have been pounded to the boundary, especially with the no balls. This hit pretty well. Work to be done by the fielder. Does well. Bruce stops it, keeps it to 1. But that means that Prasad now comes on strike. So now, see, the difficulty here is you've got to now change it.
Have a look at this. This is Varun Prasad. I mentioned last over that he loves the high balls, and that's one he hit for 6 accidentally.
That was
last
amazing.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. That was amazing.
Johnny Grimace face.
I just saw that at the corner of my eye on the screen. I thought, what did I miss? What happened here?
Are we back in Malta? Oh, this one's hit, and it's going to be 6 more. Maximo Prasad, he's liking what he's seeing at the moment. Tough matchup for Nayak against the left-hander. And Prasath, now his confidence up. He's really difficult to bowl to.
Yeah.
And remember, it was Prasath and Bikram Arora. They hold the world record T20 international partnership for the 4th wicket. Right now, Prasath, he's going large at Cartamania.
And he's got to stick with it here, the youngster. Just got to think about it. He's got his field in the right place. Just hoping for the miss hit. Well, this one's up in the air. Where's this going to end up? And it goes over the fielder. It's another 6. And he's racing away here. That takes him to 42 of 12 deliveries. And, well, I did say to many people, don't forget about the Malta Super Kings. They are another team that on their day, when they perform, can really cause a big upset. They needed something to happen after 2 disappointing matches. Well, it's starting to happen here now. Varun Prasath is looking good, and he goes again, and where's this one? It's 6 more! Balle, 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 patake chal pe grande bitch. Patake, 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 6, 6, 6. Shaka, shaka, shaka. It's party time. It's Cartamania's time at the Cartama Oval.
I feel like Manav Nayak is caught in the crossfire here. It's like the last over got Varun all revved up. Now he's just trying to hit everything out of the park. He's on 48. And he wants more. And he's going to get more. That is a power strike from Prasath, who brings up his half century in only 14 balls. What a display of hitting.
Oh, this is awesome. Absolutely awesome. Well, the fireworks have started, Mac. Because, well, Varun Prasath, he's made his 50 of just 14 deliveries. Kinni achhi batting. Bahut badaiyan Varun Prasath nu apni half century bana li.
Live action, and this game can get away from you so quick. This time it's just a single. It's been a crazy couple of overs. We saw equal highest over ever on ECN last over. And now this one. Plenty more runs. It goes magical again. 4 sixes in it. Consecutive 6s as well. He ends up going for 27. And the score, suddenly, is 116 for 2.
Yeah, 116 for 2. They're up. They're running. They're looking good. They're looking to post a higher score in the group. And who knows where it can go on from here. Look, do I say it early? Maybe. I mean, Varun Prasath, he could be eyeing up 100 here. I'm going to say it early because the way he's going, well, I may not be able to finish the paragraph and he could get there.
Yeah, well, don't bring up the C word. Pardon me, 115 for 2.
I didn't. I said the H word. I said 100.
Oh, 100, okay. Yeah. Latin gets a bowl with his leg spin. First time we've seen him in the series.
Good fielding.
Yeah, he's well done by Louis Bruce. Jeez, you've got to say, it's been really exciting innings from Prasath, hasn't it?
Fine Mughal has only faced 3 deliveries. He came in before him. He's been watching at the other end and admiring.
Well, needs to get out of the way because Varun's on fire at the moment. Here's Latin. So he does. Smart batting, I think. I mean, I just think what the Giants would want least is to have to bowl to Varun again. And Mughal, even though maybe that's one he often tries to whack out of the ground, you don't want to sky out and get out at this stage. I think you want this Varun show to last as long as possible, even the time it would take to replace the batter. It's good batting. Goes with the offie this time. The left-hander. Sammy Boda cleans up. It's the first time we've really seen the Giants looking, I don't know, a little bit clueless about where to turn next. It's all because of some of the great things we've seen, and we know this Malta team, they've got a bunch of talent. They underperformed on day one, I think, by their own standards. Doesn't get too much room to work with. Just be one.
Good work from Latin there. He knew he had to stop this. Otherwise, there was the opportunity to take the second.
Do you think that Harry Scott now regrets his one-handed catch? Because that brought Varun Prasath to the crease, who then absolutely took him apart in that last over.
Never. Are you kidding me? He's not regretting that. He's going to live that over and over again.
Just making sure everything's in order. I think we're good to keep going. Full toss, and this is going to be more pain, I think. Well placed by Prasath. Well, this one's more of a walk in the park. Straight down the ground. 4 more as he passes 60. Well, with only just over 3 overs left in this innings, does he have the chance to go all the way? The way he's batting at the moment, you wouldn't count him out.
No, you wouldn't count him out, and I think he's been fed the strike as well by Fai Mughal. He's played his part in this.
It's one here. So we'll retain the strike. That's part of it as well when you're running hot, to have more of the strike. So that single allows it. Another fairly productive over, although for Latin gets way off pretty lightly. He only goes for 9. And the score is 124 for 2. Let's have a look at this ECL. And you can see Brescia CC winning last week. It was a bit of a surprise seeing they came all the way from 4th, but they certainly came home with a wet sail. They'll be joined by a winner from Group D. And then next week, we've got our final 6 teams to come. RKBS Krijnhout from the Netherlands, as well as Farmers from Jersey, Paco Care from Spain, the host country, Marlo from Portugal, and then we've got Yek or GEK from Corfu in Greece, and Punjab Lions Nicosia from Cyprus. So we will still have plenty more new players to look at before this ECL is over. There's another high ball. I think this is going to be called. It's gone all the way. Maximo.
Yeah, you got to call this for me. That's too high. And you can see the batters looking at the umpires.
He's saying, look, I know you're sick of calling these, but a no ball's a no ball. We'll have a look at it from side on. And yeah, he's a tall man. Yeah. I think you got to call that.
It's too high.
Honestly.
And Boda smashes another one away. Well, sorry, Boda gets smashed away, say. Varun Prasad, he's on his way.
They have called. I know he's a tall man, but I think, you know, just the way he plays it.
Yeah.
That's high.
So free hit coming, so he's on his way into the 70s now.
Oh, free hit as well. How many free hits has he had in this innings? Jeez, I've never had that many in my life.
Probably the 4th, is it?
Oof.
But he's almost into the 70s. He'll be looking to get in the 70s with this one.
Boda gets him to miss Q1. Good catch taken by Nyack. It won't count, but that's kind of a win for the Giants.
I think that must be Samir, his father, somewhere saying, yeah, not realising it's a free hit.
There's someone on the field, I think. Didn't realise it was
good catch, hit. Though.
Prasad was a bit annoyed with himself. Took a long time to get going. He moved to 69. Next one's hit, but hit hard at the fielder. We haven't seen Zach Simpson in this match with the ball. I think there's certainly a kind of policy in the Giant to try and share it around as well. How far they travel to come to a game and stuff within the 2 games. I think Simpson did get his 2 overs last time. Prasad gone off the boil a bit in the last couple of balls, but he only moves to 70.
Only hits the full toss for 6, and he's had plenty of them.
Plenty of practice so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point that you make, because when you look down the options they got, I mean, Gals isn't bowled, and as you've heard me say, I think he's probably the pick of their bowlers.
Yeah. Gonna bowl 1 at most at the moment. Swing and a miss this time.
That's a very rare dot ball. We haven't seen too many dot balls. After a terrible start with a full toss that got smashed for 6, so not only was it 6, but the 1 for the no ball 7. He's pulled it back together well. Fire Mughal gets hold of this one. This is his shot, and he decides, well, I'm not giving the singles anymore. This bounces over onto the roof there of the stands and goes down to the other end, but it does come back. Well, somebody's got a good arm over there. This is 6 more. Boom! Shaka Lagya! Mughal decides it's his turn to register a boundary.
It's been pretty brutal hitting from the Malta side. Swing and a miss. So Mughal saying, well, it's my turn. He's going to have to sit and watch now because that's the end of the over. Crossover. 8 overs down, 140 for 2.
Yeah, the highest score of the group now. Well, we've seen their scores getting higher with each match. It was 125, scored by MSC Frankfurt. Now the 140's up and they're still going strong. You can see that's quite a healthy looking worm there, wasn't it? See those 2 wickets pretty close to each other, but then after that they had the acceleration. Slight blip, but that man there, Varun, is on 70. So 12 deliveries left in the innings. And he got to his 50 of just 14 deliveries. Goes up in the air, but it's going to be Knight coming in. Can he get there? And I think this one may have been the sun again. It goes a long way up, just not able to hold on to it. Well, he held on to the one that was a no ball, but not this one. And Prasath does come back for 2 as well. Unlucky. Goes up a long way. Slice as well. So this is spinning as well. Does really well to get there. And you can see there, he's just slipping as well. Gets off balance, not able to hold on to it. And this one's hit pretty well. And it's the same fielder. Makes the stop, but he just gets a single. That's a win. And I think the Giants know that the big man is probably eyeing up a big score. Wants to get to the 3 figures if he can. But at the moment, I think Latin's bowled really well. Nice and tidy. What does Mughal do here? Does he go for the big shots himself? Well, he tries, but it will be a single. And Prasath in the group so far is now also registered the highest individual score. And what a way to come back with a bang after some disappointing innings.
Been trying to reconstruct that over of 39. Eventually, I've got my accountants back to me. I'll tell you what happened.
Yeah, we'd like to hear about that one. Well, this is up in the air. Where's it ending up? Well, it's going all the way over. Balle, balle, balle. 6 carreras más. Manos arriba, Vitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras.
Running out of time, but this will help as far as the 3 figures is concerned. Latin spinning into left-hander, makes it tough. He's hit well on the offside as well as the leg side in this innings. He misses out on this one. It's force of nature for Prasath when he gets going, isn't he? And 150's up now for Malta Super Kings. And, see that, never really leaves his ground. So last ball for Latin. And he goes again. This time it's going to be 6 more. And well, you see the power of this man. It was more of a chip, but still gets over Manav Nayak. So Prasath moves to 85. And that's the end of the 9th. The score 156 for 2. And that over was only 16.
Yeah, look, he's got to. I know we're thinking about individual here, individual score. I think Mughal here has to just drop the bat on this and get him on strike.
Yeah, of course,
give him 5 balls to see if he can get to the magical figure. 102. We have had a centurion. That was Baba Hussain. 102 he scored against Zetanburan Zafar. But after that, 85 the second highest score. And that was by Taranjit Singh. So he's already joined with that.
So Charles is going to have the last over. Got pretty well earlier. See what Mughal's approach is. Yeah, that's good team play. Yeah. I think Alfred C drop and push for 1 from the number 3.
Doesn't want to bowl that length there to Prasad, does he?
Oh yeah, I mean the wind as well is assisting the down the ground shots. I'm going to go back to the over before. That was an equal record. It was back in the 5th. Might take me more than 1 ball to read it out.
I think it probably would.
Just wait for this 6 and be right back with it.
6 are out.
There you go. That's out of here. Maximo Prasath into the 90s. He's not looking nervous. He could do this, you know, with 4 balls remaining. He's 91 as Malta Super Kings pass 160.
Varun Prasath as focused as ever. And I know he can feel it. He's trying not to show it. He's into the 90s. Farhan Mughal has been there all the way through. What a partnership this has been as well.
Cut you off again. And won't have time to get through it. Oh, wait another ball. Glad I'm not bowling. That'll be a wide. Give me a chance. Okay, this is over number 5. No ball plus 6. Dot. I worked out there's a dot ball in that over that went for 39, right? So
Really?
No ball 6 yet. Marples, the second one just snuck inside the wide line. So no ball plus 6. Dot. No ball plus 4. That was the end of Marples. Harry Scott comes on. Wide, 6, 1. Wide, 1, 6. No ball plus 4 and 6. Count him up. There you are. Can you get back on strike
Does he
here?
want to take this one? Oh, he's...
Yeah, he's not gonna
well, would you take that? I wouldn't take it.
I think you got to take it.
Nah.
Yeah. No?
I wouldn't take it, no.
Fair point. I mean, it's also about being unselfish. But I think you can still get it back here. Miguel, now what's your approach? Yeah, takes one.
Clever.
There's a bit of excitement around the ground here, and we spent such a crazy innings from Prasad. And, you know, I do say, for such a good player, he misses a lot of balls, right? But when he's in, you just can't bowl to him. He's been really good off those full deliveries, driving length. Now I don't think, well, he probably will take one because he won't be able to get one anyway.
2 balls.
He might hit a 7, you know. He's hitting that well. This one's going nowhere. So now, well, he has had about 5 no balls bowled and he hit for 6 in this innings. Still, it looks like he's going to fall just short of the ton, but what entertainment. 166, highest score of this group so far.
Well, it is Prasad. They bowled a few no balls at him. If this is no ball 6, game back on.
Last ball. And he's going to get more runs here. And that's going to be 6 more. Well, I think he scored this exact score before, you know, 98. And he did score that, I believe, in Malta. So he finishes 98 not out of 31 balls. That is supersonic stuff. And now, Carpe Giants, well, they just have to sometimes acknowledge that was a top innings. And good sportsmanship from them as well. Of course, called in at short notice, and they have applied themselves well so far, but they had no answer to Hurricane Varun when he came in at number 4. He turned this match around very, very quickly.
Yeah, he certainly did, and he's shown you, and he's shown the world just what he can do, Arun Prasad, and he's shown you just why he's right up there in the those partnerships for T20 and in terms of individual scores as well. When he's in flow, he's so good to watch. He's such a talented batter, and while Maya is enjoying it, he's doing a bit of the screaming out there, and 1 or 2 others enjoying what has been a magnificent knock. But take nothing away from Fahim Mughal as well. I think his role in that partnership was instrumental as well.
Yeah.
And what a partnership it was. They came together to the score at 48.
Yeah, getting a lot of pats on the back, Fahim Mughal, for his role in that as well. Very unselfish. They had the runs on the board. It's just a matter of whether Arun Prasad would be able to reach the 3 figures. Well, let's just say the Giants had a couple of highlights in this innings, but there was also a lot of carnage, as it was the Malta Super Kings. After a disappointing day 1, they were piling on the runs here in match 9.
Yeah, they certainly were. This one goes up in the air, and it could have landed anywhere. It wasn't to be, and that was Aurora Simpson. Was trying to catch him earlier as well. Doesn't get there, and this one escapes. And at this moment in time, you thought, well, maybe it was going to be those two, Aurora and Couple Chataverde, that were going to do the damage, but it wasn't to be, because that was the first wicket. But watch out for the second one. One an exceptional one was this is Boda. He didn't have a good time, and young Nayak comes in, and there's the catch. The 2 youngsters combining beautifully, and what a catch that is. And well, there was maybe a little bit of concern perhaps at that point, but then, well, who comes in? And it's the giant. It's the hard-hitting giant. And well, Varun Prasad did not disappoint. He hit some big ones. This one probably the biggest of the lot. And we thought, well, maybe he'll go easy on the ones a little bit wider. Well, he doesn't. It's another one. He was fed a few no balls as well, which he gobbled up. And he was certainly hitting it big. Just hits the ball so true. It's almost like watching a golfer teeing off, hitting it big. Got a lovely swing. This one was out there on the offside, and 6 over extra cover. And finally, those guys out there, they had something to cheer about. He just falls a couple short, and I called it, didn't I, when he just got his 50. I said, the way he's batting here, I can see the 100. Well, he was almost there. 2 runs short. He run out of balls. You just think if he just had one more delivery, he certainly would have got to that landmark. Well, that's a little bit more like it, isn't it, from the Malta Super Kings? And I know a lot of people, a lot of the Malta supporters out there will be happy. Johnny Grimmer, he'll be jumping up and down as well somewhere. And, well, they were given a much better start. 40 was the score on the ball when the first wicket fell. And that brought Fahim Mughal out there. But he didn't face too many deliveries because Varun Prasad came in and he clobbered the ball all over the place. He is the master blaster from Malta. And he finally got into the groove here at the Cartama Oval. 172 for 2. Well, there's going to be a bit of carnage when you have a look at the bowling figures. So youngsters, look away now. And here they come. And number of bowlers we used, 8 in total. Look, first of all, the highlights. I think Ian Latin bowled really well. He did go for 25, but one of the most expensive there, Nayak. But he did pick up that wicket, and there was a wicket also to Michael Kelly, the opening bowler. But they tried many options. Bruce this time didn't work out, and Bodat tried, couldn't. Even Mark Gales there, they held him back for later. I think that was also about giving an opportunity to some of the other bowlers as well. So well done on that as well, I think, for the Calpe Giants, and Ian Latin just making sure that he gets a number of his bowlers have the opportunity. Maybe by just mixing it up, he was hoping to get through the attack of, well, certainly the attack of Prasad. It wasn't to be. 172 on the board, so a record-breaking 173 required for victory from the Calpe Giants. But I think the most important thing is, and I say this all the time, it's look, it's probably very unlikely, but stranger things have happened. It's probably very unlikely that they do get the win here, but it's the manner in which they go about this run chase. I think they have to be positive. They've got to try and reduce that margin of defeat by a fair bit as well, because net run rate is going to be key at some point. So if you like, lose, but lose well, don't lose badly. But see how it goes. Join me back again, Rico Full here, and alongside me will be Vinny Sandhu. We'll be right back in about 10 minutes time. Hello and welcome back to the sunshine of the Costa del Sol, which, well, is where this beautiful, magnificent setting is. It's the location and it's the home in Malaga of the Cartama Oval Cricket Ground. And what a lovely shot that is. And shout out to our partner, Spring Productions, providing us with some amazing images over the last, well, 3.5 weeks now, deep into week 4 of competition. All doing an outstanding job, and I'm sure so many of you will agree that the cricket that you're seeing on your screens and the work from Spring Productions has been absolutely outstanding. So well done to the boys and girls at Spring Productions. And we see pictures there of the 2 umpires. They're out there in the middle, and that is of course Joe Foster and Charles Croucher, our men in black, and they wait for the arrival of the teams coming out. So it will be the Malta Super Kings taking the field, and they certainly will be very pleased with the job that they've done. Their top order has fired, and particularly Varun Prasad. He's put behind him the dismal start he's made to his campaign with a fine 98 not out of just 31 deliveries, and the Super Kings are hoping that with that score on the board, 172, that they can also put behind them the poor start that they've made to the group and register their first victory. There's the captain, Bikram Arora. And, he was out to a fantastic catch, don't forget that, by Harry Scott. The moment that Harry Scott would treasure for a very, very long time, for a lifetime. That's what I say. To get ready to start here. It probably will be Bish and I to start off with. It's going to be Bruce and Gowes again, so no change in the batting order. Maybe Bruce just watches this one go past the leg stick. Wide ball called. And one thing we know about Ashok Bishanai is that he gets his radar right. His Yorker length deliveries sometimes are quite difficult to deal with. Bishanai once more trying to get it right. Sees the batter stepping towards him. Feels it himself. So Bruce gets off the mark. And what a sensational couple of days that he's had, Louis Bruce. We saw him score a magnificent 57 not out yesterday. And then earlier today, he scored 45. So his average is over the 100 mark at the moment. Gowes now on strike. Miscues this. Think about taking the run. Decide against it. Bit of a miscue there from Gowes. It's already shown that he can clobber the ball pretty well. Hard hitter of the ball. But sometimes just goes after the wrong one. Takes this one away. There's a good bit of fielding there. I think that's probably... Just diving forward and stopping it. Nicely done. Shabba around the ground. They want to put in a good display here because, look, a good win will certainly help them in the net run rate, and with other teams on similar points, they could easily leapfrog them on net run rate. So still, Malta Kings have everything here to play for, and even though they would think that the win is in the bag after producing such a good display with the bat, it's about winning big. And the Cowpea Giants will there be looking to do the complete opposite. They'll be wanting to make that margin as low as possible to help them. This is being hit straight into the hands of the fielder. It's a good catch. Doesn't really get any power in the shot. And that's nicely taken. And, well, good little catch. Well, he's happy. He's jumping up and down with joy. A nice catch taken. And that's Ishak in the action. Touches this well, runs across, and look, you can see where he ends up taking it. He's literally right sort of behind the stumps there, so he's made good ground. to get in line, and the wicket does go, and it's a big wicket. It's Louis Bruce who falls this time, not able to recapture the sort of form that he's shown earlier. But this now puts a little bit of pressure on the other batters without Bruce there to sort of stick around and maybe play out half of the innings, getting to his 40s or 50s. Somebody else has got to step up to the mark. The first wicket down. And it's the catcher's taken, pardon me, by Justin Sharju, who's the sub at the moment. More information in a second about who may be off the field. And I don't see the tall figure of Prasath, so I think that Prasath might be off at the moment. I'll get back to you on that one as we go back to the action. This is played straight down the ground. Take a single. Yeah, Varun Prasath is not on the field, so it is Justin Sharju that's on. It's a good catch there from Justin Sharju. Just let's scan around this field, see where those two men out are deployed. But they're going for a very very straight long on and quite a wide mid wicket. So 4 for 1 at the end of the first. Gets this one sharpish outside the off stump. He played. Oh, that's really well stopped. And it's the captain again, leading by example. That's his spot.
Amazing fielding, boy.
Aurora wants to be in the action here now. Good stop. Has to get low. Has to get onto this. Gets past him. It's 4 runs. And there you go. Good bit of action. Oh, this is a full toss. It's a no ball. And it's not a good delivery. And this comes out all wrong from the bowler, Ishak. It's all happening out there at the moment today. It's very interesting, isn't it? In a day like the other day when there was moisture. I mean, yesterday, for example, when there was a little bit of rain earlier on in the day and the ball was wet, the control from the bowler was really good. And yet here today, lovely sunny day, no issues with gripping the ball, and yet bowlers are bowling this no ball. So free hit coming up. That would have been a warning for Ishak. They can't do it again. Firmly struck, but only a single, so he gets away with it, I suppose.
Oh boy.
Off stump, it's been shouted, get it on the off stump. Long way up in the air, shouts to catch it, but I say good luck because this would be amazing catch if he, oh, that's going to be 4 runs. I think his feet are over the rope when he's touched this. Going to have a look at this again. I'm pretty sure he's making contact with this while his feet are over the rope. And we'll have a look. And I think it's the rock star. Here we go. It goes up the air a long way. I think if he's alert enough, he can flip this back. See, it bounces here. Watch his feet. Yeah, that foot surely is planted on the ground. It's interesting what the third umpire will say about this, and that's Tyrone Peters. Will have to have a look at this again. Here's the bounce, and yeah, 4 runs. I think that foot gets planted. Yeah, there we go. So good teamwork again from our officials. That's the on-field umpire, Joe Foster, Charles Croucher, and also third umpire, Tyrone Peters, getting it spot on. This one gets through, and oh, well, he could have been gone twice. The ball doesn't miss by much, but I think the return from Aftab Can't. Almost has him. Off top. Didn't get a chance to go out there today, so he's going to do all his work behind the stumps. That's the end of the second over. So 13 for 1. And already that rate is at the, what Vinny would say, point of no return. And speaking of Vinny, here he comes and he'll talk you through these tables. Looking interesting, Vinny.
I am back. Well, MSK, net run rate not looking particularly healthy, minus 4.388. Feel like a big win here. They could get their week back on track. Here's Bishnoi. Oh, this doesn't miss by much. And if he can't, having another go. Bishnoi, when he's bowling well, he can get that shape, that kind of outswing. Just have a look. This one doesn't swing back. If it did, it's cleaning him up.
Bishnoi once more. This time slightly shorter. Vinny, why don't we just remind people of why and how we got to know about Bishnoi? Remind of that match back at the Mars International Cricket Ground.
Yeah, well, he has the second best bowling figures in East End history. We're the best of the entire 2021 season that saw us cover over 1,200 matches.
Yeah, it should be straightforward. It should be, but he has a little wobble. It goes one way or the other, but Chetaverde just take it eventually. Well, his heart was in his mouth. And if he dropped it, I think Bishnoi may have had other ideas about what he'd want to put in his mouth, but he does take it, holds on to it, and another wicket goes down. It's sort of a half-hearted shot. Doesn't really get, he takes himself away from it, so he's not able to get power in the shot. There you go, he's third time lucky.
Un, dos, tres. That is Gopal Chetaverde. That takes the catch, but yet it's off the end of the bat from Carls. So can't blame him trying to go over the top, making the most of this field that's fairly up, of course, but he does fall, and it's going to be a tough and easy field for the Giants, chasing 173. At the moment it's 13 for 2. Yeah, so
second. Yeah, let's
talk about the best figures of 2021. Ashok Bishnoi, 6 wickets for 3 runs against Gozo when they bowled out Gozo for 6, and he could have probably almost either equalled or maybe even beaten a 6 for 2 held by our own Stefan Gooch in Hungary, but he bowled a wide.
Bowled wide, yeah.
Wide, didn't he?
And that's one thing that you see here. Because what he's trying to do all the time, he will always get that one to stray down the leg. And yeah, that cost him on that day. And that's that one to see. And that's nicely played. He's got plenty on this. Nicely timed shot. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. This is all about timing, all about placement. Go and say it in Punjabi. Vinny Sandhu, here we go.
And
I'm teaching you well.
Getting me there. I'm appreciating the lessons. But another way we'd say it in this part of the world, cuatro carreras, and it's all timing, wasn't it?
Yeah, pure timing just helps a long way. But that's the one we're talking about. That's the one that he strays down the leg side, and he does do it quite often, and that's what lets him down, really. That one's better. Just slightly short off a length.
See Sammy Boda getting a bat at number 4. Again, I think this Calpe Giants team, ever since I've known them, which is a full, I don't know, just over a month now, I would say that they have been keen to expose as many players to the opportunity and expose men into pressure situations. I also think Latin. I'm gonna say something a bit controversial here.
Ooh.
I don't think Louis Bruce should be opening for them. I think that have him up your sleeve, but I think he's been slow to start and then get going most of the time. And I think someone like Latin up the top that can handle the first few bowlers as well as the last 2, and then let Louis Bruce come out and swing away.
Okay.
Controversial opinion.
Bishnoi just having his troubles here with these wides. And this time it's the one that goes wide at the offside.
Decision.
Just falling over, isn't he, Bishnoi? You see there, because he's falling, sort of starts to fall in his follow-through. That's what creates the ball to be shorter. Just needs to be a little bit more upright as he follows through.
Last ball for Bishnoi.
Not out, it's going down leg.
Starting to get a bit of that shape, though. He was swinging back just not quite enough to endanger the stumps. But, yeah, if he can start swinging the ball around, he'll be a real dangerous customer this week. That's the end of the power play. Giants 21 for 2. And, the batter trying to get a bit funky there. But I think even Bishnoi knew that one wasn't hitting. And when he turned around, the umpire was already walking away. Not a good sign. A few questions in the chat. And one from Kitty. He's watching from the USA. Asking Rico, how's your restaurant going? Is it surviving without you? Because I know it's still going. I still wanted to visit the restaurant. We haven't had the chance yet for you to serve me food. How's it going there?
It's going very well indeed, thank you. Yeah, it does survive without me. I mean, thankfully, I've got a lovely wife that works very, very hard, keeps an eye on it as well, and my daughter, whenever she can come down from university, and very loyal staff. So fortunately, all is well, thank you.
And of course, that is called Rico's.
Yeah, I'm missing the food though, I must admit. A couple of Rico burgers now and again, and one of my nice Rico kebab, the Royal. That would be nice, but hey, the food here is pretty good as well.
No ball off the pitch from Sharma. He can't find the cut bit. First up. Free hit. Won't be out. This will be a wide. This will be a wide. It'll be changed here. And this is funny because Joe Foster's given it out, and then Latton's looked at him, and he doesn't look nervous at all. He's just waiting for him to change his mind. So he's going to get another free hit. Haven't we had some funny free hits today? We've had one that went for 4 byes off the top of the stumps, and now we've had a free hit that's a wide that essentially, Afi Khan has wasted everyone's time by taking the bails because now he's going to set it up. You can't be stumped off a free hit.
No. And, well, we have some amusing moments there, and
good practice.
Smile on Charles Crouch's face there said it all, but yep, not out. This one will be.
This will be another wide. I think it is another wide.
Oh, but it's still another free hit.
Yeah,
of course
it's another free hit.
Yeah,
okay, get your pen and paper out, everyone. It's meant to be the most simple form of the game. We've had some of the most complicated things you can imagine. That's a wide, I think. Straight over the line.
I just see that it's. He didn't really quite spread him, did he, Mr. Croucher? So I wasn't sure.
I've got a question for you.
Go on, tell me.
Is he on a hat trick here?
Well, we've never seen it before, so why not?
We haven't seen it, and now we've got 2 and 2. Third time lucky, get some contact, and in fact this one splits the gap, and this has gone all the way Maximo. Well, that free hit goes for 8.
It does go for 8. Listen, I think Charles Croucher, I think he's one of those you've got to wind him up a bit. Look, even when he gives the 6 arm, just stay that angle. It's like, what do you call that one that the ballerinas do when they go around with the arms like that?
I don't know the terms, but I know the one you're talking about.
He just needs a little crank up and get those arms straight.
But he's got tired arms. I mean, how many wides has he had seen all this over already? And no ball.
Good point. Oh, he's going to have to put him up in the air. Let's go for it. Come on. Get him up. Get him up. Arriba, arriba. Así me gusta. 6 carreras más.
Yeah, it's almost like Latin knows, all right, I'm on the rack here. I can be out now, so I'm going to have to hit this one a bit harder. And yeah, he hits that one well. And he gets this one high, and the wind at the moment, for the most part, this game has been assisting those shots down the ground. That one really flew.
Good shot.
We had an over that went for 39 before. But will we see something similar? Maybe not. Just has to hold some legal deliveries here. Sharma. I have to tell you, well, you were with me. I need to tell the viewers about our little pit stop last night on the way home.
Firmly struck. Yeah, we did. And it was an amazing one as well, wasn't it?
It was really good. I mean, everyone knows I like trying out the local delicacies. I'm a big fan of the black paella here, the squid ink paella. It's one of my favourites on the weekends, but I discovered something new last night.
I thought he was going to fall over when he hits this. He almost does, but he splits the field perfectly. 4 more runs. So the score moves on to 41. So, I mean, this is a good sort of fight back, really. I mean, look, the match, as you know, is probably, well, you'd say probably out of the question, but stranger things have happened. But he's played that a couple of times. He hits it, and then he goes down quite hard on his knee. But I can see why what you're thinking is about Bruce and changing up slightly. Yeah, but come on, tell us.
Good option early.
Tell the viewers. I know.
41 for 2. Is that where we're at?
Yeah,
41 for 2. Up to 4 overs. So we're on the way home yesterday, and then someone tells me about these things called empanadas. Empanadas, right?
Empanadas,
There we
yeah.
go.
Empanadas, muy bien.
And suddenly it appears empanadas. And when they were described, they're like Spanish pies, basically, aren't they? You can tell us what they are.
Yeah, it is. It's basically like it is a pie, but made with a pastry, short crust pastry, with all different types of fillings. But we went to El Mundo de Empanadas, the world of empanadas, so the world of pies. And go on, what did you have?
I don't even know, but I ordered 4 of them in Spanish, and some of them I even knew what was in them, but they were all delicious.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be big trouble. They have to get some bigger suits, I think.
There was nearly big trouble because some of the ordering nearly got us in big trouble. But anyway.
Let's just say that a very high up person in the ECN organisation, won't name him. Oh, this one's pretty well hit as well, and Latin goes bang. Well, he can stay in for a while. Who knows? I mean, the rate's up towards 4 a ball. They're going to need a string of magical overs. This is pretty magical batting from the standing captain, Ian Latin.
Yeah, he's hit this really well. Good timing, and it goes all the way up there. All the way up. I mean, you're saying somebody who's pretty high up. Well, this guy's pretty high up. Perfectly timed. And once again, gets that knee down and says, Shakawi Maria, many 4 wicket to the.
That's well struck. Yeah, so someone was trying to order chicken in Spanish, and they were mispronouncing it slightly, and they were saying a word that means something a little bit risque instead.
And is it going to be 2 and 2? Yes, indeed it is. And the fielder watches it go over and says, can somebody pass me the ball, please? And this is a nice shot. And the thing I like about these hits is he's not rushing them. It's just pure timing. And he's got the power, he's got the strength. But you see this, and this one, he's hitting it off the back foot. That's a really hard hit.
Yeah, it's good batting, isn't it? Timing, 32 off 13.
Zats will catch it, but he's quite happy to just take it on the one bounce. So quite an expensive over this from Shurid Roy.
Yeah, not afraid to toss it up at the moment. It's a matter of how far they're going to get hit. Now it's Boda's turn.
Is this a chance once again? I think they're quite happy not to try and go for these catches. They're happy to just let the ball drop.
Gets through in the end. Let's have a look here. And one thing you've got to watch out for when you're running between the wickets is your partner. There's a bit of bad social distancing.
Oh, he's managed to stop it. I thought for a moment he's going to run past this. Just take the single. It's interesting. Everybody's shouting catch it, but the fielder's straight on there saying, we'll just stop it.
We'll have a look at this. We'll probably check the boundary stop here. Yeah, I think his foot stays inside. So, don't think, see when it lands here, foot, camera lies slightly. I think that's okay.
Yeah, it doesn't make contact with him as he's going, or as he plants that foot over the boundary. So that's a pretty good stop. Yeah, it's hard to see just here.
Benefit of the doubt goes to the fielder. I mean, that's the one, but I still think even there's no evidence it touches the rope. So 57 for 2 after 5. Yeah, another question from Neil in the chat asking, have I hired another mongoose? Well, mongoose was the name of my scooter in Malta last year. Geez, we had a great time in Malta. We always do. And short answer is no. The journey's a little bit too long and a little bit too early in the morning for me to be on the mongoose. But
I don't think your mongoose would go up some of these mountainous roads.
I don't know. I'm pretty powerful sometimes.
Not after you've eaten
maybe
all
on the
those
weekend.
pies. After all those pies.
Yeah, not with the pies inside. That were delicious empanadas. But yeah, maybe on the weekend I might have a little cruise around. It's always nice in Spain. All right, here we go. Miguel with the ball. So, Latin's a bit frustrated. He has to give up the strike here. Good opportunity for Sammy Boda though as well. Yeah, it's a real Rubik's Cube, this batting order for the Giants. Trying to work out how to best use Bruce. I just have an instinct that the way he finishes innings, he might be a good middle order player for them at 4 or 5.
No, I think I can understand. I would say change it for the power play. So you got somebody like Latin out there, because you've already shown that he can hit the ball pretty well. But I think he's got to be number 3. You wouldn't have him too low down.
Cowles hasn't really worked to the top of the order at this level yet. Play him more as a bowler and bat him lower. And open with Latin and Louis Bruce maybe.
Yeah.
I just think you've got to get Latin up there. He looks too good. And just like that, he's gone. So Nick's behind, but to be fair, played some good shots in there. And, well, Latin certainly has tried his hardest to get somewhere close to this target. He tries to send this one away over the leg side. A lot of the time, so he can hit the shot through the offside, but he tries to go the slog sweep. There's a bit of movement, I think, just straightening down the line from Funya Magal, who's got a real whippy action, and he picks up the Giant skipper. Good innings from him, though, but he departs. It's 59 for 3.
Yeah, delight for Magal. He's played his part in this match. He was played in that great partnership, 124 partnership between him and Varun Prasad, and now gets a wicket there as well. And of course, we did curse you. The commentators cursed, so sorry about that. I think just as we're talking about him, and what were the words you said just as you nicked that one?
Yeah, well, I said he's been looking good or something like that.
Something like that. But no, it's a good knock. And that's, you, like I say, you've got to take positives from when you're not winning. And that is a positive because Latin has shown just what he's able to do. And already shown that this team, the Cappy Giants, do have a bit of depth and do have some talent that we haven't quite seen yet. Magal now bowling to the youngster, Nayak. And plays this one nicely. And just keep an eye on her. I'll tell you now, world cricket lovers, the global cricket audience, keep an eye on this young man. You know, he's done fantastic work in the field. He's a very good bowler, very good fielder, Manav Nayak. But he's a talented player, and he's going to go places. This is a chance, and it's taken really well. Takes it low down. That's a really good catch. I think that's Sharma out there, is it? Amar Sharma. And he's a big man, gets down low, safe hands, takes a catch. And Magal gets his second wicket in the over.
I think it was a slightly slower ball from Funya Magal. Pretty effective. And Botter gets a fair bit on this, but see, it's not really a full free swing of the bat. Good catch low down by Amar Sharma. And now the Super Kings are running away with this. Giants lose a fourth wicket. It's 60 for 4.
Yeah, good catch. And sort of played a bit of the anchor role, really. Didn't have too much of the strike and probably felt that with Latin going that he maybe had to play just a few more boundaries. Just a 1-dot ball in that. 1-4. The rest all singles. So, well, this is nice to see. That looks like really tell under the lid, but I think that might be Harry Scott coming out. Not 100% sure. But, you'll see that coming up on your display in a moment. But
Yeah,
the two youngsters, they combined together to give Nayak his first wicket. The one-handed catch. Now he's in there with the bat.
And Scott, well, wasn't able to score a run in his earlier appearance. So let's see if he can get his first run in ECN cricket. It's great to see the Giants out there, especially their focus on the youth as we get to the end of the 6th over. And it's 60 for 4. One over by Funya Magal. He takes 2 for 3.
Yeah, he's having a good day, isn't he? Funya Magal. And it just, I mean, if you're a Malta Super Kings fan, you'll be very pleased with what you've seen today because they're all the players, all those individuals that we talk about, that we know, that we've seen up in Marsa perform well. They're starting to show us just what they can do. We've seen Varun Prasad and also Bikram Arora with the bat, and now we've seen Funya Magal with the ball. It's starting to come together for them.
Yeah. Well, didn't quite get the results on the board, did they, on day one? Here's Ishak. And it's been a highly entertaining day's cricket, of course. Thanks everyone for your company. And if you're in the YouTube chat, you'll just try to explain a little bit more tastefully exactly what the confusion was with the empanada order last night. But yeah, this could be the game that gets the Super Kings back on track.
It's a nice looking shot. Nicely timed, takes the single.
Gets his first run in ECL cricket. Well done, Harry Scott. How was his catch earlier this game? That was a highlight, wasn't it?
It was wonderful. And like I said, it was those two that combined for that wicket, and now they're hopefully will combine together. But a healthy partnership for the Giants.
You're wide. Hello to Haroon Magal in the chat. I thought you might pop up, Haroon. It's great to see you in the chat. And we had a question from Neil as well. Will we be going to Malta again this year? I know we do have plans to get to Malta again, perhaps a little bit later in the year. But we always have a great time in Malta. Have you been on 3 tours there? 3? I've been
3
twice.
now, yeah, 3.
You went at the end of 2020 as well. But yeah, lovely part of the world. Island Nation.
Well, they run the first one quick. They could think about the second, decide not to.
That's the other, yeah, that is the place that I get the scooter as well. Malta and Spain are the 2 places that I've gone so far. Do have a bit of like the motor scooter. You've never gotten on the back though, have you?
No.
Even
I'm not.
Even Rob, our tournament referee's gotten on the back with me before.
Nice shot, but straight to the fielder.
I think
Yeah,
Rob
but he did say never again.
Well, he did say he's lived 73 years, so he's had a good run before he got on the back. He said,
there you go.
No matter what happens.
If and when I get to 73, you're
right.
on. Okay.
I'll hold you to that. Imagine how many games we would have done by then.
Hang on a minute. How old will you be then? I don't know.
Yeah, true. My eyes will be going. Of course, there's a fumble.
I wouldn't take it. Be careful.
Out.
Bad throw, but he's still going to get his man. Yeah, it's one thing that you learn, isn't it? As you learn in the game that you don't always run on the misfield. They do take it on, and I'm saying if it's a good throw, you're in trouble. It wasn't the best of throws, but I think this is another plugger.
Yeah, the issue here, Harry Scott takes it on the fumble, but he can't really see how far away the ball has gotten from the fielder. You see that he turns here, and then he sees the fielder's not holding the ball, but the ball hadn't gone that far, and it's going to be another blowout. Let's watch this one. Another pole vault attempt. Bang goes the bat, or Harry Scott, let's just say. He's lucky to keep everything in one piece there, the way he falls over his bat, but still, I like the urgency from the young man. I like the way he's playing his cricket as well, but he'll go no further in this one. The Giants at 65 for 5.
Yeah, unfortunate run out for 1 of the...
We've got more good chats about ECS locations we've been to. Neil saying that if we do plan to go to Croatia, make sure that Corey packs his blanket. Yeah, he was. We had some really cold mornings in Croatia. Here's Ishak, last ball of his spell.
Oh, this is so close. This is so close to being another one well bowled. And that is the end of the over. So 65. And it's 5 wickets down there. And Harry Scott, it was 2 that he got. Of course, I didn't include the run that they did complete. That would have counted.
That's true. So that's all that's coming up next. And this should be a cracker of a game. Last game of the day. Match 10, VOC Rotterdam. The reigning kings of European cricket, but they're 1 and 2 after 3 matches. Well, they have won tosses, and that's the 4th toss they've won. They've elected to bowl first, so they will be chasing against Albi Zalmi. And I think that both those teams will be desperate for some points. They both have the same record, 1 and 2. So one of them will pull ahead in match 10, which is starting in around about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. Here's Surid Roy. One of Nayak, technically a really good batter, but I think just with where he's at in his development, he's not necessarily that strong with power. You know, so he's just kind of find out what his role is. What I do like is he's trying to score off every ball that he faces.
Yeah. It's been hit firmly, but there is a fielder out there who just keep an eye on the ball bobbling away. Keeps it to 1. Yeah, he's
square
got a
dancing
good...
around that ball, wasn't he? The fielder there.
He was doing something there. But no, going back tonight, what I like about him, he's quite a wristy player. Gets into line with the ball and he sort of negotiates the ball where he wants it to go. Seems to be stronger playing on the onside than the off. No, this is nicely played, but once again, his fielder does the fielding, keeps it to 1. So
they're going to fall a long way short in here, but still, even in a game with it results a bit one-sided, you can still have plenty of highlights, and we certainly have.
Goes for the big shot, but I don't think he's got enough on this. No, it's another comfortable catch taken there in the deep, and this time it's Ashok Bishanai who helps Roy get his first wicket.
Yeah, and you can't blame Barley for going for it here. Gets a fair piece of this. Just needed another 2 metres, I think. The wind's just died a little bit at the moment. Maybe if the wind's behind this, it pushes over the fielder. But unfortunately, Dave Barley is going to have to go for just one. He gets a decent piece. And yeah, you see there, just probably half a metre inside the boundary. Nicely taken by Bishnoi. And that will be another wicket down. The Carpe Giants, 68 for 6.
Yeah, no. Loses another partner. Yeah, Barley a little bit disappointed. You saw they're a bit frustrated. He wasn't able to hit this clearly enough. And acknowledges
Almost.
some of the sport. Yeah, almost, he says. Yeah, it was almost. Almost. But, no mistake from Bishanai. Takes the catch.
That's one case where you'd rather hit it worse and not carry to the fielder than hit it as well as he did. Obviously, you want to hit it slightly better. As we see Joey Marples, he's batting pretty low here. Batted well in the first game, batting a bit higher. Says enough's enough, and he hits this into the gap, and I think he's going to get 4. He does. Cuatro credas. Nice shot by Joey Marples against just, you know, the Giants giving some of the youngsters a chance a bit higher, I think, in this game. I think they knew the game was gone, but Joey Marples, I think he's got a lot to offer this side. He was excellent for them in the night series, and he starts his innings with a boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. Just waits for it. He doesn't try to rush through it. And you see there, beating the fielder. Similar kind of delivery this time, but not able to get this good timing in. But he will get himself back on strike, end of the over, 73. And 8 overs down now.
So who have you got for player of the match in this one, Rico?
I don't know, it's a tough one, isn't it? Harry Scott took a great one-handed catch. That's good, and yeah, I mean, look.
Prasad's been the difference between the two teams, really.
He has.
You know, I mean, just have a look at that surge through the middle overs when he came out. That 4th over dot is where Prasad joined proceedings, and yeah, he's battered the Giants out of the game. I think that's a brave effort from them, but going to fall a long way short here. Here's Amar Sharma. There's one thing today, there's been a few batters that have been tied down, and you can just hear the groan in the effects mics when they hit it, and they don't quite get it how they want it. Yeah. As the case for Marples there. Just finds himself in a funny spot, bottom edges it.
Sharma. Up in the air, bit of miscommunication, and Aftab. Well, he's always rolling around on the deck, Aftab Khan. And has a thing to say about the throw, I think. And here we go, and he stops himself from crashing into the stumps. Didn't have the ball in his hands. So well hit, he's aiming for that gap again, and he's got it. It's 4 more. It's a nice shot, nicely played. So this is a nice shot.
Good shot. I mean, that's
all
his
about
go-to.
timing. Yeah,
that's his go-to. Leg side, just get that extra power. Kind of mechanically, that's a really good shot.
Yeah, this time he gets down onto that one knee, gets all the power in. They've put a man in there mid-wicket now in the circle. And then he cuts it outside the off-stump. Good cricket.
Not much of him. Manav Nayak is there. He's a really good cricketer. I'm worried when the wind picks up, he might blow over. But
we're going to have to.
He's a really good player.
Yeah, I was going to say we're going to have to have a word with Samir, just to bulk him up a bit. And asking the question and gone. So caught behind. And a little think about it from the umpire, Joe Foster, and the finger goes up.
Little noise. Not sure if it sounded batty. Marples, let's just say he looked surprised that he was sent on his way. Have a look at this on the replay. Always here. Well, it wasn't anywhere near the body, so that was a little noise. Marples. He looks like that emoji with the big eyes, doesn't he, there?
Marples is saying, if you lost your marbles, I was nowhere near it. But the umpire was convinced. And, not a happy man as he comes back.
A little noise. Just process of elimination. I think Joe Foster said, well, if there is a noise, I don't think he's hit anything else. But Marples has to go for 6. That's his first game for the Giants.
Yeah, we were saying about Samir. So, Samir, look, you either take him to the place that sells these magnificent empanadas, fatten him up a bit, or you start learning how to make aloo paratha. It's as simple as that. You need to bulk him up a bit.
That'll do it. Last ball of the over. He's going to be gone here. Zach Simpson. Well, I think he's in big trouble. Simpson's come out. You don't see him batting very often. And I think they're pretty confident that Sharma's going to finish with a second wicket. Again, just got to watch things like... Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, takes it well behind the stumps. And yeah, Simpson, well, unselfish stuff from him. He comes and tries to lace the first ball into the fan zone. And he's looking pretty nervous, looking around to the umpires. Eventually, he gets his marching orders. So 2 and 2 to finish Sharma's spell. And that's the end of the over as well. Score now 79 for 8.
Yeah, good take that, I have to say. Aftab Khan, I was a little bit critical of him at some point yesterday. Of course, he'll want me not to talk about the drop catch that went up in the air. That could have been so important. But well, you put it down, and it wasn't a good look either. But he's had a much... Well, they've all had a much better day today, haven't they?
Yeah.
They've caught well and fielded well. They've backed up the good display in their batting with a good dominant display in the fielding. So they're going to be a much, much happier team tonight when we see them back at base at the Sunset Beach.
They've got 2 tough games tomorrow, though. This is their only performance today, Old Super Kings. But tomorrow they'll play MSC Frankfurt, the Germans. And later in the day, they'll play the Swedes, Always Army. And then they'll really know where they're at.
That could be a really tough match. I think a critical one.
Yeah.
I think them versus Always Army.
Individual performance here has made this look like a mismatch. But really, these 2 teams a lot closer than the scoreboard shows, I think. Sneaks this one in. Funya McGall closing things out.
Yeah, you know, one thing that I would have done here, I mean, okay, obviously for, well, I don't know if Varun Prasad picked up an injury or whether he's just absolutely exhausted. You make up your own mind about it, but as we see this delivery here, up in the air, and got to pick it first, and he's not able to. And Vinny next to me, he's already said, nah. He goes up in the sun, even though he's got the shades on. He can smile about it because it doesn't matter, but, well, that's Amjad. Puts this down, and you called it.
Well, you can't catch what you can't see, unless it's like the flu. Right, so Ajmal, he goes down.
That's pretty well. He gets it in
his hands on it. That was always safe. I would have been calling 2 and running hard. So, out of the last couple of wickets, here's Kelly with the bat.
So it's a catch it, but
he gets an ECL run. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, so going back, what I say, I would have taken this opportunity. Okay, stay off for a couple of overs, Varun, but then come on, have a bowl, because he struggled with his bowling as well. Would have been a good opportunity for him to just get an over or 2 in and say, right, okay, I feel good with the bat now, and also got me rhythm with the ball.
There's something a bit wrong with him, though. Maybe it does make sense.
Yeah, if there is, fair enough. Full toss has to be put away, and it has been. It was a Gandhi ball down the leg side, and good contact made. And I'm liking this all the time. I told you, keep an eye on this young man, and I love the way he plays his cricket as well. All smiles, a talented performer. 4 more runs to him. That's his second boundary. And, well, said he's strong on the legs. Times this beautifully. 4 more.
Nice shot, wasn't it? And gets a nice pat from Michael Kelly. 2 to come.
Goes straight down the ground, and that's where you're absolutely right, Vinny. As he grows and as he bulks up and gets stronger, those shots will also go to the boundary.
That was a good-looking shot. Just didn't get the elevation. That was hit pretty well. Yeah, didn't get the elevation to get it over the bowler. Or got over the bowler, I should say. Didn't get over the fielder. Last ball of match 9. It's just going to peter out. And well, in the end, the margin of victory will be fairly large. It'll be 85 runs. It'll be Malta Super Kings 172, Kalbay Giants 87. But still, we saw the Giants giving it everything. Of course, they were drafted in at the last moment as the replacement team into the group of death. And like I say, they had some moments in that game, but ultimately it was a big innings from Varun Prasad, which sees the margin be 85 runs, I should say. But still, Malta Super Kings, they didn't have a great day yesterday. They're all smiles here on day 2.
Yeah, and I love that moment there. You had a number of players you saw there. They surrounded Nike there and all giving him a pat on the back, saying, look, well batted, great knock from your son. In fact, not just well batted, a good match it was from Nayak. But I think you're right, Vinny. I think this is all about one magical performance. The performance of the Master Blaster, Varun Prasad, coming good, scoring 98 not out. That put them in a dominant position. And also, they took their catches. That was a nice one first up. That was Justin Shard who take the catch. Captain leading by example, diving around in the field. And, well, even when it bobbled out, it stuck. Sometimes it goes that way. That was Chetaverde taking one. Sharma, well, had issues with his lines now and again. But he had also issues with Latin while he was there.
Yeah.
Hit the ball really well. Absolutely creamed it sometimes.
Got to say, like Latin, and maybe they can find a way to get him up the top of the order. Okay, even you leave Bruce up there, I think you've got to get Latin up there. I just think he's too good to leave in the shed for too long. There was a little edge that went to Afi Khan that ended his innings. And then with the wickets, they did start falling. Some good fielding in amongst it all. There was a good innings from Manav Nayak. And nice to see the Giants, well, they're having a great ECL experience. Harry Scott, he was a victim of the pole vault again, the bat plugging. And, well, Malta, they had some smiles on their faces once again. Bali, we just needed one extra club to get it over the line. He was annoyed, you can understand why, but still, it was a highly interesting match. In the end, the difference, 85 runs between the two teams. Manav Nayak likes his little knock there as he just tried to pull something out of the fire for the Calpe Giants. Finishes 16 not out. And, well, Giants, they'll have a couple more matches tomorrow. Again, there's no easy matches, are there? They'll take on the Austin Exiles in the first match of the day, and then VOC Rotterdam in the third match of the day tomorrow. Speaking of VOC Rotterdam, they're up next in the final match here on day 2. It's the Dutch champions and reigning European champions against the champions of Sweden, Albi Salmi. News from the toss is that VOC, they won the toss yet again. This time they will be bowling first. So it means that Albi Salmi will have to set the pace. Rahul Khan, well, he has been disappointing with the bat so far. Maybe this is the game where he can turn it all around. The Albi Salmi skipper. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And Ian Latin impressed me so much as he continues to do on ECN. He scores 35 off 17. Just trying to get them up to that rate required, but to no avail. Manav Nayak, the other player, getting into double figures, 16 off 11. And looked pretty disciplined with the bowling. They had 7 avoidables in there with the 5 wides, 2 no balls. Maybe something they can work on a little bit. But at the end of the day, I think the Malta Super Kings, they'll just be super happy to have their first win in ECL 22.
Yeah, I mean, what they were able to do is you see these bowling figures here. They were able to get the runs on the board, plenty of them. And when they knew the match was safe, they were able to give maybe others a chance. Or perhaps wouldn't have bowled. I mean, Ishaq getting 2 overs in there, Roy as well. And they didn't use some of the other big cunts perhaps. 2 wickets from Bishanai and did bowl well, but he's still got the issue with the wide balls down the leg side. Better teams will expose him there. And 2 wickets there as well from Fire Mughal. But I like Sharma out there. He picks up the wickets, 2 for him as well. But I like his work in the field. Took some good catches too.
Yeah, he certainly did. So we'll take a quick break once again. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Rico, I know you're going to go hit the fan zone, so enjoy the rest of your day.
I certainly will, yeah.
What are you going to do down there?
Well, I think maybe I'll get reacquainted with Victoria and maybe speak to Maya as well. And yeah, just chill out there and talk to some of the people that have made their journeys to this lovely setup. But more importantly, yeah, I think I'll watch what you and Corey get up to. Keep watching with me BDI.
Well, it should be a good finish today. So Rico, well, he's going to hit the fan zone. You will see him again tomorrow in the last match of the day. It'll be myself, Vinny Sandu, alongside Corey Ruckers. But from all of us at ECN, hopefully you can join us. One more big match here in the Group of Death, Group D, Match 10, back shortly on ECN. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
back to the Costa del Sol. Well, I'm here in the merchandise tent. I tell you what, there's some amazing kits that we have designed this year for this ECL 22, and a couple of my favourites. They'll be out there in the middle in match 10, the final match of day 2 in Group T. It's VOC Rotterdam, the reigning kings, against Albie's Army of Sweden. Let's head out to the middle where Sir Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, is with the 2 captains for the giant coin toss.
Good luck, mate.
Cheers.
Go well.
Thank you. Thank you. Your call.
Yep.
Keeper. Keeper's called. It's chasing you.
We'll bowl first.
So it is BET2BALL that has fallen, and it's Pierce Fletcher. Well, good to see him getting out the way of the coin, and he's on a bit of a run with the coin tosses. He's won 4 in a row. Unfortunately for VOC Rotterdam, they have only won 1 out of their 3 games so far. They'll really want to finish the day with a win. Have like some of the work of their spinners, mentioned them earlier, but Tim de Kock is a real danger man with the bat. I'm sure he'll be opening up in the second half of this game and trying to chase down whatever they are set by Albie's Army, the Swedish champions. Again, Rahel Khan hasn't really clicked with the bat yet. It's a matter of time, I think, till he gets going. And look, Zia Alizai's had a good tournament so far, but again, he didn't really work with the bat earlier today. VOC Rotterdam, well, if they lose this one, they'll be 1 and 3. It'll be really hard for them to make the top 3. So I think they're going to come out firing, but also the Swedish champions, we know that they are fighters, and I think that we'll see a very competitive game in the last match of the day. Let's go over to the commentary box, and Corey Ruckers is waiting, former VOC player, and let's get ready as the news from the toss in match 10 is that VOC Rotterdam, they won the toss and they're going to have a bowl. Over to you, Corey.
Thank you, Vinny, and welcome to all our viewers around the world. And here's the beautiful Cartama Oval in Spain. Glorious pictures there from our drone. And it's a gorgeous day for cricket, and looking forward to this one. And it's a pretty tight match to call this, because VOC haven't really hit their straps in this tournament, and Albie's Army from Sweden, well, they've got an opportunity here to maybe sneak themselves into the top 3 position on the group. And we want to welcome back everybody in India. There's Pierce Fletcher blowing you a kiss, and everyone watching on Fancode India, as I was mentioning, and everyone on the YouTube chat. You can see the VOC boys there in good spirits, waving and smiling at the camera, so that's nice to see. And here come the Albie Zalmi batsmen. Really good match in store for us here. Have a look at the 2 lineups, and well, there's a couple of names actually on the Albie's Army list you've got to look out for. Azam Khalil, the opening batsman, he's very, very dangerous. And the number 3, Alozi, I'll go Aloze, actually, we'll try a 3rd time. He's very dangerous, and he's having a good tournament. And you sort of feel for VOC, maybe Boris Hose can have a good game and get them over the line. We look at the expected scores, it's going to be tight. Both teams have gone loss, win, loss. So it looks like it's going to be a tight affair, and that 3rd place in this group is up for grabs, because you sort of feel that the German side, MSC Frankfurt, and the Belgian side, Oosten Exiles, have probably sewn up the top 2 spots. So we're almost ready to go here. Pierce Fletcher's at the top of his mark. Deep backward square in place, deep mid wicket. Slight delay as the batsman just gets himself ready. Here we go. Oh, that's an extravagant whip. Well, wasn't expecting that sort of shot. It was sort of an away swing delivery outside off stump. He got the old whip out. It's all like a standing helicopter, but he's off the mark, 1 run. And Pierce Fletcher's had a pretty good tournament with the ball. He hasn't leaked too many runs, but hasn't been able to really affect the wickets column. So maybe he'll be hoping to get 1 or 2 early ones here and get that VOC side off to a good start in this one. So wide ball. And, well, you can see he's not too happy. Well, I've got a nickname that we call him, and he's saying there, look, the batsman's moved across, so then I'm moving with it. And that is, look, it's a marginal one at best, but there's a nickname that we have for Pierce Fletcher at VOC. It's called Red Mist. And when this man sees red mist, he gets angry. And when he gets angry, he bowls quicker. And so you don't want to get on Pierce Fletcher's bad side. And that's something he's done really well all tournament. So he's got this back of the hand slower ball. And actually in the last 2 games, he's second over. He bowls at every single delivery. And it's hard to pick, but also it gets a lot of bounce and it gets a lot of dip. So he goes to it early this time. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see that back of the hand slower ball a few more times in this first over. There it is again, and you can see he actually gets quite a bit of purchase with it. It sort of just it does spin a bit, and it's very, very slow. So the batsman has to generate all the pace. And talking to him throughout the day, I think he said he's bowled maybe 15, 16 slow balls in this competition, and only one of them has been hit. So it's a really effective delivery, and you might see it a few more times in the coming few balls. There it is again. So this is something for you kids at home. If you're watching, it's always important to have a few things in your repertoire. And he started with 2 out-swinging deliveries, and he's followed it up with a couple of back-of-the-hand slow balls, and they can't pick it at the moment. And, well, the old saying, if something's going good, don't change it. There it was again, and this time they do catch up with it. Helps it around the boundary. That's Sahibi. He gets his first boundary, and more importantly, it's the first boundary for Albizami. That one was just misdirected down the leg side. He caught up with it, 4 runs. So first boundary in this match, and looking forward to showing you guys the table soon, because this is getting really tight, this group. The group of death we called it at the start of the week. A lot of tight matches in store for us. Last ball of the first. Slower again. Oh, and it's found a gap. Oh, just found a gap there. The 2 men are tight. That's young Seeb. And he catches up with that one as well. It goes for 4. In the end, it starts off to be a pretty good over for Albizami. It's 10 for none after 1. So, unfortunate for Piers Fletcher there. Those last 2 deliveries going for boundaries. And he'll be disappointed with that. But gives this man an opportunity. Arnav Jain's coming up to the crease now. Now, he's been the #1 bowler for VOC so far in this tournament. He's taken plenty of wickets. He's a tall right-arm off-spinner. He's got a good arm ball. And he varies his pace quite often. He's a pretty confident young man, and he's good with the new ball in the power play as well. I know back home in Holland, sometimes that the normal captain, Peter Saylor, uses him early with the new ball. So it's something he practices and something he's quite good at. So just a slight delay as the keeper, David Mullett, just adjusts his helmet. So it looks like he's operating with a deep mid on a deep mid wicket as well. It's opting to start around the wicket. So just a slight delay, as we mentioned, as he fixes his helmet. They've got to be careful, though, of the over rates as well. You've got to start that 9th over within 40 minutes. Otherwise, 5 penalty runs. It happened to Brescia twice last week. Sort of pulled straight to the fielder, and it's hard throw in and fumbled by the keeper, but definitely wouldn't have been out. Gives me a good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator, Vinny. How are you, Vinny?
Yeah, very well. Corey, good to have you back. Thanks for staying late. Did want to get you on the VOC Rotterdam game because I know you've got a lot of inside knowledge about these players. And this time we get sweep across the line, and this is going to be 4. So they've sent Taj Hussain up the top. So they've gone for completely different opening combination here with Taj Hussain and Sahebi out there. And obviously, I think sometimes if things aren't working for you, change it. They've got some players that they think can make a bit of an impact in the power play. And yeah, it's a nice shot.
Yeah, it is a nice shot. Well, you're right, Vinny. I think teams try and find a way throughout the week, and as the week progresses, they experiment a little bit, different combinations.
Want some here. Don't know if this is maybe just taking a bit of the back leg on the way through. See the signal of leg by there. So, what do you think about Jane bowling in the power play? You like it?
Yeah, well, he does it a lot back home, so it's not something that's just been thrust upon him.
Yeah.
And for a spinner, he generally controls the new ball really well. Do you like the look of him?
Yeah, I really do. And I think you did mention that earlier. But he's no stranger to having the new ball. Yeah, but these players, considering the batting they've got to come, might as well go for it, and go for it they do. This one's going to sail over the square leg fence. Maximo Sahebi goes large, moves into double figures.
Yeah, that's a good shot. He goes deep in the crease. He gets a length he can work with, and he puts that over deep mid-wicket for 6. It was just a bit short, but you see how far back in the crease he was there to make that happen?
Yeah, so he makes it look shorter than it is by doing that. It's good batting.
The boys are in the bushes out there looking for the ball. It looks like they've got it back. Well, good start for Albi Zalmi. The new combination's working, Vinny.
Was that Boris out there that finds that ball? Does well. Have him at the Easter egg hunt anytime. It might have been Tim de Kock out there. Just be jabbed out for 1. Well, forget the 1. And add 3, find 4. Pure timing. That one looked like it had to be cut off, but Sahebi, well, his teammates are loving it. The gamble to send him up to the top of the order looks like it's paying off at the moment.
He timed the absolute pants off that, Vinny. He just check-drived it straight into a big gap, and it flew along this quick outfield. Bang! That's a good cricket shot. 4 runs. Albi Zalmi, they're off to an absolute flyer now.
Can it continue? Well, music having a bit of trouble stopping in time. So we'll have the last ball over now. And he's going to get lucky again with an edge. I'll scramble through from the single. He will retain the strike. It's probably not a bad thing at the moment. So Giant, uncharacteristically expensive over. He goes for 15, 2 overs down. It's 26 for no loss. Now talk me through this table, Corey, because you mentioned a fair few things can happen, but at the moment you think, yeah, the top 2, MSC Frankfurt and the Belgians, Austin Exiles, they have made a good start to the tournament, but yeah, that 3rd place is going to be crucial, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd think that these 2 teams are fighting for 3rd place, and we can't discount Malta Super Kings, but obviously with Frankfurt and the Exiles shooting off and the Capel Giants going to the bottom, yeah, this is a really big game. For me, whoever wins this game is likely to get 3rd spot.
It's a very different experience on Super Thursday.
Well, that 3rd's as good as 1st.
Yeah.
Because by the time you get to the Thursday, you then play the round robin versus 1, 2 and 3. So,
but one thing that the Netherlands 11 would remember from the ECC, yes, you do start again on Super Thursday, but the schedule is not ideal if you finish 3rd. You have to play 1st and last. It's a pretty long day at the ground. And I think the Netherlands 11 had to deal with that last time in Championship week of the ECC. And yeah, that just kind of took a bit of the gas out of them going into finals day. So I still think you don't want to push as high as possible. But I suppose if you do get that 3rd spot, you know you're safe on Super Thursday. Compared to being in 4th and being on the chopping block, you have to be really playing good cricket to win from 4th. But Precious CC did it last week. The fake back away, and then comes back and can't get this one away. So Sahebi hasn't been quite as successful against the pace so far. Yelta Schonheim comes in. Hasn't he had a good week so far?
Yeah, he's been handy with the bat and the ball, and I sort of said at the start of this week, if VOC are going to go close, Yelta Schonheim has to have a big week because he's going to be bowling 2 overs every game and probably batting at 3 all week.
Full toss, and this is trouble with a capital T. And that capital T can be for Tim de Kock. So Schonheim, he tries the slower ball. Sahebi, he took it on. This time he doesn't clear the fielder. That's the 1st wicket down. Albi Zalmi, 26 for 1.
Yeah, it was a low full toss, so he might be a little bit disappointed, but he's actually done him with the speed of this delivery. Sorry, that was definitely the slower ball, and maybe it's something VOC Rotterdam have spoken about. They've bowled a lot of slower balls, both seamers, and that was definitely caught deep mid-wicket. As you can see Piers Fletcher talking to the team there. So the 1st wicket falls. Nice little partnership, but you sort of feel that when you're playing that way, deep mid-wicket's always in the game.
Yeah, certainly. Miss-hit 1, and it's going to be game over. It took me through the red mist of Piers Fletcher, because you're right, he seems like most friendliest guy.
He's one of the most friendly men you've ever met.
We call it the white line fever as well. Does he get out there?
No,
is he a bit?
He's not even angry by the time he crosses the white line. It's when he's at the top of his mark, and if something ticks him off, like that little umpire call before, he can go red mist.
Yeah.
So it's a constant joke with the boys. We always want something to happen in a match. You want him to be red mist because he usually bowls pretty well when he is.
You reckon he's pulling off the bad boy image? I don't know.
With the goatee as well, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's got a bit of outlaw about him. So Rahul Khan comes to crease number 3 for an opening option. And now you've got Rahul Khan, who at least comes in with some runs on the board. He's been opening, it just hasn't been really working for him so far. And so he gets to come out a slightly different situation, facing Schoenheim now. Nice looking shot, picks out the fielder, has to hustle, and this would have been gone by some distance.
Yeah, that's the old just hit and run. He hit that straight to Ayaz Durrani there at point. And it was a suicidal single. That would have been out by a long way. It looked like it was pretty close as well.
Yeah, well, close to hitting. The run out wasn't close if it did hit. I think this is just, I'm your captain. I'm going to hit it and run. But you've got to be on the same page, I think. Actually, oh.
Oh, Yelter's eating the dirt here. He's gone over. Hopefully he's okay. And that's good sportsmanship, helping him to his feet. He seemed to lose his footing on the delivery stride.
Yeah, what happens here?
Just a little slippage.
It's not even so much the front foot when he lands, it's the next step where he's just completely off balance. And it's a long way down for Yelter.
Well, yeah, it is a long way down. He's the most unlucky international cricketer ever.
Well, I want to hear more about this in a second. It's this one across the line. One hopper down to De Kock, who cleans up. And that's the end of the third over. The score is 29 for 1. Okay, tell me why Yelter Schoenheim is the most unlucky international cricketer ever.
Called up to the Dutch national team in a 4-day match, Intercontinental Cup it used to be, like versus Namibia and Scotland and things like that.
Sure.
Rained out, didn't play, never got picked again.
Oh, ouch.
That's your career. But it does count as a match. It was officially counted as a game. So he's played international cricket.
So are they first-class matches? Those matches?
No, maybe it was list A or something. I can't remember.
4 days, and then
it was something.
There was some sort of association.
But yeah, would that be the most unlucky international cricketer ever?
I think it has actually happened in Test cricket for Australia as well.
Really?
In the early 70s. And there's some conjecture about matches abandoned without a ball being bowled, whether they count or not.
But if you get your hat presented, that's what makes it count.
You think that's it?
I think if you get the hat...
I thought it was the toss, but it turns out it's the hat. All right, this is going to be a large edge, which is going to spin away from the fielder, Upajaya, and the result's going to be a boundary. Well, Albies Army, you know they're going to swing hard. This one wasn't where he intended it, but he does get 4 runs.
That's the backwards 4, gets a lot of luck here. It's a slow ball outside off stump, and he tries to catch up with it, gets the edge, and it balloons over the keeper. Handy 4. It's Berhan Niaz coming into the attack now, the Belgian international. But one thing I've noticed here from VOC, they've bowled a lot of slow balls, their seamers. Maybe it's something that they've talked about.
Goes this time, and it does get the leg side, and it does get 4 more. So again, makeshift opener Taj Hussain is out there to hit boundary, score quickly, and that's 2 and 2.
Yeah, this time's a little bit more conventional. He catches up with this one and gets it behind square, and young Seeb out there was actually quite in front of square. So 4 more runs. And you can't do too much about that. That was good batting. And here the VOC boys right behind him. Out there, they're quite loud out there on the effects mic.
This one's hit through the offside. Should be cleaned up. Not easy fielding down there at this time of the day.
No, you definitely need the shades on if you ask me, if you're on the offside here with the sun setting on the other side.
Good to have some sun though, isn't it? We had a lot of cloud cover yesterday.
Oh, I've enjoyed it today, I'm not going to lie.
Had a couple of games off in the fan zone.
I'm pretty red, aren't I? The forehead's already
got a
gone.
bit of the red stuff going on. Oh, just showing your support for VOC Rotterdam, I suppose. Although,
no.
Huh?
Allowed.
Completely neutral. That's well bowled. Good length.
Do you have to be neutral as a commentator?
I mean, come on, you just have to be fair.
Right, so
I think everyone's got their allegiances. I mean, I do find myself pretty neutral because
like Switzerland.
I've got a lot of time for all these teams that we run into, but I think you're allowed to. I mean, when you have former Test cricketers in the Ashes, whatever, you'll have Australian players and English players, and you'll know who they're probably going for. Reaches for this. The dot. Berhan Niaz. He is a Belgian. He's playing for the Dutch team here. But Berhan, he's got a lot of talent, doesn't he, the youngster?
Yeah, he's very young. He just turned 18. He played international cricket for Belgium, but he's been involved in the VOC youth setup for the last 2 years. So this is actually his first games of senior cricket for the club.
Oh, wow, what an honour to do it in ECL as well. Last ball of the over. touches, and the footwork just going away from the ball. Niaz hits his spots, 9 off the over. It's 4 overs down, Albies Army. They are 38 for 1. Hope you're having a great day, no matter where you're watching from around the world. And it is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Corey Rutgers. And look, I talked about this shirt earlier today. I know it's not Peacock Friday yet, but this is just something else going on today. What do you think?
It's a bit loud.
I know you think it's a bit loud, is it?
Actually, are they little dots?
I'm not really sure. They're just shapes. We've got some.
You ever seen
circles and
The
triangles?
Simpsons?
Yeah.
Bit crusty the clown look
Actually,
you've got today.
fair enough. Do you want to get a bit closer? What do you make of this pattern?
That's a 3.
It's not just me flexing my guns either.
You can tell us in the YouTube chat, but that's a 3 out of 10 shirt. That's
You
a
don't like
stinker.
it? No, everyone does.
She's no good.
All right, let us know what you like in the YouTube chat.
Don't
Maybe
you-
compare it to Corey's.
I'm in the
shirt.
worker polo. This is quite
yeah.
professional. Look, European.
Yeah.
Whoa, wait.
I mean, I'm not criticising
Never been
the
good
shirt.
with the mirror images. I didn't know what way to turn then.
All right, let's move on with the game. And this is Hussein, who's going to get a boundary. It was a very acrobatic effort, but it's going to be unsuccessful ultimately. And Albi Zalmi just kind of hanging in there at the moment with the boundaries when they need them. And so this first one is hit through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, they're just finding the boundaries at the right time. He hits a big pocket of space out there, and that's Arnav Jain. That's great attempt. Tried to tap it back, sort of tapped it into himself. Good effort. Looks like there's going to be a change in the field here. So they're going to bring in deep cover and maybe put fine leg back. I'm not too sure. Yeah, they're doing that. So now you're bringing deep cover in and putting another man back on the leg side, basically saying you can't bowl too much width. So he really needs to land his Yorker now.
All right, here we go. Pajaya hits his spot here.
Well, hits the Yorker length, but I don't think he wanted it that wide because they did just bring deep cover in, as I was mentioning, and they've put fine leg back. So he is good at hitting his Yorker, but I think he wants to be stump to stump here.
Be a double bluff. Well, yeah, it was a straight delivery, wasn't it?
Oh, there's the
Oh,
keeper.
Watch out. Here's
Get
the
down.
Malay. How about this? For some agility.
Tell you what, that mustache has made him run about 5 kilometres quicker.
He'll be puffed out after that, I think.
That's well, we mentioned
Mullet.
that David Mullet's come out of retirement. That's the most I've ever seen him move.
Yeah, he was very keen to show off his wheels there, wasn't he? This one just shapes in a little bit.
They're just getting the dot balls at the right time, and they're sort of just holding on to this Albies Army team. I think they'd want 1 or 2 more wickets, but it's a pretty interesting contest at the moment. Plenty of dot balls.
It is.
One thing Rami's done well all week so far, he really does hit that awkward Yorker length or low full toss. Like, it's not a full toss that you can get a hold of that. It's so low.
You're not getting the middle of the bat on it, essentially. It's a skill that I think you can replicate it. You're worth your weight in gold in this form of the game. The counter to that you see in professional cricket now, you get players that are ramping and kind of deflecting. Just getting a bit of shape in, and Hel Khan calling through Hussein for the single. It'll be a leg by. That's the end of over number 5, 46 for 1. It did go for a boundary first ball, but pretty good over from Ubachaya. It only costs 8 as we hit the halfway point of the first innings of this match 10 of ECL 22.
So how would you, you've looked at all the lineups so far, Vinny. What's your favourite kid of Group D? You've seen all the teams, you've seen all the colours. MSC Frankfurt?
Yeah.
Really?
I'm a bit partial being Western Australian to the black and gold, which are our colours.
Yep.
I just think I like the little counters on them. It looks like little Pac-Man. You know Pac-Man,
looks
the
like
game?
your shirt. That's why I brought it up.
And that's my favourite. I do like them all. Obviously, it's nice to see the VRC red, shades of 2019, when the confetti was flying last time we had an ECL.
Still pulling confetti out of my suitcase, actually.
Thanks for reminding us that you were part of that effort. But yeah, no, got to say, for me, I like it a bit crazy, don't I? So that's why I'm going for Frankfurt in the kit stakes. Well, this is going to hurt somebody, and they get out of the way. And when they turn around, this has gone to the boundary. Jones back, and he gets pounded down the ground by Rahul Khan.
Yeah, that's a brilliant shot. Comes down the wicket, turns it into the half volley length, and absolutely thumped that straight for 4. There's still no fielder there. Not many teams do it. Do you think that it will become a thing that people put someone dead straight? Because batsmen these days are getting so well at hitting it straight.
Oh, it's a really good point you make. I'll tell you what, maybe what I do to this field to find the man in a second. I feel confident that you're not going to hit across the line, then you've got 3 fielders square on the leg side. So maybe you just have 2 square and 3 straight and try and encourage the batter to hit across the line, which is a more difficult shot. He goes straight, mishit this. He knows he's gone. Can't. And he has to go. So this was the full toss. And Giant, yeah, he's taking a bit of tap in this one so far. But he gets the Albies Army captain mistiming. Once again, Rahul Khan, he fails, can't get out of single digits. The 50 comes up, but at the cost of the Swedish captain, it's 50 for 2.
Yeah, that's a big wicket. They needed that just to steady. He tried to play the replica shot and this time miscues it. Nice safe hands out there but by the young Burhan Niaz. That'll do his confidence a world of good. And even though Arnav Jain's been hit around a little bit in this game, he does have that happy knack of getting wickets, and he's got his first one in this match.
I lost the one off Arnie here yesterday as well.
So it's going to be disappointing. Rahul Khan dropped himself down to 3 this innings, and just every time he hits one, you think he's getting going, finds a way to get out. So I think that will bring Azam Khalil to the crease at number 4. So what they've done here, they've thrown in 2 almost pinch hitting openers and moved their normal 1 and 2 to 3 and 4. So just trying to get something going in the power play.
The double pinch hitter.
Yeah, why not? They don't mind spending wickets to try and hunt for runs. Azam Khalil, he's going to start with a boundary himself as a quicker one from Giant. And it disappears for 4. Good start for Azam.
Yeah, good start for him. Always nice to get a boundary early in your innings, but especially off the first ball he faces. So 4 runs, and they just have that knack of they're getting the boundary at the right time.
Yeah, for sure. I mentioned Sam Williams in the chat. Hello, Sam. Hope you're going well.
Gaffer.
So the chance of David Mullet trimming a mullet by the end of the week. Well, he's already gone the moustache. Go full, ladies. Azam sweeps this time. Finds the fielder.
Yeah, a few of them have opted for some questionable facial hair this week. I'm sure we can ask that question. Always good to have the interaction on the chat.
Would you ever grow some sort of facial hair?
This is.
Is that the best you can do? What do you think?
Don't
Let us know in the
start,
chat. What would you like Corey to do? Beats him. Oh, no. No. Well.
Oh, that's one for the highlight reel, and he's devastated. Well, I'm never going to take him 10-pin bowling. He had every chance in the world.
That was a gutter ball from David Mullet.
Oh, this is great. This will be a great highlight.
He has to underarm at 3 stumps from how far is that? 3 metres. Doesn't hit him. And they almost had a chance for a second run out. This is in the air, and this one will be taken. So he has a close call, Hussain, but it only costs nothing because the very next ball, Jain gets a second wicket. It's the last of his spell in this match. He'll finish 2 for 24. And Albies Army, they lose Hussain at 55 for 3.
Yeah, nice catch that by Ayaz Durrani in the sun. Not always easy, but another wicket for Arnav. He ends up with 2 now, and VOC Rotterdam just getting wickets at the right time. I tell you what, David Mullet will be feeling a little bit better about that after missing that simple run out.
That'll be in the top 10, which we'll have some videos for you shortly.
He might have to grow a mullet to change his appearance after that miss.
I mean, literally cost them nothing at all, but he'll still be able to have that highlight.
Oh, one of our knowledgeable viewers in the chat, Vinny, Taliesin, has come and said Corey has his catching shirt on, so I'm glad people were watching last week. I might auction it off.
Is that you in the chat? You got another identity? Your burner phone?
This is the famous shirt. I might auction it off. I've gone viral again, Vinny.
Get out of it. All right, here we go. New over. Niaz gets hit, and how far is it going? It's going far enough. Maximo! And so a 6 follows the wicket. It's all action all the time. ECN T10 at its best. Azam Khalil gets his first 6 in this innings.
Oh, what a dangerous player he is, because that was off the toe of the bat and still travelled for 6. Got quick hands, quick bat speed. He's rocketed to 11 off 3. They're going to want to get him out pretty early.
Digs this out and chops it over the bowler.
That's the old indoor cricket shot.
Down and up.
Yeah. You have a chop of 5 at the back of the net? Vinny?
Say it again?
Did you ever chop a 5 at the back of the net in indoor cricket?
In indoor cricket?
Yeah.
Yeah. How much did I play it?
Yeah, did you play it much?
Yeah, played a lot, as you know.
No, I would say, did you chop a 5?
No, I was more of a... Well, I tried.
At the back of the net?
Sorry.
Stay with me,
I
Vinny.
forgot my English for a second. But it was something that I...
Are you all right?
I managed... I'm just having a moment here.
Oh, Vinny's just having a little moment.
I'll be back in a second.
That's nicely played. Worked around the around the corner for one.
I had the little things playing in my headphones. You know, the music,
Oh, yeah.
old music. No, I did try and chop a lot in the cricket, down and up. They call it in some places.
Yep.
But the game changed in indoor as I played as well. You could kind of drive through the ball a bit more.
Yep.
There's more focus on running and decision making. So yeah, and I played a few chops in my time. Also played a few nudges. No ball called.
Oh no, it's going to be a 7. Oh, it's a 7, Vinny. Well, that's exactly what VOC didn't want, but exactly what Albi's Army did. We've seen this a lot. How many 7s has there been this week? No
so
ball
many.
6s.
I mean, we might see the front foot here, but he's just gone over the line, I think. And it's hit out of the ground. It's free hit coming up. Just when you've built up some pressure, you picked up a couple of wickets. That releases it, and it might not be finished yet because free hits coming up, and a lot of them have been cashed in today.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen so many no balls go for 6s. It's
Yeah.
happened a lot today, especially. But young Burhan, he's under pressure now. Shot. Well, that's an excellent shot. He comes down the wicket and he absolutely flat bats it for 6. That's good batting. What an innings this is turning out to be from Khalil. They need to get him out real soon. The longer he bats, this score's going to balloon out. And, the free hit, the no ball, cost them an extra 6 runs. Glorious batting, just absolutely thumped that. Wasn't to the pitch of it. Obviously, he's got a really good hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, it's important when you get a free hit, you can put it away.
It's 24 off 6.
Yeah, Khalil, when he gets going, he looks as good as anyone. It's just, Cartama.
It's a bit of nabby about him from the French side, similar.
Yeah, he can play shots all around the wicket as well. Azam. Once more, end of the bat. This probably would have been a wide, but instead it's going to be out. Oh, that's a horrible way to get out, considering the start that he got. But Niaz pushed it wide up. Azam went chasing, and he only found trouble as Albi's Army lose a 4th wicket. It's 76 for 4.
Yeah, I actually think that's intelligent bowling. He saw him come down again, and he pushed it really wide. I know it would have risked maybe going for a wide, but when someone's hitting it that well, you don't want to bowl it anywhere near them. And that's a pretty good T10 innings, though. He'll be disappointed to get out. So he came down the wicket, wanted to play the similar shot that he did the ball before, but this time gets the sky, and that's Boris Hose. That's the first bit of cricket he's been involved in during the tournament. He said to me off air, he goes, I'd love to get a catch, so he'll be happy.
Yeah, and it wasn't an easy one. He's looking straight into the sun there, and it looks easy, but we've seen a few go down in that part of the ground. Azam, he'll be so disappointed with that when he looks back and sees how far he did reach. Good strike rate, though.
That's okay.
76 for 4. That's the way they play, though.
It's not one of the best strike rates I've ever seen, though, in the ECL, that's for sure, Vinny. There's not many people striking above 400. Pretty rare. Anyway, it's the big wicket. That'll give Burhan Niaz a bit of confidence.
Yeah, Niaz had a terrible start to the over. And so it's nice to pull it back with a wicket. We'll finish off by Hose. Wide, similar kind of width to what Azam Khalil went after. You will see any time you're hitting the paint in this form of the game, the umpires are pretty strict, and yeah, fair enough call, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was just outside the tram line. What's the time here? They've taken their time to bowl these overs.
Yeah, well, they've got 10 minutes to bowl 2.
Oh, that's plenty.
Should be all right.
Yep.
Swing and a miss, and takes us to the end of 7. Score is 76 for 4. And coming up tomorrow, Corey, so many interesting matches in this group of death, Group D.
Yep. And
they're going to keep coming. The final day of round robin tomorrow, Wednesday, starting with the Belgians. Austin Exiles will be up first against Calpe Giants. And we'll get to see the Germans. They've got their 2 last matches against Super Kings and the Exiles. VOC Rotterdam, well, they just have the 1 match tomorrow against Calpe Giants. They'll fancy themselves there. But that's what makes this game important, because then Albi's Army, they'll be out tomorrow night in match 15.
Now the big game there, match 14, MSC Frankfurt versus Eastern Exiles. One of those 2 teams we think's, well, going on pretty much to Super Thursday already. But you definitely want to win this group stage, I think. I think it's a confidence thing to see your team at the top of the chart, so that game's crucial.
For sure, and it also just gives you confidence against opponents that you likely will see.
Yep.
again later in the week.
So it looks like Yelter Schoonheim back in the attack. He's going to be pretty much a mixed bag here. I reckon we're going to see a lot of slower balls. Yep, there's one. Just a check drive down the ground for a single. So good bowling from Yelter Schoonheim. And for USC, they just haven't leaked too much. I mean, I think they'll feel like they're in control. These last 2 overs are massive, though.
Yeah. Well, 2.5 with Schoenheim there, bowling the 8th. It's a good slow ball. It's well directed. Just gets inside the line. And here's the guy, Zia Alizai, came out and absolutely smashed them yesterday. And then today just could not get going in his innings at all when he batted earlier. And he was choked up in the earlier match Albi Zalmi played. It was against MSC Frankfurt. They bowled well to him. And this time he swings this away. Bit of work for the fielder. He does well. Keeps it to a single.
That's young Seal out there. Good fielding from him. And hasn't had a chance with the ball in this game, but he's doing a good job. And are you surprised to see how many slow balls they've bowled? Because they really are trying to take the pace off.
I don't think I'm that surprised because I've seen them doing it all week, really. Another one. But for me, I think that they've actually disguised them pretty well.
Yep.
You know, sometimes you can see a back of the hand slower ball that's really obvious. But
my question to you then is as a batsman, do you set up for the slower ball?
I would.
Yeah.
I would to bowlers like Fletcher and Schoenheim.
Yep.
And then you can always adjust to the quicker one.
Yep.
And then maybe try and work the pace rather than driving hard through the ball.
And again, so there's no pace on that for him to work with. And that's another, look at those figures from Yelter. He's going to finish with 1 for 7 off 2. That's brilliant.
It's great effort, isn't it? So now that's 8 overs down, 81 for 4. And so, again, they'll be chasing 100 or so.
What do you think's par so far from this week that you're thinking? I mean, it doesn't seem like we're getting too many crazy scores.
Yeah.
100's probably right on.
I feel it's a bit more. I still feel it's 110. We have seen some chases where teams that probably could have made more if they batted longer.
Okay.
I just got a feeling about 110. Maybe you're right. Maybe 100 to 110.
Yeah.
105, maybe I'll drop a few.
I think this week's more of a bowling week.
Yeah,
I think the teams seem to be pretty good with the ball and in the field, and the batting seems a little bit lower than those levels.
Just having to work a lot harder for their runs this week. And also I think the fielding, with a couple of exceptions,
so
it's been pretty tight.
Yeah, good call. So Piers Fletcher's coming back, red mist. You reckon he's going slow ball first up?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay, I'm going to say yes.
Okay, well, let's see if we're right.
Both on red.
It all happens in the ninth. Slow ball. But yeah, no, seriously, you know, sometimes they say when you're facing a spinner, they're bowling all quicker balls, you treat them a bit like a medium pacer with your setup as a batter. I think I'd be doing the opposite here. I think I'd be treating them more like spinner, not expecting too much pace. I don't want to be too early in my shot.
Okay, we're 1 for 1. Let's see if we can get 6 from 6 here. We're pretty knowledgeable, you and me.
I'm going to keep.
Are we going pace on? Are we going pace on or pace off?
No, slow ball again.
Yeah, I'm going slow ball as well. 2 slow balls.
2 out of 2.
Let's see.
There it is.
Yep.
Slow ball number 2, and it might bring a wicket, and it does. And that's Rami Upajaya that takes the catch, and Alizai, he's had a horrid day with the bat. That's cricket for you. He came out and hit everything out in the middle yesterday. Today, just can't get going. He falls for 3. Clever bowling by Fletcher. The slow balls continue, and it's 82 for 5.
Yeah, it's that back of the hand slow ball. It gets a bit of extra bounce. It gets a little bit of purchase, and a nice safe catch there from Rami. He'll be pretty happy with his work. And another big wicket. So VOC just getting wickets when it matters. And, well, this slower ball procession just keeps continuing. And good knowledge from you, Vinny. You're 2 from 2 this over.
I'm doubling down. Take all my winnings and put it on slower ball next ball.
So we're going...
Take it all. Take everything.
Okay.
Give me your shirt. Whatever you sell that for, put it on slower ball. You're going to... Nah, slower ball. 100%.
Okay, I'm going to go...
No. I want you to bet. I want you to bet against me.
No,
Come on, let's make it interesting for the viewers.
Actually, okay. I'm going to go not a slower ball. Definitely not a slower ball. So this pits my cricket knowledge against yours, and mine's always a bit better than yours, Vinny. This isn't a slower ball. You know why? Because it's a left-hander.
Left-hander.
Doesn't matter. You weren't looking.
No, I didn't.
No.
You didn't say no more bets.
No more bets.
I'm going to go.
There you go. No more bets.
You didn't say it.
You were going slower
my
ball.
money's off the table.
He's going to go pace on.
I agree with you now.
No, you can't change.
The slower ball goes into left-hander's wheelhouse.
Vincenzo. I like that.
You can call me that.
You can't change.
You're allowed to change while the ball's spinning. okay, and I'm pulling my money off the table.
Well, he might go maybe...
You're the one that started this game anyway.
That's a good game. He might go off-cutter across him, but we're 2 from 2. We've guessed the first 2 balls.
Okay, where's this field?
Yeah,
It's this.
could be.
Can pace on.
Pace
Holding
on.
it. Could be slow ball.
Off-cutter.
Yeah, it was.
Hold
That's
it.
a slower ball.
No, that was an off-cutter.
Yeah, it's still a slower ball though.
No.
That's a slower ball, and what he's trying to do is move it away from the left-hander. So
for viewers out there, so when the left-hander comes in, he was bowling the back of the hand slow ball, but that would have come into the left-hander, and he would have been able to hit with where the ball's line was going. Because it's a lefty, he bowls an off-cutter and takes it across him. So he has to hit it across the ball. So, yeah, it's intelligent bowling. Now what we reckon, he's going to bowl the back of the hand slower ball again, away from the right-hander.
he does.
Beautiful bowling.
Completely missed. So let me see if I can show you what we're talking about with what he's doing to the left-hander. He's bowling this
to
the right-hander. Sorry,
Yep.
he's going that way, so it goes away from the right-hander. But then his slower ball to the left-hander, he's actually spinning it the other way, like a fast off-spinner, and it's going away because I think he doesn't want the ball turning in.
Yeah, well, we'll take that ball out of your hands, Vinny, because you're a keeper.
Oh,
That was a bit mean.
a bit harsh. That's golden ball, by the way.
Oh.
Golden ball hasn't been too busy lately.
There we go, slower ball again. Yep.
This time he gets some of it, but he doesn't get that much. It's hanging a long time in the air. They're going to leave it for each other. Oh, wow. Well, what was going on there? I really thought he was under it. He just heard some footsteps, and he got the spooks, Corey.
He got the spooks all right. I think he heard Tim de Kock's footsteps coming near him. That should have been swallowed up. Have a look here.
Watch out.
Yeah, they just got in each other's line a little bit, but someone has to go for it.
Throws the foot at it at the last moment.
Yeah, well, that's an opportunity missed, and brings the left-hander onto strike. Still a really good over this from Pierce Fletcher.
Off-cutter to finish, I think.
Yep.
There it is. Well, I think we're 6 out of 6 in the end.
I'd like to say congratulations, Vinny. We have gone 6 from 6 on calling the deliveries.
Yeah, well, so easy to pick you, Fletch. Don't know if we could hit you, though. That's the end of 9, and the score is 85 for 5. So it's good over. Avoided any damage. There were just 4 singles and a wicket and a dot in that over. We haven't had anything except singles and dots and a wicket in overs 8 and 9.
So they did this morning. When they played Ooston Exiles in overs 8, 9 and 10, they went for 5, 4 and 3. So at the moment, VOC's death bowling has been exceptional this tournament. They've got to figure out something in the power play.
Yeah.
They haven't really had a great power play with the ball.
And even the middle overs, fair few boundaries. And just looking at my graphics here, a lot of the boundaries have come at the starts of overs and they've recovered. So I don't know whether it's a matter of, I don't know how you stop that.
So yeah, you can stop that.
Yeah.
Bowlers are just walking up, maybe not switched on straight away. It takes them a ball to get into it. It's worth mentioning, how many boundaries have been off the first ball?
Yeah, well, overs 4, 5, 6, 7 all started with boundaries.
Oh, really?
Berhan Niaz went 4-4 to start the 4th. There was a 4 to start the 5th of Upajaya. It goes 4 wicket 4 at the start of the 6th.
Yep.
And a 6 to start the 7th. So
here comes Remy.
Yeah, he's bowled well at the death.
Well, he just keeps landing this sort of Yorker length all the time. I think for VOC, if they can sort out that 5th bowler, the 5th bowler, like Yelter's bowling well, Pierce is bowling well, Arno's bowling well, and Ramy's bowling well. If they can figure out the last 2 overs and they click right, they're still going to be a threat in this Group D.
They bring the extra cover up, is what I heard in the mics.
Have we turned those up today?
What's that?
Did we turn the effects mics up today? Because I can hear people clearly today.
Where people now, does that mean this is shorter? How's the adjustment? Goes with the same ball. This one gets drilled down to long off. Tell me about what you think was behind that plan to bring the offside fielder up and the deep square leg back. Is that maybe just to get the batter thinking it might be short, but then you're still going to jam it up in the block hole?
No, because Ramy really tries to bowl his Yorkers on the stumps, so it's almost impossible to hit that through the offside. He's not giving any width. He's not going wide hole. He's trying to hit the stumps.
This one is a little bit wider.
For the right-hander.
Then my next question was, why was he there in the first place? It was a left-hander, wasn't it? Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. But
it's all VOC, this back end. They've
like
finished
to talk
well
tactics.
here.
You do get the tactical side of me out, which sometimes there's so much going on.
Yeah, I apologise to my viewers about that.
That's all right, I like it.
No, I do like what you give Vinny. It's another slow ball. So this is where Zalmi have missed a trick. We touched on this. They are setting up for pace on deliveries, and VOC are just bowling slow ball after slow ball after slow ball, and they are not adjusting.
I wonder if the team will be watching this and be He's just a little bit smarter, some of these other teams.
So that's another slow ball out the side of the hand and another one. And yeah, VOC, maybe that's something they've talked about today. They were disappointed to lose this morning, and they've definitely come out with their plans, and they're going to be the happier of the two sides at the halfway break.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's 12 off the last 17 deliveries.
Really? They did the exact same thing this morning.
They've gone 4, 4, and 4.
Yep.
There is a ball to go. Let's see if Noahs can get hold of something here. No, he can't. The old foul ball chop. Have a go, why don't you? And no, either side. Enough's enough.
Oh, I thought he threw it then. He bluffed me.
Fake fielding,
Yeah.
5 runs.
Oh, that's not a thing, is it?
Hate that rule. Anyway, it's the end of the 10 overs. And yeah, Albie's Army, yeah, they tried a few things with their batting order that I actually thought was working well for them early. But I really think you just have to hand it to the bowling of VOC, the way they came out in the last 3 overs and prevented any boundaries at all. So after being 77 after 7, the final total is 90 after 10 overs. That's about
Under
as
par.
good as you can get.
Yeah, you'd say that's under par by 10?
Yeah, by
Or 15 maybe?
yeah, I think for me, 15. I mean, I fancy, you know, maybe 110 being the 50-50 score against VOC Rotterdam. Well, they were blowing kisses. They haven't had a lot of love on the field, and well, nice to see the reigning kings of European cricket out there. And the Swedes, well, they would love a win as well, of course. And this round robin action hotting up today on day 2. The sun's been out, and they had a couple of different openers just to get the ball rolling. I've got to say, I was impressed with Sahebi early. He looked good, and he certainly did his job, I think, at the top of the order.
Yeah, he did. He got him off to a good start. This is that jab sort of shot in the gap that went for 4. It was a beautifully timed shot. And they had a pretty good power play to Dalby's Army. There was a chance of a run out for Ayaz Durrani, and they kept finding boundaries at the right time. And they would have been happier with the first 3 overs, Vinny.
Yeah, I think they would have been, for sure. Although, let's say Yelta, he bowled the 3rd over and it only went for 3. So 26 off 2. Partnership only worth 29. Niaz, he was able to take the catch. And then after that, we saw this moment, which, well, he's very lucky that we didn't see the rest of that, David Mullet, because he missed all 3 stumps from about 2 arm spans. But apart from that, it was Host who was able to hold on to the catch. And yeah, Azam Khalil, he's the one that was able to really look like he was going to get things moving, especially after there was that dismissal. But ultimately, there was this moment as well. There's a lot of action in this 10 overs when I come back and think about it. And funny, you get to watch that twice, but you didn't see Mullets throw at the stumps once. So we'll have to pull that one up for you a little bit later. But ultimately, you know, last 3 overs, no boundaries whatsoever. Only 13 runs coming off the last 3. And you can see there, Kudratullah just could not get going. Sandawaz, same at the end. And Zia, he was undone by the slow ball as well. So it was Azam Khalil, top scoring 24 off only 7, but he chased a wide one. He is one player that if he stayed there, I think he's got the cricket IQ to kind of make that in-game adjustment. Apart from that, Taj Hussain and Sahebi, the makeshift openers, well, they did their job really, 20 and 19 respectively. Disappointment for Rahul Khan. He misses out again with the bat. I'm sure that he'll be hoping for some better results down the stretch here in Group D. They look pretty disciplined when you're bowling a lot of those wide Yorkers. They didn't give away too many wides, and we saw that tactic on occasion, but yeah, mostly the slower balls just being effective. 3 wides and no ball in the innings. And it was Arnav Jain, 2 wickets, but he was a bit more expensive than he'd like. Singles to Fletcher, Schoenheim and Niaz, but have a look at Schoenheim. Only 7 runs of his 2 overs was excellent, and he wasn't in an army of 1. I think the death bowling by Pierce Fletcher was excellent, as was that of Upajaya. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes with the chase. And it will be VOC Rotterdam. Well, they're hoping to get a win out of day 2. And to do that, they'll need 91 off the Swedes in the last innings of the day. Join us then. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu. The final innings of match 10 is on the way. I'm here with Corey Ruckers, and you're watching ECN. This is the BET2BALL European Cricket League. Welcome back to the Costa del Sol for the final match of day 2 in Group D, the Group of Death. It's the second ever European Cricket League brought to you by BET2BALL and Keeper Inu. And it's great to have your company, no matter where you're watching from around the world. It is fantastic as well to see the defending champions, VOC Rotterdam, the champion club of Europe in 2019. They are back and they are hoping to get back to even Stevens. They'll be 2-2 if they can win this match. Albies Army, they haven't had a great time so far with the results. A few things just not clicking for them. They risk going 1-3. It'll be very hard to get back into the top 3 if they were to do that. Yeah, it's hard to believe that after this, we're approaching the halfway point of the week. So 5 matches for each of these teams in the round robin stage. And then we'll have Super Thursday, top 3 playing for position, the bottom 3 playing for their tournament lives. Vinny Sander with you, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And let's settle in for a big chase ahead. Let's get going. 91 for victory is Taz Qureshi. Get some reaching. And, umpire lets this one go. It was touch and go. Joining me in the commentary box once again, Corey Ruckers.
Hello, Vinny. How are you?
Well.
Looking forward to this. I think this will be a bit tighter than you think. Albies Army's got some pretty good seam bowlers, and they're coming to the bat, but I think that might suit Arnav and Tim de Kock quite a lot. They're used to facing fast bowlers.
Yeah, true. Top of the order. Hooked around the corners before. Not a good delivery from Qureshi. And all he had to do was get a bit of bat on this to get it away from the keeper. And the first boundary of the reply.
Yeah, the first boundary. That'll make him feel pretty well settled. He gets a short ball and he puts it away. Nice shot. Had to catch up with it, and he does exactly that. So Qureshi just losing his line a little bit. And if you're an Albies Army supporter, you're going to want a couple of wickets in this power play, that's for sure.
Good call. Pushed, but won't get a run here. Hello to the man who's in the chat.
The man?
Yeah, the man. That's his name.
Oh.
I think I can say he with some confidence. He says, hold on, if Vinny and Corey are both in the commentator box, who's out in the field? He'll be in charge of missing all the catches. Well, speak for yourself, the man.
Well, hold on.
Haven't dropped a catch at all.
Just wait a minute. Do we need to get the graphic up of that outstanding catch last week?
We lost it. Breach of copyright.
It's always good to interact with our YouTube viewers.
Caught 1 out of 1, and I was in the 3 stories up. It's pretty well bowled by Qureshi this time. Gets it straighter.
It's good running though, isn't it? I mean, he saw that mid-off was pretty deep. He beat the short cover and went off straight away.
I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you to put your devil's advocate hat on for a second.
Yeah, talk to me.
If you're coaching Albies Army here, knowing VOC Rotterdam so well, what's their path to winning this match and defending 90? Give you at least 20 seconds to think about it.
I don't want to say that. That's
no, come on. You've got to be fair as a commentator. You're always saying what you would do. Here's de Kock. One man you need early. Takes this one out. Okay. What sort of tactics do you think will be effective? You don't be too specific.
Just little things in the field. I'd make sure that I'd be keeping my cover and point tight the whole innings, because I think with only 90 on the board, you have to get dot balls in there.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. I wouldn't let all my people on the inner ring. They've shown that they are pretty heavily reliant on this top order. You just need to find a way to get wickets. So if you're bowling a consistent length and a consistent line, not giving away that short ball that went for 4, just building that pressure, you might be able to get through the top order.
This one flies away, and that's a really good effort, but I think it still will find the rope. That's Sadnawaz down there. And yeah, he gets a hand on this. He just can't quite find the angle to get around it and put it back in the field of play. So bit of a streaky one, but it flew pretty quickly as well. 4 to finish the over, 10 for no loss. Yeah, really interesting, Corey, your comments there. I think what you're saying is spot on.
Yep.
I think
they've got some general raw pace, Albies Army. So you want them to just keep it a good line, keep it a good length. Don't go searching for wickets as so much. Just build that pressure, because then you're hoping that the batsman will make a mistake. We saw in the earlier game today when Tim de Kock and Arnav Jain got out and they fell within an over of each other, VOC collapsed. So if you can get 1 or 2 in that top order, you're bringing in that middle order that's a little bit more weak than usual.
Also, I think you've got to dodge the big over. You know, you've got to dodge the big over of like 20 plus. So composure when you've conceded a 4 or a 6, just to make sure that doesn't get out of hand, because then that total 90 will look pretty small. Going to spin, and Sami Khalil tosses this up. No ball's the call, and once again it's going to be a no ball. It's hit to the boundary. And, well, it's real looseness. Sami Khalil hasn't done a lot of bowling recently.
Oh, that's a hit me ball, Vinny.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one thing they can't do. They don't have many runs on the board, and that's just a big full toss, and that's a free ball hit. And, well, Tim de Kock's got a free hit now.
You won't be afraid to use it either.
Oh,
that's another one.
Oh, that's a 7.
Yeah.
There it is.
Big trouble. He's gone for 12. Now, this is where it's hard to say. Now, that's 2 no balls for the height. This one is quite a long way away. It has to get him reaching for it. But typically you'll see.
Yeah, so he's not going to be taking out the attack because it's not deemed as unsafe.
Because of the speed and direction of the ball. The direction was, it probably was going to be a wide if it wasn't hit.
Well, that's changed the, is the score correct? No, it's not. So they're 20.
Is that Rahel Khan saying, well, maybe we do want to go to the attack? I mean.
Well, hold on.
He's coming on to bowl leggies.
I think the captain's actually saying, well, he should be taking out the attacker. He's trying to get him off.
Maybe.
Would you? Well, you know, the safest option is probably bowl another no ball and make sure he can't hit it above his head and come off.
Start bowling directly at the head.
I've never seen that before. I've never seen a captain say, well, hold on, I actually don't want my bowler to continue here.
It's so open to interpretation with speed or direction likely to cause danger to the batter.
So free hit again.
Another free hit. Oh, much better. Well, what happens here?
Well, just it deflects off Arnav Jain, who was turning around to get back into his crease. But, well, VOC's had an electric start to this one.
Cool. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, hits his bat.
Runs himself out.
Can't do that.
Oh, it goes this time. Sami Khalil, well, he's getting better, put it that way. But again, that big over they're trying to avoid.
Well, that actually made the first over big because all those runs got added for free. So that's really hurt Al-Bizalmi here. They need to get a wicket early if they're going to get back into this match. Shot.
Hard and well played. Straight down the ground. 4 runs. So spin not working at the moment for Al-Bizalmi. Sami Khalil, kind of a challenge delivery. Says, look, go after me, drive me if you can. Jain says, yes, I will, and he takes 4 more.
Yeah, that's just a good cricket shot, not overhitting it, timing it beautifully, and skips along the outfield for 4. Good batting.
He's hit his spots, but just infrequently in this over.
He's just a bit slow, just a tad slow through the air. He needs to be a little bit quicker than that because the batsman can line him up. So if he can be a little bit quicker, he might be able to get some perches off the deck.
Yeah, over the wrist spin. Really difficult to make those kind of adjustments. Goes after this one, doesn't get too much of it. Thinking about a second, but it's not there. It's been a good comeback, I think, of sorts. But still a pretty expensive over. What do you think about? I'll ask you for something a bit more general in a second. Wait for this last ball. Hopefully the last ball from Sami Khalil. Gets it right eventually.
Oh, I don't like that.
Foot fielding, effective.
Why can't we penalise people? That's deliberately using your foot. You can't do it.
I think the penalty is, it's not the best way to do it. It might go for 4. Anyway, end of the over, 30 for no loss after 2. That was an expensive one. I'm going to ask you, what do you think of that rule for getting barred from the attack for high waist high or higher deliveries? You see the table there. We talked about it a second ago, but I want to get your thoughts. When it comes to spinners, I mean, should we be taking them out of the attack? Not really. I don't think there's any physical danger.
Well, but then you open up a little bit of can of worms about who's a spinner and who's not a spinner.
It's already a can of worms with the rule anyway, that sometimes they're warning them, sometimes they're not.
I think 2's quite strict, maybe 3.
I like that, actually.
I think 2's too strict.
I agree.
Everyone can have a ball slip out, and no one's intentionally bowling a beamer. But if you bowl 3, then it's no matter what, you're gone. And it doesn't matter if it's dangerous or not. If it's 3 above waist, you're gone.
I'd say 3, and they're all warnings. That's probably what I would say. 3, and anything above the waist height.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where it is.
Doesn't matter where. Take some of the interpretation out of it. Now, Ismail Zia in the lineup today. So they've got Zabihullah Niazi behind the stumps, and just a bit of help slipping himself out of the helmet.
He's got the helmet still on the field. You need your third man to run that off, just in case.
Wastes time, though.
No, come on, Vinny.
I know you're about the 1%ers. Here we go. See, I would have it there because if I do miss one as a keeper, then I'm saving buyers because they won't get out as buyers. They'll be penalty runs.
Of course, your keeper's union, but no, they're the little things in a game you just got to be wary of. You don't. I mean, imagine a top edge, the keeper tracks back and he lands on the helmet. Things
Well,
like
that's the
that.
other thing. Yeah, you're right.
These are the real one. These are the 0.1%ers.
Yeah, that's right. Speaking of the 0.1%ers, reminds me of the impossible chase, which was 0.1%. The times we've seen that went a no return, which has been pulled back. Sweden versus Belgium last year in the ECC. Good slow ball from Zia Alizai. He's got a pretty good slow ball himself.
Well, I think he might have been watching how VOC bowled there because that's a really good slow ball. He rolls his fingers over. It's an off cutter. And he got quite a bit of bounce. You can see Tim de Kock there saying, geez, that came up. They need a wicket to Albie Zalmi desperately.
Just pushes for one. How many professional fast bowlers I know, and they all say to me the same thing. They say, Vinny, all my life I've been trying to bowl as fast as I can. My whole life I've been training for that. And now I have to bowl slow balls all the time. What do you think about it?
Yeah.
Modern game, isn't it?
Yep. I think the modern games... hit the helmet. Oh, that would have been the greatest call from any commentator in the history of cricket. That was only an inch away from the helmet. I tell you, it doesn't take long to run it off. You've got to get it off the field just in case like that. That missed the helmet by an inch.
And then it has to manoeuvre around it.
Oh, that would have been unbelievable.
It's out of your shot. This might get a good shot of it. Yeah.
Oh, that was so close.
Don't need any extra help at the moment. VOC Rotterdam. Goes back and punches this. And this gets through the fielder. Well, he gets down. He gets down too far. The result, 4 runs. That is Taj Hussain. He's blaming the sun, but it was along the ground. The sun's not everywhere. I think he does the right thing, essentially. Tries to get down and get his body behind it, but it bounces over him. And the result, fairly comical, 4 runs.
Yeah, he went down a little bit too easy. It's a nice shot, but it should have been stopped. And, well, you can blame the sun all you want, but I've been saying this with Rico in there. You need sunnies. I mean, they all know it's going to be like this for Game 5. Get the sunnies on. Help yourself.
True. Just put fielders with sunnies on that side of the field. That's the other thing you could do. Must ball the power play coming up. Pitched up. Let's get one here. So, good power play in the end for the Dutch side as they move to 37 for no loss. And that was a better over from Alizai, conceding 7. But the first one went for 10. The second one, well, that was magical. It went for 20. So Rotterdam in a pretty good position. But even with a win here, they go back to 2-2. Tell me something that they've done well and something they haven't done well over the first couple of days, your old team.
Okay, today I think they've found a bit of a gem in moving Arnav to the top of the order. So yesterday they opened with Ayaz Durrani, but today Arnav's gone to the top and he's looked really good in the 2 games that he's opened the batting, and he's good mixture with Tim de Kock. What they haven't done well, they let their fielding standards drop a little bit today. They dropped a couple of catches where on day 1 they held everything. So they'll be disappointed with that because I know it's a very proud fielding club.
True,
really
miscommunication as well in the outfield before.
Yep.
It's very uncharacteristic. Yeah, good point. Expert comments from Corey Rutgers. As Khalil's in, and this one.
You've got to go for that, Vinny. I mean, they need to get wickets to get in this game. I know that you don't want to save the boundary, but he sort of backtracked off that a little bit.
I think taking the catch has value in saving runs if you can do it down the stretch, you know. So I think it's a really good point. Expert comments from current Spanish national team coach, Corey Rutgers.
You just said expert comments twice. You really believe that?
I got interrupted the first time, so I started the sentence again.
Thanks, Vinny. It's good to get a compliment every now and then.
You can tell everyone that I taught you everything you know.
Well, we did play against each other back in the day. Oh, let's not bring that up.
Many moons ago.
So the thing is, with this run chase, because they've had such a great start, they don't have to take undue risks, and there's enough cricket intelligence in this side. They won't slog their way to the victory. They'll just try find the odd boundary now and make sure they nudge these ones.
Yeah, exactly right. Worked away. Push here. Clean pick up. Probably prevented 2, but I like the way they're running there because any fumble, I think they know they're going to go and come back for the second.
You're right, Vinny. You're absolutely right. That's how everyone should run every ball when you get it to the outfield. I still think teams are lazy when they hit it to the guys on the boundary.
Swept, and swept nicely. And, wow, Giant, you're right. He's done well since he's been moved to the top of the order. He moves to 27. And nice sweep shot brings up another boundary.
Yeah, that's really good batting, and it's a loose ball down the leg side. He just catches up with it, and that big grey Nichols he's holding puts it away for 4. They're saying, well, they're marching on here and looking for a comfortable victory.
They get one here, so that's the end of the over. And they're cruising at the moment. It's 46 for no loss. Well, we'll say that's the man in the chat saying, hey, maybe, he'd have the helmet on all the time keeping, because in baseball, you can kind of rip the face mask off if there's a high ball. It's not so easy with a cricket helmet. No. I can tell you that. It's not so, especially when you've got 2 gloves on, 2 big wicket-keeping gloves on. But we do see some keepers using the face mask up to the stumps, in which case you could probably...
Or Ryan Campbell, the Dutch keeper. Dutch coach, sorry.
It's from Hong Kong, actually.
But no, Ryan Campbell, the current national Dutch coach who used to play for WA and played for Australia, he used to keep in the baseball mask.
In the face mask. He's the first to do it.
He was one of the first to do it, wasn't he?
A few. Andrew James, he'll keep in a face mask. Did yesterday for the Calpe Giants.
Yep.
Hello to Cambo, if you're watching.
I think he would be. He gets around Dutch cricket quite a bit. He'd be wanting to see how VOC go.
Sneak into the chat for a second, Rhino, if you're with us. They're going to push for 2 here. And, well, went against the plan there, I think, because it's a big fumble and he cost them 1. One thing I was going to say, I know you glossed over it last over. Not often you get a commentary pairing where one commentator's leg side stumped the other commentator.
And I'm going to be leaving the commentary box. I'm out.
How old were you when that happened? You're a youngster. I'll snuck that in. Back to the game. This is going to be stopped. And he's got to... He's just okay there.
Yeah.
He's just okay.
No, he does really well. I thought he was going to pick it up with his foot on the outside for a second.
He was in the no-go zone, wasn't he? Rahul Khan. He found himself on the wrong side of the tracks.
No, that's good fielding. Brilliant work. They need more of that to get into this match.
Could be out. It's a nice catch taken out there by Sami Khalil. Held his composure. Not always easy when the balls come out of the sunlight into the shade. And Jane, after an entertaining 29, it's the end of the road for him. It's Kudratullah Mir Afzal that gets his first wicket, and the opening partnership is broken, 48 for 1.
Yeah, that's a big wicket. You just want to send a couple of wobbles into this batting lineup, and he hit that really well, and he hit it flat, but it was a nice, safe catch, and that's the first wicket for Albizalmi. They needed that. That's going to bring Yelta Schoonheim to the crease. Well, we know if he bats for any period of time, this game will be over quickly, but another good little innings there. He looks good at the top of the order, and I think he offers a bit of better balance to that batting lineup.
Oh, it's a bit of Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
Come up with that one. Out of Giant. Good innings from him. 5 4s. Gets them off to a good start. That's what they would have been looking for. Now Schoenheim, good time for him to join, I think. Just over halfway to the target. He's facing Kudratullah. He's back in punches. Gets 1.
See, this is where Albizalmi need to be smarter. They need to have point and cover tight for the new batsman. That should have been a dot ball. You shouldn't be able to get an easy one there.
Yeah, well, if he sensed the new batter is just trying to get off strike, you want to make it difficult for them to do so, right?
Well, at the moment, they don't need to go at a crazy rate, so you have to squeeze some dot balls.
Well, this one is cracked off the bat of de Kock. It's got a long way. Maximo! Big 6. BSC Rotterdam past 50, and they do so in style.
Yeah, he's absolutely clubbed that, Vinny. He's brought the driver out. That has gone a long way. The noise off the bat was beautiful, and a good bat swing, good bat shape, and you can see there the ball going all the way past the 10s. That's a big 6.
Yeah, really nice shape from de Kock, and very brutal on that one. Don't want to drop short to him.
He's a strong guy, isn't he?
Powerful. Goes again, but this time it's a missed cue. Now it's not an easy one, but it has to be taken, and it is. And the second attempt, Taz Qureshi is another one that might have permanent eye damage, but he does the important thing. He holds onto the catch. That's a big wicket. And we have seen games lost from here. I'm not sure what'll happen today, But one thing you'd have to do to have any chance, you had to get rid of Tim de Kock, and he holds out. 6 and out for the Dutchman.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big wicket. I don't think that shot was on after he hit the 6. They only need to go just to run a ball. That's a loose shot, and in the end, he catches it off his nose, gets the tongue out. That's a little bit like Ross Taylor. And, yeah, you can see Tim very upset with himself because that's 2 wickets in a group.
Yeah.
This happened this morning. I mean, they had a good partnership, and then they lost Tim, Arnav and Yelter in the space of 6 balls, and the wheels fell off.
Yeah, well, they did really fall off this morning, and I wonder if that's in the back of the mind of some of these Rotterdam batsmen as they come out. It's a bit of your catch in that, the one you finally did take in the fan zone, a little bobble upwards.
That's it, I'm leaving the box again. See you later.
You always don't mention that you did drop 9 catches in the crowd in a row, and the 10th one you did actually drop, but you just caught it again.
I did that for viralness and to help the company. I took one for the company, dropping 9.
Yeah, certainly made you a talking point. Don't know if that's always a good thing.
So Bernard Nihas has come out. So the young man will be at the non-strikes end. Yelcher screen on there. I mean, they only need to get 36 or 5, but 2 brand new batsmen. This is the over you want to squeeze a few dot balls. Bring a couple of men in.
Shonham's on strike. Flicks this one away. Pretty well. It's good timing, good placement as well. He gets his first boundary. Certainly looking very confident at the moment.
Yeah, he's got natural long levers, but he times it. You know, that's a glory shot. Let's not underestimate how difficult that is to do. And he's just whipped that beautifully into a big spot of space, and he gets 4 runs. And now you get the boundary early in the over. They'll tell you, if you get the boundary early, now just knock it round. Nice, safe cricket. Just like that.
Well,
if you get the boundary
safety now.
Yeah, if you get the boundary earlier in the over, I mean, all that pressure's released. I mean, they only have to go at 6. You can treat this like a 50 over game, and you're closing down your chase.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder if VOC thinking a little bit about net run rate or not. I mean, if they win this game, they'll win against the Giants tomorrow.
Yeah, you'd think they would beat the Giants, and I think 3 and 2 will get you 3rd place.
Yeah, depends.
Do you think it'll go to net run rate?
I think it could be close.
Net run rate's playing a pretty big part in this tournament, isn't it?
I thought it would, and you identified it as well. It's not just important in the late games, but also the early games in the tournament. Here's Azam Khalil. This is one that goes the other way. Good weapon to have.
Well, they brought point tight, and they still got the single. I mean, he came in really tight there. But that just shows if you go straight away.
Yeah, because it wasn't hit hard to him in the end. And yeah, it's all about that first couple of metres. Almost got it down to run a ball now. Edged away, needs to be stopped. Well beat. Lucky one for Shonheim that time. He does get a single. Well, who let the Dogs out at the moment? The Dogs, they're some of the biggest supporters we got.
That's the team song.
Is that really?
When the VOCs get a win back home, who let them go?
Maybe that's why the Dogs are taking off. They smell victory.
Can you hear them in the...
Yeah, probably hear them at home as well, if we can hear it.
Good batting.
Have a lot of good human supporters here as well, I have to say. Hello to everyone in the fan zone. Hope you've had a good day in the sun. I know that we've had a lot of people from down the road.
How good is the fan zone?
Fan zone.
I'm a big fan of the fan zone.
Yeah. After him, and he might have picked out the fielder. And this one just eats him up. Well, this has gone all the way. It was almost lights out down there for Sami Khalil. In the end, the result, Maximo, 60 Yelter.
Well, he should have been out. He hit it straight down his throat. It burst through his hand. I can't believe it's missed his head. That was dangerously close. Have a look here. It's that whip shot again, and it goes straight through. Oh, that's close, but you sort of feel if he catches that, they are back in the game. But that missed 6 runs. Yelter's still at the crease, and that might have been the last chance for Albizan.
Well, at least he's near the ambulance on that side of the ground, because he might have needed it if he didn't get a little touch on it. 69 for 2 off 6. And Azam Khalil ends up going for 23. He bowled a bit better than that, to be honest. But, yeah, I mean, Albizalmi, they can be slow starters in tournaments. And I remember they qualified for this because they won the European Cricket Series in Sweden. Yep. And they had to play against the Malmö, Sweden winners, Gothenburg City. And they won 2-1 in the best of 3.
Oh, wow.
But on their way to winning the Stockholm Series, they actually finished 4th out of 5 in their group. And they had to beat the top team in the other group to make the final. They won the final and then won the playoff. But I mean, yeah, I think they won 3 out of their 8 games in the group stage.
Really?
So they were slow starters, but they came good when it mattered. Oh, this could be out.
No, I don't think so. I don't know why he's appealing to the square leg umpire. Square leg can't give it out.
I thought there was something on this. I heard sound. Or did he hit his own pad? Might not have time. Let's have a look. Let's run a bit.
No, I don't think so. I didn't hear a thing.
Sometimes as a keeper, you got better ears than everyone else. I felt that there might have been a little touch. Well bowled though. Fuzzy Chowdhury comes in. Another good spin option they've got. They're letting him have a go now.
Nice bowling. He's getting a bit of dip on this, and he's getting a bit of spin here.
Can't see him losing from here, VSC, but you've got to get Schoenheim. This is Now's on strike at the moment. Another dangerous play if he gets going.
Yeah, he hasn't really fired just yet with the bat in this tournament. We know the capabilities of the young man.
This is where you can burgle a few dots here on Niaz. Just push the runs required above the balls remaining.
Yep.
I always think there's some chance for the fielding side because you're only a wicket or two or a few dot balls away from being back in the contest. Strader going nowhere.
So, why hasn't Chowdhury come on earlier? He looks really good.
Yeah. I guess they're just spoilt for slow bowling options. And Chowdhury's been good. He's built all this pressure. Let's see if it cracks Niaz. And he's going to get another dot.
It's 5.
Is that 5 in a row?
Yep, could be a maiden here. I'm surprised they actually put Burhan out to come in at 4. I thought Pierce Fletcher would have come out.
Do you want him to get a 1 now?
No,
Question.
probably not.
Oh, and there's some hesitation. They don't take it in the end. I think they would have had a fairly comfortable single, but in the end, we get a maiden over from Chowdhury out of the clouds and makes it 22 off the last 3 overs. What a good over. It's 69 for 2.
Okay, I've got one for you. This is going to sound really rogue, but Burhan Niaz, he's a good player, but it's not going well. Are you retiring him and bringing, for me, Pierce Fletcher's the captain. He knows what he's doing. David Mullett, Ayaz Durrani, Rami, you've got a young man. He's 2 off 8.
Tactically, yes.
Tactically, yes.
Emotional damage, secondary consequences.
Oh, he's young. He'll get over it.
You know, it's just like there's no process to do that. I mean, you can do it any time, but I mean, it just seems like, or you keep him there and he's there when they hit the winning runs and he's feeling good about himself. Coming up tomorrow, 5 more games of T10 action, the final day of round robin in Group T. We will see the champions of 2019, VSC Rotterdam against the Calpe Giants in match 3.
I think tactical retirements will become a thing. It will become more of a thing. And I just think VSC missed a trick here. A senior player should have come out at 4 here and had a bit more experience how to close a game.
Counterpoint. I mean, they want to get him out there, feeling involved, feeling good.
What happens if he goes another 2 or 3 dots? Game back on.
I'll be panicking.
Well, Yelter's going to try and whack this, I reckon.
Doesn't want one now. Is that now creating pressure where Schoenheim's feeling that he doesn't want Niaz back on strike at the moment? I mean,
well, if you had told me we would have 7 dot balls in a row, I wouldn't have said it, but still, they're in the box seat, surely.
Here's the thing, though. I agree with what you're saying with the tactical retirements, but there's no process in cricket to do it. I mean, does the captain come out and give the little, like a declaring signal?
The captain, I would think, has to tell the third umpire.
As a batter, you have to ignore them? Or do you walk off yourself? 8 in a row.
What is going on? What is going on here? The wheels are 8 dot balls in a row.
This is unbelievable.
Just hit it.
They're not. I mean, Sweden pulled off the impossible chase. This will be the impossible defence.
If they come back.
If they can do this.
There's no way.
This is there. Alizai bowls that good off-cutting slower ball. How? Don't get on the bus just yet. It goes this time. This could be a miscue and it could be caught. It's dropped. Oh. And now they want 2 and they're going to get it. Oh, that's so frustrating. They've worked their way back into this game and Rahul Khan is the skipper who can't hold on to this chance.
Well, that's the explosion from 8 dot balls. They create the chance and he spills it and then he doesn't recover quickly and they get back for 2. That's a coach killer.
What has happened here?
He should have snared that. And then look, that devastated. They run 2.
It's a 2-handed grass slap from Rahul Khan. Now it's another chance and it's dropped again.
Oh no!
Oh, this one, Nawaz.
They don't want to win it.
He needs darker sunglasses. Just bursts through and hits him on the shoulder. And so, I still think that's a win. I mean, you want to take the chances, but if you offered at the start of the over that Schoenheim will face the first 4 balls and only score 3, Now you get to have a go at Niaz, who's on 6 dot balls of his own at the moment.
Well, Niaz just got to get bat on ball. What do they need? 19 or 14 all of a sudden.
Yes.
Shot. Oh, good shot. Well, don't retire him when he hits it like that. He gets the full toss. That will give him a world of confidence. He must have been nervous before that ball.
Yeah, it would have been. I mean, I'm nervous and I'm just watching. Hey, Corey, you were ready to pull the giant hook on Niaz. But, well, the young man, he gets the ball that he can hit. Look, it's just the first one from Zia Alizai. I think he's really let himself down this over. That relieves some of the pressure. Last ball of the over. Now, you can almost guess. Yeah, he has a go here. Oh, that's a good throw. That's a good throw. Now we might have a run out.
Oh, then why aren't they running? What's Yelta doing? What is going on in this game of cricket?
Well,
everyone needs to calm down.
It was a good throw by Alizai, and I'll tell you why. If it hits, then it runs out Schoenheim. And if you give away an overthrow, then it gets him off strike. So it's actually a good throw, but it was a bad throw as far as accuracy went, because he didn't hit, but he had a chance here to run out Yelta Schoenheim. I'm pretty sure this would have been out. And then, yeah, they decided not to take it. So
I've got a headache. This is poor cricket at the moment. VOC need to calm down.
What's going on? So 76 for 2 off 8 overs.
What were they after 6?
After 6, they were 69. Then we had 0 off the 7th, 7 off the 8th with 2 drop catches.
Oh, if they didn't drop those catches as well, then there would have been a new person in on strike, and Burhan might not have got that.
Guess who? Chowdhury is on 6 dots. But he hasn't had to bowl to Schoenheim yet.
This is either 6 or out. He's going to sky it or it's clearing the pickets. Or neither.
This is in the gap, though. Needs to be stopped. It isn't. Oh, and so that's costly. Just the fielding's let them down in the last 5 minutes. The bowlers have done their job. And this is Taz Qureshi out there. He's had some good moments, but he's looking a bit sore and sorry late on day 2. Schoenheim gets the 4. VOC takes him close to that target.
Yeah, gets the important boundary, but that was pretty poor fielding out there. Look at him come round and... Oh, maybe I'm being a bit overly critical. He did split the gap really well.
Yeah, it did, but I mean, he felt like someone had to make a dive on that ball. I think they're worried about the outfielder coming the other way. It just shows, just when you think it's going to be...
Yeah, that maiden out of nowhere just turned this game around a little bit, but...
They've got to get Schoenheim. They've got to get him now. It's this well. And there's a bit of this semi-farming, casual farming from Yelta Schoenheim at the moment. You normally run for that. I think he's saying, well, I want to get most of this strike, and if I do, we're going to get these 11 runs. Walks, and he's going to be stumped.
Oh, what is he doing there? That's not, he's walking down. It's poor batting. Not too sure why he decided to go on the walk. It's another big wicket, Vinny. And this game is far from over. What is happening?
It seemed like we're going to go to the last. How good's Chowdhury been? And he's just gone for that one boundary.
I've never seen him walk.
Yeah, Yelta says enough. He walks early. And it was a smart bit of work behind the stumps from Niazi. See, yep, stays behind the stumps. All good there. And so Schoenheim, well, I mean, without him, there could have been some serious trouble here. He will go in the end for 20 off 12. And the score is 80 for 3. 11 required. And 9 balls remaining. This is where you hope you can... I mean, if you can get 3 dots on the new batter, 11 off the last, but I don't think that'll be super easy because Pierce Fletcher, the captain, is coming out at number 5.
Yeah, I think Pierce should have come out at number 4, so it's good that he's out there now. I mean, VOC should still win this. You got 7 wickets in hand, 11 off 9, but Chowdhury's bowling a magnificent spell. They'll be hoping to squeeze a dot or 2 here.
It's been a real find in this innings. At this level, Chowdhury. Now Pierce, what's his tactics? I mean, if you score off every ball, pretty hard to lose from here. He goes big, and he's going to get half of them in one shot. So a little bit of length, and Fletcher goes deep in his crease. Maximal! And now, Corey, they can win the game with one swing of the bat.
Yeah, I reckon that's game over now. That was the one shot that broke back. It's good batting. He just went back in the crease and got the elevation he needed. And when he hits it, it stays hit. He might try win at this ball.
No, why not? Maybe we won't get to the last after all. Goes straight, and this one could be out. It's 6 and out for Fletcher. So he does get half, but he doesn't hang around. He tries to finish the game. Chowdhury gets a second wicket. Still 5 required. nervous times, I think, if you're a VOC Rotterdam supporter. It's 86 for 4.
Yeah, well, he went for the glory. He went for the victory. And you can see he got it off the toe of the bat. It's a smart catch in the end. So 6 off 2, you take that in the situation of the game. But he'll be disappointed as the captain not to hit the winning runs.
He just clunked it, didn't he, in the end?
It's never easy for a new batsman to come in. It's never easy.
I tell you what, 5 off 8 looks easy. But go and, if you think it is easy, go and grab a bat and head out the middle. Not you, Pierce. I think you're out.
Well, hold on. He's walking back. Maybe he's not. Let's have I'm not too sure what the conversation is
I don't know if they're
checking the
some
front foot.
more. I think it'd be that. I think it'd be more about they have the right amount of fielders in the circle. I don't see 3 behind square, but I mean that's the only reason I could possibly think.
I can't. They're looking at something in the umpire's tent, so I'm not too sure what they're looking
I mean,
at.
it seemed like a
Well, it's
simple
Pierce walked off
catch.
the ground, so does that mean that you're...
I think that's not the case anymore.
Okay.
That you can walk off the ground.
Well, this is a big moment, because if this is not out, look, they're looking at the footage there in the umpire's tent. You can see them all there. I'm not too sure what they're looking at.
I mean, it looked about as clear as day, and we knew that the fielder held onto the ball.
They had short third, 45 point, and cover was in the ring. What are we looking at here, Vinny? What are we looking for?
I don't know. Often I've got no idea.
Takes the catch
There's
clean.
no problem there.
Not too sure what we're looking for
Has
here.
to be to do with the field. It's all I can think. Has to be with the field.
But the umpires didn't call it on field,
No,
so...
and I don't think we'll get a look at anything.
Oh, well, this is a bit controversial to end the day. It's been a good day of cricket, but I don't really know what's going on here.
Often we don't know.
Yeah, well, you and I are pretty switched on up here. Oh, he's walking back. It's a no ball.
Wow, what's this?
Whoa, what's going on here?
Wow.
Well, I'm not too sure what for. This is controversial.
Has to be for the field. And what else could it be for? I mean...
Well, I'm not too sure, but did they run a 1? Do you cross?
Don't know. Well, they didn't. He was walking off. I think it'd just be a no ball and no extra run.
Well,
Wow, what a moment.
Well, he was off the field, so he's back now. Well, talk about a reprieve. He was almost all the way back in the dugout. So that's just a no ball. This is a free hit, and now they only
that
need
really
4.
takes the wind out of your sails now.
Well, it's game over.
You've got the immunity cloak, and you can send us home. And they may get extra couple here.
Well, that's going to be 2 wides, and that's going to be a free hit again.
Yeah.
So this is game over. Well, the controversial ending to the day.
I'm getting information now, so I'll fill you in. It's yeah.
Going to be
Bit of
interesting.
a game killer, that one.
Yeah, it is. I'm interested to hear what happened. This is the free hit.
So here you go. It was a no ball for the keeper being in front of the stumps.
Oh,
no ball for
whoa.
the keeper being in front of the stumps. Well, there you go.
No way. Wow, I didn't see that. Okay, so it must have been. Well, if the right call was made, the right call was made. And as far as I've got it, I think the scores are tied now.
Oh, I don't know anymore. My mind's blown. All right. Any score wins it now. And they're going to do it. And, well, it'll either be buys or wides.
It sort of
It'll be
fizzles out this game in the end.
Well, I mean, it's one of those moments. A bit like when you find the love of your life and you break up too quickly. There was a moment where there was a lot of magic going on, and it just kind of petered out. As 4 buys, which bring up the victory. I think that was a wrong one from Chowdhury, who's going to finish with 1 for 14 off his 2 overs. But I mean, what an interesting finish to this.
Do we have
match
the footage?
to this day?
Do we have the footage of that? That's a really big moment. I'm going to
we would have
look forward to seeing that, because that game was just heating up at the right time. So does that come into effect if the batsman hits it still, if the keeper hit it?
The rule is you can't break the stumps or break the line of the back of the stumps or go in front of the stumps until one of 2 things happens. Either the ball passes the stumps or the ball hits the batter or hits the bat. So if the keeper's hands are in front of the stumps before that ball hits the bat, yes, it's a no ball. And obviously, maybe there's a suspicion on the field. It was confirmed in the umpire's tent where they have some footage that we don't have for broadcast. And, well, let's have a look at this. And turns out what looked like a cruisy chase for the defending kings of European cricket, VOC Rotterdam. There are a few twists and turns along the way, but they do chase these runs down in the end with 6 balls to spare.
Yeah, they got off to a really good start. It was the new opening pairing of Arnav Jain and Tim de Kock. They hit boundaries at will, and while those two were at the crease, VOC were cruising. There was some nice straight hitting from Tim and some good fielding from the Almy Zalmy guys on their ground fielding. They dropped a few catches later, but this was the first, oh no, this was the 6 from Tim de Kock. This just kept flying. And that was probably one of the biggest hits we've seen all day. But once these two were dismissed, this game sort of took a little bit of a turn. There was the wicket of Arnav Jain, who skied one, and Tim de Kock also going. He was really disappointed with that shot. And, well, Yelter Schoonheim came out. He hit a couple of nice boundaries to start his innings. And VOC, they were in control at this stage. And then a couple of missed mistakes. And
Speaking of mistakes,
they hadn't caught well at the end. You never know, because these catches changed the match a little bit as well.
yeah, well, they did. I mean, they end up still trying to blow all their toes off with the machine gun. VOC Rotterdam. And, well, congratulations to Terry O'Connor. He's the man in the end. But he actually picked it in the chat. He was asking, is that for the keeper's gloves in front of the stumps? Well, Terry, your eyes are better than ours, because we certainly didn't pick it up. I'm sure in the end it was probably the right decision. Just a bit none the wiser up here. And VOC Rotterdam, they got the staggers a little bit. And, well, they do finish chasing these down. 94-90. And VOC Rotterdam winning with 6 balls to spare.
Well, I don't want to, like, you know, I like to talk about the topics and whatnot. We look at the scorecard quickly, and 3 men in the 20s. They'll all be disappointed not to maybe get there in the end, but Bernhardt and Pearce did the job.
Go on.
And, my question is, so keeper puts his hand in front of the stumps, right? So the right call's calling in. But are we reviewing every delivery then?
Well,
because that's a huge...
I think it must have been that the on-field umpire wanted to call it, but he wanted to make confirmation that he was correct. So, I mean, once he calls a no ball, it's hard to uncall. So I think on that one, I think it would have been actually picked up on field.
Okay.
So, and that's why they would have gone to the footage in that circumstance. But I mean, if he has that suspicion and he calls it, and then it turns out it's not, for example, and there's been a wicket, it just caused a lot of complications. So I think he just told his to wait, and but that was actually triggered by the on-field umpire.
Okay.
That process, I believe, it was Stefan Gooch on that occasion. So yeah, it was. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing as well. He called it, but he wanted it to be double checked. So yeah, well, it's good that they've got it right. I mean, a bit of a surprising one, obviously, but in the end, VOC Rotterdam, they do get across the line, and they get 1 win out of the 2 matches today. They have a 2-2 record going tomorrow against the Giants. Well, the Giants, maybe they'll be the Giant Killers tomorrow. I mean, imagine that. They can have a lot of confidence with the way they've played as well, the Calpe Giants, so far in this series. But yeah, highly entertaining day's cricket.
Yeah, it really has been an entertaining match in the end. Credit to Alby Zalmy. They took that really deep. They did everything they can. That amazing maiden over from Chowdhury, but VOC, overall, they were the better side in that match.
No doubt about it. But the thing is that the Alby Zalmy, they like Brescia CC. They've got some talented players, but just have not clicked on the first couple of days. I'm not saying they'll be able to do a full Brescia, what we saw last week, especially in such a competitive group. But I think there are some positives they can take out of the day. I mean, I like the bowling of Fussy Chowdhury there. They came out really nicely for him. And so, yeah, it hasn't really clicked for them yet, but they still got more opportunities tomorrow, and we will see Alby Zalmy taking on the Super Kings in match 15. So, look, they're 1-3. If they can at least get a win against the Super Kings, I think they'll have some confidence. Super Kings, who knows? They might even be playing for a spot in the top 3, and we'll find that out tomorrow. Anyway, I just want to give a big thank you to everyone here at the ground. It's been great to have your company once again. To everyone in the fan zone that's come out, and it's been a beautiful day. We touched 20 degrees, a lot of sunshine. Hopefully it continues, Corey. And also Spring Productions and everyone behind the scenes that's doing the television side of things. We do appreciate your expertise as well. To all the Blue crew, thanks to you, to the players, the coaches, officials, the managers, to everyone. A lot of people work very hard to make this happen. And look, it's a nice day to boo my new shirt. I think nice, bright, sunny day. And Corey's got a bit of an unplanned suntan on his face as well. Corey will be back, and of course, we'll do it tomorrow, which is the last day of round robin here in Group D.
Yeah, and Group D is starting to spice up. Who for you do you think's going to win this group stage phase?
Every day I've said I don't know. I said it Sunday night.
Do you know now?
I said it Monday night.
Do you know now?
I have no idea. I'm no close to knowing. What do you like? Do you like Frankfurt? There's a lot to like.
No,
you like the Belgians?
I think the Oostin Exiles might win this group, with Frankfurt definitely second or in the top 3. And then that third place shootout, that still could be Malta Super Kings, VOC Rotterdam or Albi Zalmi.
Yeah, it's a good point. And look, we'll get to see the two undefeated teams locking horn tomorrow. That'll be a big game, of course. But they're all big games in Group D. Let's be honest about it. Look, it's been great to have your company. Stick around. We do have some highlights. You can also go to our social media at European Cricket. I know that we'll do a little bit of an after the final ball special that you can check out. We'll get out there on the ground, and so you might have put some sunscreen on or a hat when we get out there. So our social media at European Cricket, great place to go to get the inside information on European Cricket. Our website, europeancricket.com. It was also fantastic source of information. You've got the scores, fixtures, stats. You can even look ahead to what's coming next week in Group E. But for now, from everyone at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a wonderful evening. And we'll see you back tomorrow here, 8 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. in India for more fantastic action from the Costa del Sol. Vinny Sandhu here, and it's been great to see you again tomorrow for more Group D action, Group of Death. Stay safe, stay happy. See you tomorrow on ECN for more BET2BALL European Cricket League. Good night.